Oh, hello. Are we ready, everybody? Ooh, I know I am. Oh, I am so ready. I have been waiting to watch this video. We need to talk. Why is it we need to talk about Kevin? That's the first one that comes up. Tiberius. I'm not going to start it yet. I'm still going to do my own. I just want to make sure it's pulled up. How are we all doing? Are we ready? We live. What's up, John? What's up, SSH? Just Mustang. Like, subscribe, and hit that M-effing bell. Oh, boy, am I excited today. We've got a lot to talk about. I've had some time to marinate in my feelings. We will definitely be watching the SGM vids. I'm not sure how much more we're going to do than that. I don't know. It'll depend, because the SGM vids are going to be jam-packed with things for me to talk about, right? There's not going to be a lot of dead air. So I don't know if I'm going to be pausing like every other sentence to talk. I hope not. But we're just going to have to see. What up, Hans? The video links are in the React Suggestions channel. Sick. Sounds good. Oh, yeah, I see those. Right. Coolio Fulio. Looks perfect. Looks good. Okay. My overall thoughts and feelings are kind of centered around, as always, what I put as the thumbnail and title. Tiberius Akaba. Because I truly think that a lot of the issues with Tiberius were fundamentally rooted in the fact that people did not feel comfortable criticizing or going against Tiberius because Orion was too wrapped up in the character. He was Tiberius. Tiberius was him. There was not a distinction. And that's not good. Just to be frank. That's bad. Like, we want to be invested in our characters. I talk constantly about how to increase player investment within the characters. I talk about it all the time. Within the characters, within the scene, within the narrative. And it might feel almost weird to say that Orion was too invested because we talk about his metagaming all the time. That he, was constantly using out-of-game knowledge in the game. That's that feels like the opposite of investment almost. But I do think, this is a term I'm going to coin. I do think that there's almost a corollary to metagaming that is almost the opposite. Like, metagaming is using the player's knowledge to augment, the character abilities or to guide the character in some way. I think that there's kind of a corollary to that, which is toxic investment, where you are so invested in your character that things that happen in-game can have a profound effect on you out of game. And again, we're still in the area where that doesn't sound like that bad of a thing. Like, of course D&D affects us. When our character goes through something sad, we feel sad. We feel angry. We feel annoyed. But I think that most of us really try to not take it out on others or to let that affect how we feel about our other people, our fellow players, or our fellow DM out of the table. Right? Like, if one of your fellow players, their character criticizes your character, you're not going to bring that to lunch the next day. But Orion was. I think, and that's where I feel like the toxic investment really comes into it. And I think that there's probably a really good flashpoint for this. Blurring the line too much. Aren't Laura and Taliesin also super invested in their characters? True. So why does no one push back on Orion? So that's a good point, and I think that we can have a really obvious flashpoint in episode 27, with the Draconian Knights, right? We have Orion saying this obviously ludicrous thing that the other characters should have been like, what the fuck are you talking about? You have all these knights at your beck and call? Are you sure? Like, really? Like, that's something that would have been scrutinized more if Laura or Taliesin said it. And as for why Orion didn't get a lot of pushback, it's because he acts like a huge-ass poopy pants about it. Whatever he does. We can think back to when I started having to do the OAC during the Kavarn fight with him going outside. Like, they gave him some amount of shit, and he acted like an ass. Like, he was super melancholy and, like, really, like, down and mellow, or not mellow, about it. And was constantly, even after they had won, he was like, no, we haven't won. We haven't won. You guys are wrong. And there's a moment where Marisha literally says to him, like, hey, like, we did it. Why can't you be happy about this? And he's just like, because we didn't do it. We didn't do it. You guys are wrong. So it's like, not only can they not push back against him in character, they can't even, like, address his behavior out of character. He's just putting up a wall with how he acts. And that's not all, like, this, like, toxic investment. Like, I don't necessarily... And I was looking for a different word for it, because relating it to a good thing, which is investment, is tough. But I couldn't think of another way to describe it. This phenomenon of really, 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 like, caring about your character so much that they can do no wrong. Even with the old woman scenario, like, he's still stuck by that. And fair enough, if you want your character to stick by bad things, that's fine. But we've talked about with Taliesin before, it's so obvious when Taliesin is saying something versus when Percy is saying something. Right? When Percy's being kind of annoying or kind of a jerk or, at this point, kind of a psycho, it's very clear when it is Percy and when it is Taliesin. With Orion, you could never tell. You could never tell. When the Draconian Knights came up, I said out loud, I was like, man, if Orion took a beat and was like, yeah, obviously this is ridiculous. Like, obviously this is absolutely ludicrous that the Draconian Knights would just, like, show up. Like, that's silly. That could have been a great character moment for Tiberius to be so unaware of his place in everything that he thinks he can just snap and get these Draconian Knights, and then his, dad tells him off. Like, that could have been a nice piece of character work, but it clearly wasn't. Main character syndrome, to a degree, but I don't necessarily like when I think that there's an amount of that. Like, there's an amount of you want to do something unique from the other players sometimes. So, like, even if we think about the Kavarn fight, there are, like, you can view that through the lens of, like, main character syndrome, right? Of saying, like, everyone else is gonna go off and fight it. I'm gonna do something, like, cool and wacky and unique. Like, fair enough. That is one part of this. But I think that the much bigger part of it is the lack of ability to communicate. Right? Like, people could not question Tiberius's plans because they were questioning Orion's plans, and he acted like an asshole about it. And fair enough, like, maybe there's just a level of, like, and I'm trying to think of, like, how to really, like summarize this, because, like, maybe toxic investment is the wrong word. Maybe the overall thing is just an inability to take criticism. Like, maybe you can wrap yourself up in your character as much as you want, as long as you're okay being criticized. That's one thing, but then again, if a player, like, screws you over in game, like, that should be okay. If someone makes a dumb decision in game, that should be all right. And I actually think you bring up Taliesin and Vex. I actually think that Laura displayed a little bit of it when Grog made the absolutely terrible deal at the in the city with the merchant, like, where he, like, haggled himself up, and then Vex has no idea, but Laura is, like, seething in her boots, and she has Vex hunter's mark the guy before Vex has any idea, right? She maybe has, like, the slightest inkling, but not enough to just whip out a hunter's mark. And I think that it really is sort of the same syndrome that between Vex in that moment, between Laura and Vex in that moment, and Orion and Tiberius. But the problem is, most of the time, when Laura's playing Vex, I don't feel that way, right? Like, I don't feel like I have trouble delineating between Laura and Vex. The vast majority of the time, it is very easy to tell the two apart. I never knew what was Tiberius, what was Orion. He never expressed anything out of game that was not in the service of Tiberius, right? He was rarely saying things as Tiberius that it was clear Orion didn't fuck with. And this kind of wraps back around to why the Chubb comment felt so off. It is because Scanlan does things all the time that clearly Sam Riegel would never do. Scanlan constantly says things that Sam Riegel would never say. We see that in maybe more controversial statements, but we also see it in super benign statements. And the problem with the half-Chubb comment was that we rarely see Tiberius say things that Orion does not agree with as a person. We rarely see him do things that does not fit Orion's own, like, moral compass and moral code. At least from what we can tell. And so when we get the half-Chubb comment, it's like, yeah, you said that in a joking manner, but Tiberius almost never says or feels things that you don't feel, Orion. So, like, when talking about Tiberius getting a strategy chub, like, Tiberius has not been narrated in character to be, like, a crazy strategic thinker or, like, desirer. You know who has? Orion. We constantly know that Orion is looking at the strategies, is trying to figure out the clever way to do it. That's, like, what Orion does. Tiberius is, like, a low-whiz dickhead. Yeah, he has high intelligence, but he's very rarely shown to be, like, the crazy strategic mastermind of the group. Like, sometimes he makes plans, but, like, he's never narrated to be this huge strategic genius. And so when he talks about getting a strategy chub, that sounds like Orion saying it. And his line was just too blurred too much of the time. The fame went to his head, I think, when the show started to get really popular. I mean, that is certainly something that we can infer. I certainly... It's hard to know if that really, like, was a thing at the bottom of all of this, especially because, like, I wasn't on Twitter. I wasn't talking to him in the back rooms, right? And sometimes people will act differently on camera, especially in regards to fame and like clout and whatever. Like sometimes people will play up a shtick, or they will just like take a bag, like take people's money for things that they want. So it's hard to know exactly how much of the fame went to his head. But I think even well before that, maybe he always just saw the writing on the wall and he wanted to have a certain persona on camera that taking criticism wouldn't have allowed him to have. That's super duper possible. And we talk a lot about, I think that it is pretty clear, pretty obvious that something changed between their at-home game and their on-stream game. Obviously, a lot of things changed. Like, clearly, it's a very different environment, but they played with him for 2 whole ass years. So either all 6 of them, 7 including Ashley, 6.5 we'll say, all 6.5 of them all changed in exactly the same direction, or Orion changed. And I think that there's a really good chance with the way that he was acting. I think I could get to an ultimate diagnosis that he just wanted to seem smart on camera. He knew how much fame the show was going to get. He knew that they were all going to be personalities, and he wanted to be the smart one out of the cast. And he wasn't okay, like, making himself the butt very often unless it was very under his control. Like with the weird, like, drunk sequence with Keyleth. I don't know. Will you be reacting to any of Mike's Orion's videos this stream? Yes, we are going to do at least Let's Talk About Tiberius. Maybe not why we talk about Tiberius. I don't know yet. Tibbs wouldn't have said that. He was kind of proper. Yeah, exactly. Like, Tibbs was kind of posh, frankly. And so a lot of the things that in that area just wouldn't have gotten said. Laura wasn't allowed to get to that point. One, her husband was pretty comfortable poking her bubble, true. And Liam was so into the sibling teasing, he teased her to death about her faults. And I think that that's another great point, John. I don't remember how Orion was even related to the group in the first place. Like, I don't remember who his connection was. I would have to go back and watch the backstories. But this is another reason that having really solid and strong connections with at least one person at the table can be really important for character dynamics as a whole. Right? Even, like, if you are good friends, if you do not have a pre-existing, if your characters don't have a pre-existing relationship, it can be hard to know how these characters would interact. It can feel a bit uncomfortable. And when he constructed a nobleman character, like, yeah, they're all friends, they're all on this mission together, but he's constructed this, like, higher mission, recovering these artifacts for the sake of Draconia. Like, it's a much more high-stakes mission than everything else, maybe with the exception of, like, Keyleth's mission. But even Keyleth's mission was not, I don't know. It just wasn't, I think Marisha's just a better player, is what that comes down to. Like, she's much more willing to make herself the butt, like, make Keyleth the butt of the joke sometimes. And Tiberius almost never was. There are what I call 3 specific episode moments which serve as chapters. The temple fight, him not helping, yep. The Vex arrow, and the Chubb comment. Yeah, and I mean, the Vex arrow is a really interesting case that I think really highlights part of what's, like, going on here, right? Like, we've talked before about Orion's DM versus player mentality. And it's hard to know how much of that was set up during their Pathfinder days. I don't think it's a stretch to consider that Matt might have made the game more friendly and favorable because it's not as much fun to watch people lose on stream, at least at the beginning. Maybe once you're more invested in the story, it's cool to see them lose and fail. But when you're introducing, you kind of just want them to win. So it could be a situation where, like, Matt legitimately did make the game easier. I don't know. None of us will ever know. But regardless, even in the temple fight of him having like that DM versus player mentality, you can see it still existing in the Vex Arrow conversation, or in the Vex Arrow sequence. And we know that they talked about it backstage, off screen. We know because next episode, after the temple fight, he says, like, oh yeah, I was thinking about it this way. I shouldn't have been thinking about it that way. But then we see him continue with that mentality in the Vex Arrow fight because there's no other reason to do that. There's no other reason unless you think that Matt wants you to lose. Unless you want to make extra special, absolutely sure that you win. Like, and I'm giving it the absolute most generous interpretation, right? There's an external explanation of main character syndrome, right? There is that explanation of him just wanting to kind of take the moment away from Laura. But me trying to be even more generous about the situation, I think he was just afraid that they would lose. And he wanted to be absolutely sure. He could not comprehend the fact that Matt would not have let that arrow roll lose. Like, I don't care what the DC was behind the scene. With how high she rolled, she's not losing at Matt's table. It's just not happening. With how much he relies on, like, the randomness and the dice rolls for, like, high levels of drama, it did not matter what the DC was. It just didn't matter. But Orion just couldn't get his mind around that. And after that moment, the Vex Arrow moment, you hear him ask Matt what the DC was. And him be like, it was high, wasn't it? And Matt was like, yeah, it was pretty high. And Orion was like, oh, I thought so. And like tries to like buddy it up with Laura after he just stole her moment. But I really don't think that he thought about it that way. Because if you guys have ever played games, like more war game type stuff, Warhammer 40K, whatever, or even like a more like cooperative board games, like The Captain is Dead or Zombicide, like his interaction right there reminded me a lot of when I'm playing Zombicide with my friends. Because we're not invested in these individual characters. Zombicide is like an explicit war game. And so our characters aren't really important. It is the party as a whole and the party's success that is important. Each individual, because a lot of times in Zombicide, you're controlling more than one character. You're controlling 2, 3, sometimes one, but most of the time you don't play Zombicide with that few people or with that many people. So like there's this like level of, in that moment, I saw him being much more concerned about the group's overall success than the fantastic individualized character moment that represented, that moment, that arrow represented. He just didn't care about that. He cared about the party's success. Again, most generous interpretation. The job comment felt a little bit out of character in a way. Right. That's why it's so crazy. Because even from what we know of Tiberius, which is not a lot, that still felt out of character. Because we know so little of him, and we don't really know where, like, the line is. So, yeah, I don't know. No one seemed comfortable pushing back on Ryan 100%. I think Marisha did a few times, but kept getting brick walls. You see it all the time. You see Marisha talking to him about what just happened. Like, I keep calling him a poopy pants because that was coined by Marisha. Marisha kept calling him a poopy pants. Just be like, hey, like, be chill, be happy. God, dude. And he just, like, couldn't do it. He just couldn't figure it out. Scanlan comments always felt like his PC flirting. His comments flirting is aimed at the PC. The Chubb always felt like it was directed at Laura, not Vex. And again, I would highlight that it is really difficult for us to know what was Orion and what was Tiberius. Like, we knew that so little of the time that, like, I never questioned at any point what was Scanlan and what was Sam. Never. I could never tell what was Tiberius and what was Orion. And I think that was like a really big core issue. I would like to add the item trade instances versus Scanlan to the list. That's super fair. And again, let's think about the item trades. If you've played Zombicide, or I'm trying to think of a more popular like co-op game like that, but I can't really place one at the moment. But it's really, really common to just trade items in Zombicide to whoever can best use them. Like, to whoever has, like, the inherent abilities that maximize that item's use. That's, like, not like a power gamer or metagamer strat. Like, that's just, like, what you do in that game. And so I, again, see this example of, like, Orion just thinking, like, it is better for me to have the concentration thing. And fuck it. If we're really looking at the party comp, it is. Like, he was right. It would have been better for him to have the concentration circlet. But also, he was being a huge prick about it because it doesn't matter that much in D&D. D&D is not Zombicide. It's not Warhammer. It's not fucking, what's the Chainmail? It's not the game that D&D is based on. It is different. It's a role-playing game. It's not a war game. And so, these moments of wargaming were just clearly not right for this table. So obviously and clearly. I don't know how he couldn't get that. It's crazy. I'd add the dice cheating and magic item spell slots cheating to the trial of take-steps. Yeah. And I mean, the cheating and the metagaming, I cannot assign that to any even remotely positive. That's just dickhead behavior. That would be huge dickhead behavior in Zombicide. Like, even if we're looking at this from the perspective of wargaming, Warhammer 40k, whatever, cheating is really frowned upon in those games. Because cheating, it means that you didn't actually win. And the point of a war game is to win. Right? Like, you're not there for narrative investment. You're not there for those big moments. So I would say that the cheating is honestly one of the most compelling cases I can hear for main character syndrome. Right? For him just wanting to be better than everyone at the table. Which I think we could link back to the fame discussion of he wanted to be kind of the highlight of the group, even if Tiberius wasn't necessarily the main character of Vox Machina. Orion wanted to be the main character of Critical Role. Yeah. I felt it's a case of pushing back on Orion. He would push back against it, and the rest did not want to do that on stream, I think. I totally agree. I think you can see that when Marisha is talking about, like, hey, maybe we should not murder people as hard anymore. Like, after the whole Granny incident, and she kind of, like, brings it up to Tiberius, and he flips it right fucking back. And I think it's a really good point to point out that, like, they might have been really uncomfortable with doing that on stream, of that, like, really rigid back and forth that didn't feel super fun. Like, I think there's a really good case that they just really didn't want to do that shit on stream. They wanted to keep it light and keep it fun. So he didn't get pushed back on enough, and he just kept getting worse and worse and worse. Travis plays off Grog's low int way better than Orion plays off his low whiz. Oh my god, every second of every day. To be fair, I think that Grog is like a keystone example of how to play a low whiz character. Like, I think that he is absolutely perfect. But I think even something that I brought up a few times this ep that I think is a really great example of what Orion was doing wrong was that Draconia bit, the Draconian Knights bit. Like, that is an amazing moment to show off low wisdom. To think that as, like, the son of a diplomat who did one mission, that you can just call over the Draconian Knights from across the fucking sea to invade this one small town without even asking, just ordering them. Even as an ambassador, our U.S. ambassadors can't snap their fingers and get a detachment of SEALs out to any given location. They have to put in a fucking request form. Like, it is ludicrous that he would have thought that. But I think that was a great, if he had meant for it to be an example of low wisdom, I think that's a great example of it. I think his father could have really, like, talked down to him even harder. I honestly think that Matt held back on the letter that his, dad wrote him back. I think Matt held back. I think, frankly, if this was like a real bit that everyone was in on and Orion was down with, for this to be a low whiz Tiberius moment, like, his dad should have laid the fuck into him, and it would have been hilarious if we knew that Orion was in on the joke. But he wasn't. You will eventually repent for the Ashley slander. It's not slander, it's fact. Slander has to be lies. They have to be knowing lies. She's not here. I'm sure I will love Ashley Johnson when she comes back. I loved her when she was playing. In the same way that I loved Mary Elizabeth. Both guest players. I'm just saying. There was some offset things that caused tension between Cast and Orion, and I think we can bring that back to the fame aspect of, like, when I was looking for photos for this thumbnail, I saw a lot of photos, him tweeting back and forth between other Critical Role members, like posting photos. It seemed like he was really, 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 really active on social media, and we know that he was streaming. So, like, that was already, like, a presence that he had outside of Critical Role. And I don't think it's a stretch to say that he envisioned this catapulting his personal fame and success higher. And that offset stuff could have been partially his chronic onlineness. What up, Summer? Catching up on the VOD, but I got thoughts. Hell yeah, Rebecca. He met Keyleth first. Interesting. He wanted to do everything what made other characters popular in a way, i.e. the melee weapons, pet little dragon, like Vex and Trinket, or inventing something like Percy. Totally. I think that's a good point. And I think that is a really great example of, like, someone who wants to do too much and also be amazing. Like, in D&D, you should kind of be a specialist or a generalist. You rarely get to do both. And that was him wanting to do it all. Yep. Almost to 500? Let's go with this dude. I'm excited. Marisha plays Keyleth's story drive by following Matt's lead and breadcrumbs rather than trying to narrate the story herself. 1,000%. And obviously the, like, I'm from Draconia is a huge meme. It was a joke. And, like, that's one of the only things that I know about Tiberius that was firmly him. But there was a lot. I complimented Taliesin to no end for how much he held back Percy's story until Matt gave it to him, until Matt introduced it. And I think that is an incredibly vital thing. Like, not to toot my own horn, for example, but in the game that I'm playing right now with some of my friends, I'm on the run. I am an outlaw. And, like, my friends' characters, like, kind of generally know that, but they don't really know why. And we showed up to a town that I did not know would have a temple. My background was an acolyte. I didn't know that it would have a temple from my old religion. And I didn't know that as a player, but I I hadn't brought it up at all. I hadn't brought it up until my DM introduced the temple, and as we were walking by, he drew, like, special significance to, like, who it was for and, like, the religion that was there. And so that gave me then the kind of clearance and the go-ahead to start interacting with that. And I didn't even interact with it like crazy. I just was like, oh, guys, we got to go. Like, we got to speed up. And I just kind of, like, basically ran away without a lot of explanation. And then they caught up to me, and we had a conversation about it. They asked me if I would use the H word to describe myself, and I said they would. But it's the same thing with Keyleth. It's the same thing with Taliesin. Or, sorry, Marisha and Taliesin. They wait for Matt to bring it up. They don't talk about the 50 Draconian Knights that are going to come storming in without Matt bringing it up first. It's a good example. Trusting the DM in various ways is definitely important, yeah. I think you saw the old How They Got the Carpet scene. It definitely felt like Matt was player-friendly then. Maybe. I don't know. That scene, I when we watched that, I was like, damn, the gonads on Matt. He did not introduce the flying carpet until they mentioned using the carpet to try and break their fall. Like, they had to go out for it. So, honestly, he seemed more hardcore in that scene. But I don't know. The Vex Arrow thing is not player versus DM. It's he needed to be the reason it succeeded. Maybe. I think that that's a valid interpretation. I'm saying even in the most generous interpretation I can have, where he is primarily concerned about the group succeeding on this very important check, even in that scenario, that's still bad. That's not the game we're playing right now. That is not the table that you are at. He is fundamentally misunderstanding the people he's playing with at very best. and it is resulting in him being a huge asshole. He wanted to be part of the Arrow success, yeah. Oh my god, I need to read faster. Overinvestment is when you care only about your character. Triangle Kitty, I think that's a good way to put it. Also, welcome to the stream. How you doing? How's it going? I think that's very fair. Is yeah, when you care only about your character to the detriment of others. I think that can be a reasonable character flaw to have a character only care about themselves. And that's a very easy and common arc within a lot of D&D campaigns, is the loner coming to grips like with their weird loner ways and becoming more of a party member. Like, that is a very acceptable character arc. But you're right. I think that, again, being the absolute most generous I can be, I think that Tiberius cared about the group. Orion cared about the group, cared about Vox Machina's success over any individual person's story or fun or success. Being the absolute most generous I can be, which is still bad. You occasionally need to step back and just let people succeed or let people fail. Like, even on that Vax Arrow thing, there's a way he could have constructed that to where he still could have let her have her moment, even if he wanted to do that. But regardless, if he did not have a way to help beforehand, he should have just stepped back. So he could have set up that telekinesis as like a ready action. If she misses, I'll punch it up. Right. Great. We're all there. But since he didn't do that, even if she failed, I would argue he needed to just step the fuck back. He needed to let it be a failure. Because D&D is about the story, about the narrative. And sometimes loss is a part of that. Especially when you've built it up so much. Wanted to win more than he wanted to play. That's a great way to put it. I always remember when Tibbs went off to do shopping while Percy was giving his backstory. Yeah, classic I'm not there. Because, again, this all comes back to, in my generous interpretation, he doesn't care about Percy as an individual. Like, he's fine if the other players want to, do that, whatever. He doesn't care. He cares primarily about the group's success, and in his mind, the backstory is a way to give them all clues, and someone's getting those clues, so he doesn't need to be there. He should go off and do other stuff. Right? Like maximizing potential within a given time frame. It's not the game we're playing. That's being a prick. But that's the most generous way I can interpret it. And you even see that with the most recent scene between Orion and Taliesin, where Percy is apologizing to everyone. It's this very, very nice moment where Percy is like being vulnerable, and the way that Orion interacts with it literally seems like he is trying to speedrun the conversation. It's like he is trying to say the right things in the dialogue tree for the shortest conversation with the maximum possible output. It's not the way you play D&D. That's not, or maybe it is at a different table, not this table. And people told him. I know people told him. But he just didn't listen. I just remember that time he started packing his things while the ep was still going on, but in a pissy manner, like he was about to take his ball and go home. Yep. Because people weren't playing to win. Is the way that I would interpret that. People weren't playing to win, so he just wasn't going to waste his time when they were just going to make the party lose. And that was it. BG3 co-op, you want the best player to have the perfect weapons and armor. Just Mustang, that's a perfect, maybe more modern example than Zombicide. Yeah, it's Baldur's Gate 3. Like, you want to trade around items until people are using the best builds. Yeah. Orion had Tibbs separate himself from the group time and time again. Eventually, it'll also happen in real life. I think there's a pseudo stream VOD of him somewhat addressing it during one of his own live streams out there still, not the official statement that got deleted. Oh, I'd love to see that. Drop like a people. Lol. I think you mean the Edna incident. Yeah. The war crime incident. Exactly. Hey, chat. Hit that like button. It will help me out. Thanks, Mustang. Remember the "don't tell me what to do" dog at the Tal at the temple fight? Yeah. Which that again, let's live in my generous interpretation. That's still being a huge prick in Baldur's Gate 3. That's being a prick in war games, Zombicide, board games, whatever. You're being an ass. There. That's being a huge asshole. And so if they know that that's how he's going to react when they push on him, they know that that's awkward. That's shitty to deal with on stream. They're just not going to push him. They're just going to let him do what he does and get through it as quick as possible and move on. It's a big on-stream issue. Orion roleplaying, getting chewed out and not understanding why would have been great. Yeah, that's true. It would have been. It would have been so much fun. Like, and Orion had some really great role-playing moments when he actually sat in it and it wasn't about winning or solving a puzzle. He had some good moments. Lies, fairy tales, and fallacies. I think the real reason they kicked Orion out has less to do with his RP and more to do with real-life issues, but talking about it feels very gossipy. I mean, it could have been. Totally could have been. I don't think that there is... I think that a lot of these issues, this tone deafness at the table, definitely wouldn't have stayed at the table. Again, even in my nice interpretation, he is absolutely tone deaf to what makes people happy or uncomfortable around him, which is bad. Like, you need to not make other people's experience actively worse, no matter what. And so, if he's the type of person that's already caring more about winning than the other players having fun, I can imagine he's doing some stuff off camera that isn't great. That's what Orion said years later. SGM talks about that more in the second Tibbs vid. That's why we talk about why we talk about Tibbs vid. Gotcha. If it's okay with Mega, I can share my real thoughts on it. Yeah, go for it. I Oh, it's very uncomfortable? No, yeah, go for it. Go for it, Rebecca. I mean, obviously, I'm very behind, so I'll be catching up. I'm going to try to go faster. I'm going to try not to exposit too much, unless I see one that's, like, really, really good. Or not really good, but I have a lot of thoughts about it. I think there's an animated stream of their story together before it takes place, potentially. Not sure about an animated short. I do know there are Vox Machina origin comics. Oh, interesting. And getting jealous of other characters' stuff and wanting to assimilate into his own stuff, i.e. buying a mini dragon to try and compete with Trinket. I think that's a really good point that I had not thought of that you guys have brought up. Also, welcome, Kaz. I don't recognize your name. Welcome. I think that's a really, really good point of him stepping on other players' toes. I think about that a lot when I'm building my characters, when I'm going through things. I don't want to take over other people's stuff. Like, if one of my party members already has the chef feat, even though it is legitimately useful for 2 people to have the chef feat, like 2 sources of temporary hit points whenever you want them, is nice to have, especially if you don't have like a party healer. I'm not going to take the chef feat. That'd be dickhead behavior. And so yeah, like him having the mini dragon when she has Trinket, like he needed to make the mini dragon so much different, which like he kind of was, but like it needed to be a whole different thing, and he probably should have made it an in-fiction, like, lampshade of being like, hey, Vex, like, I want an animal companion of my own. Would you go to the market with me and help me pick one out? I know that you're a beastmaster. Like, if he had made it a in-character bonding thing, that could have been really interesting. If he tells Percy or Taliesin, hey, I want to help you on some of your inventions. Like, I want to be more involved. You can make that a thing. Like, Keyleth is always involved on Percy's stuff, but it never feels like she's trying to, like, take it from him. And I think that's a great example of how, like, you can get involved with these things and even to some degree do it yourself without stepping on other people's toes. Maybe I'll stop trying to allow Mega to catch up. I'll try. I think I'm almost... Oh, I'm so close. I think this was less animated and more panels. They had art. Thanks, John. Doesn't really explain. The comics were well written. I love all of this information. I'm just reading it really fast. Edna, I remember Ed. JK. Lol. When he made the half chub comment, he was literally a few more words from a broken nose. Dude, Travis looked bad. Like, I said it at the time, I don't like to speculate on the players' like internal, you know, feelings based on what we can see on stream, because also, is my mic cutting out a lot? It's cutting out in my headphones, but I can't tell if it's a headphones thing or a mic thing. Is my mic like cutting out occasionally? I hope not. Yeah, I like watching Travis look at him, I was like, oh, Travis is very upset. And I would be too. It would be... I'm literally trying to imagine any of my friends, even good friends, saying that to Paige, and me reacting okay. Like, even if I knew it was in character, I would probably be like, it's kind of weird, dude. Like, I don't know. I can't imagine. Yeah, of course, Kaz. Welcome. Also, Triangle Kitty, if I didn't already welcome you. I think I did. Lots of new people here. It's very exciting. It's hard to keep up. It's hard to keep track. My understanding is that Tibbs became attached to Keyleth because she was royalty, hence why he called her a princess. I can very much see that. And honestly, it is a connection if they had dived into it more. Like, if Keyleth had been okay saying, like, that's not the way that royalty behaves, Tiberius. Or, like, if he wanted Tiberius to be a little bit of a shit and Keyleth to jump on him for it, or for Keyleth to even acknowledge, like, oh, Tiberius, like, really, you know, breaking out of the old noble bonds there. Very nice. Like, glad to see it, man. Like, if they had had more interaction there, that could have been interesting, and it could have been really good for Keyleth to jump on him. And I do think that that's why Marisha was the one to jump on him most of the time. But I don't know. I do not know. Not cutting? Sick. All right. I'm glad it's the headphones. These headphones were cheap. This was not. Yeah. The VOD, when he addresses it, is on YouTube. Oh, I'll have to try to find it. It cut out some when I first got here, but it's been fine since. Very nice. Those are fighting words? Yeah, they really are fighting words. I've never fought anyone, but those are close. Orion's own narrative of what happened is that he had HIV, cancer, and was struggling with substance abuse at the time. I think he was impaired during that last episode. That's the uncomfortable stuff. I mean, that is uncomfortable. That's hard. I mean, but it is still we can have a lot of empathy for someone going through a really hard time, but they are still responsible for how their actions affect others. Like, I'll give you an example. I have absolutely no sympathy ever for someone who tries to say, like, oh, I'm sorry, I was just so drunk. Right? Like, I would never do that sober. Never do that sober. I was just so drunk. I don't play that. That doesn't play with me. People who drunk drive are incredibly, like, irresponsible, and like I love drinking. The reason I'm using these two examples is because I love drinking. But if you are irresponsible with your drinking, or if you do something irresponsible while you are drinking, it's your fault, not the alcohol's. So if he's impaired on stream, and he has, and I mean, HIV and cancer are absolutely terrible. Like, that is not something I would ever wish on anyone, obviously. But that doesn't give you an excuse to be a prick. It's a reason. Like, you can say it's a reason that he was maybe a prick occasionally. But it's not an excuse. And you deserve repercussions from what happens to you. Because this is how I'll say it, and this is kind of adjacent to a lot of YouTuber apologies. If he had apologized and his friends had taken him back, then that would say something about what this was. But if his narrative is cancer, HIV, and substance abuse, and he went back and he apologized for his actions and he took accountability for his actions, I think I don't think it's unreasonable to say that Matt and the rest of the crew would have taken him back. But they didn't. So, and I'll use another example of another YouTuber. For anyone who is in the YouTube drama following. Gus Johnson versus Atrioc, Brandon Ewing. Brandon Ewing, at this point, has rekindled and reconnected with most of his former friends. Most of his former online creator friends, Atrioc. Because he has been incredibly apologetic, incredibly contrite, like done like work to try and repair damage that he's done. And all of that could have been a front, but the fact that his friends behind the scene took him back says something to me. As opposed to Gus Johnson, who took accountability, kind of, maybe, but all of his friends cut ties with him immediately and have not replaced those ties. Eddie Burback has not restarted his podcast with Gus. And so I think that if Orion's behavior was not emblematic of something else, or if he had taken accountability for all that, I think that there's a really, really good chance that he would be back in, but he's not. So I kind of doubt that that was the only problem. Wait, you've never gotten in a fight in your entire life, even in, like, school? I mean, it depends on what you call a fight. I have been punched. I have never punched anyone. I know I'm a hulking, athletic-looking beefcake, but I know it might come as a shock and a surprise to everyone. I was a little bit of a quiet, shy, weak nerd when I was really young. And by the time I got to high school, I was just like class clown, everyone's friend. No one was. I had no reason to get in a fight then. So I mean, yeah, it depends on what you mean by in a fight. I've been in a locker, not the other way around. I haven't been the one shoving people in. So, everyone put Scanlan and Pike, but Scanlan and Pike were at least nobility adjacent. Even Grog was related to his tribal leader. That's a good point. Also, oh my gosh, IHTFP01. I can feel that that's supposed to be something, but I can't tell what it is. Anyways, welcome. I don't think I recognize your name. Howdy doody. I love drinking. Don't send this clip to his boss. I'm not drinking on the job. I just like drinking. I like wine. I like red wine. But it also makes me, it like really dulls me out, so I would not be fun on stream. That's why I don't drink on stream. But I think that's why they couldn't just talk about the RP issues with him. I mean, that's fair. That's totally fair. I just think that the RP issues are probably emblematic of who he is regardless. Like, you can have bad days, but he didn't just have bad days. He had mostly, like, bad weeks. I don't know. Part of the reason he was never asked back has to do with his reaction to being kicked off the show. SGM addresses. Yeah, and I mean, and again, that's the thing, is it's like, if they had to cut ties with him, again, talking about those other two YouTubers, both of them got all their ties cut. All of their friends cut ties. But one of them, I mean, and publicly, I still think Aatrox was publicly more apologetic and contrite, but that can be faked. Like, public stuff can totally be faked, so I didn't really trust it. But the fact that none of Gus's friends took him back, said a word, versus most, if not all, of Aatrox's friends, I think says something about how they were behind the scenes. And clearly, Orion could have gotten kicked off. I think there's a chance he could have gotten back on if he had just handled it better and differently. I think the biggest... Whoops. I think the biggest. I agree. A lot of the players went through tough times from what I understand, especially Liam. Yeah. And I mean, there's a difference between going through tough times and being a dick about it, and going through tough times and being a dick about it and apologizing. Like, I've been an asshole. Like, I've been a dick to people before. But apologizing is, like, just the main thing. And it can't be, I apologize if I made you feel bad, right? We can't roll with any of that fake apology bullshit. Like, you have, like, I have had full falling outs with friends before. Like, we didn't talk for months. And then, and it was my fault. It was my fault for, like, shit I had done. And I reached out, and I was like, after months, and I was like, hey, like, can we hang out again? And we slowly built it back up over, like, a year. And then we had, like, a lunch where we hashed it all out and, like, talked about it, and I apologized for everything I had done. Like, I don't want to sit here and act like I've never done bad shit that might cause people to, like, think I'm a bit of a dick. But you have to take accountability and apologize when you are a prick. Because no one's going to be perfect 100% of their life. You got to apologize. I don't know. I genuinely don't understand how people disliked Marisha back then when these episodes were airing. Every time she called him out, I was cheering loudly. Dude, I also welcome Veranda. So exciting. So many new people. Hello. I agree. I mean, I've said it 100 times. Like, in reality, I'm probably, I I'm the most like Sam Riegel, but I want to be like Marisha. I want to be like Keyleth. During the whole Underdark arc, I was 1,000% on Keyleth's side. So yeah, I think you know, we can be frank and honest. I mean, I think it's internet misogyny is why people disliked Marisha. Like, I won't say that she was like always a perfect player, that she always did everything perfectly, but it is like very clear if she was getting more hate than the other people. Like, and she's very often clearly putting in way more effort than them. So I think that's like about my only comment on like why was Marisha getting hate. I mean, it was 2015. People still get a ton of hate on the internet just for being women. It wasn't better 8 years ago. It was much worse. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, welcome. I think it was a Skylar White effect where people did not like it in the moment, but now people understood what she was going for, potentially. Like, I think that there's also that potential that having it filtered out weeks on weeks, like, one of the nice things with weekly stuff as opposed to, like, binge-worthy stuff, right? If you release an entire season at once, people can comprehend it fully. They can understand the message very completely. A lot of abstract imagery will hit home much harder. And I think, honestly, if you binge Lost, you will, like, I'm using this as an example. The TV show Lost, if you go and binge it, you will like it so much more than any single person that watched it live. Guaranteed. Because Lost is full of, like, vague imagery that when you're watching it back to back to back makes a lot of sense. But when you have a week between where you're trying to figure it out and piece it together, you can really fuck it up. And so I do think that there is something to be said of us binging it now or after the fact. It might be easier to see what any individual person was going for week on week with their characters. I think that's a very fair assessment. If you raise your hand if you felt victimized by Megaphone Man. No. I think an issue with Tiberius Orion roleplaying is that there was clearly some overflow from Orion into Tibbs. Scanlan could get pervy because that's how Scanlan is. Tiberius was not like that. Yeah. Like, and yeah, I totally agree, Kaz. I mean, that's the, like, one of the fundamental things that I really think is at the core and the root of a lot of this is, I don't think it was some overflow. I think it was a lot of, I think it was mostly overflow and backflow and backwash and all that. I mean, the moments where I could clearly distinguish Tiberius and Orion were always jokes. And even those jokes, it was rare. From, like, what Tiberius found funny or what Tiberius's personal sense of humor was compared to Orion's. So when he makes inappropriate comments, it's clear, rather than it all being pretend, it's actually reality bleeding into the game. Yeah. And that's where I was kind of trying to get at. And I think that toxic investment is the wrong word. I think I need to come up with a new term for it, but I don't know what that is, because it's almost the opposite of metagaming, right? Where it's like, it's not like knowledge helping the character. It's like personality and out-of-game stuff bleeding down into the character, or vice versa. Stuff from the character bleeding up into the person. I don't know exactly what to call it. The narrative backwash? I don't know. Role-playing backwash? I think that's fun. Appreciate that take on Marisha. She definitely bore the brunt of it for a long time. People didn't see that Marisha was not Keyleth and her RP choices were RP and not inexperience, which is, I mean, also, hello, A Story Whispered. Welcome, new people. I want to give you all a big hug. Hello. Yeah, I mean, I think it's wild to me because I can so clearly see the delineation between Keyleth and Marisha. But again, using the Lost example, I can maybe generously understand that it would be harder to tell that stuff week on week, especially when in between the episodes, you are being deluged with shit on Twitter, right? Like, I know that their Twitter was very active, like the critter Twitter, the critter Twitter. You're getting Facebook memes, you're getting Twitter like messages or tweets. God, I'm not a social media guy. Like, all of that is affecting your view and your lens of what you just saw week on week. Whereas we're not getting any of that. And if you're watching it live, the chat room is affecting your opinion in the same way that we're affecting each other's opinions right now. So if you have a couple of toxic people, a couple of misogynistic people, even if you disagree with their misogyny, it can still taint the pool, and it can still make it a much more toxic place for Marisha just by proxy, just by like it existing within the ecosystem. It's very, very hard. Oh man, Lost was so intense. I had a TiVo and a conspiracy board looking for clues. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I say that because Lauren Ashley was on also, but they did not get shit that Marisha got, and I don't like it when folks say it was just because she was a woman. It rubs me the wrong way. I mean, from my understanding of it, they also got a lot of hate. I think that there was a general amount of hate, but I can also see that there being a big thing of them not understanding what Marisha was going for. Like, I think that it could be a lot of things all combining. So I'll agree with you. I won't say that it was just because she was a woman or misogyny or whatever. But I think that that's a non-negligible piece of it. Where? Oh, wait. Oh no! It rolled down. I lost all of it. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that didn't like Keyleth and didn't realize that it wasn't Marisha. Is when C2 came out and people saw she could play a different character, they realized she's an actor. I mean, yeah, and that's like I think that Ashley and Pike were both so I guess like new and like good-hearted that it was like kind of hard. It would have been hard to hate on Ashley. And like Vex was incredibly competent in character all the time. I don't know. Well, I guess she wasn't. I don't know. But I can see that. The CR in between episodes talk show Talks Machina was one of the best decisions CR made, as it allowed people to see that the cast were different from their characters. Yeah. It is, and I will say, like, overall, I think that Taliesin and Liam are one of the, and Travis, are probably one of the best, like, examples of, like, clear delineations. Like, I will say, I feel like I can tell the difference between Marisha and Keyleth, but I can very much understand, if you're predisposed to a certain mindset, even, I'll you know, but I can very much understand that you might not have seen that with Keyleth. Very true, Mr. Dad. But the show is tainted in hindsight by the wildly problematic host. Oh, was Talks Machina? Oh, I don't even know what that was. Okay, we breached 40 viewers. Parasocial relationship with his character? Maybe. That's a good one. That's a good way to put it. Rip TM, too bad it was impossible to edit out you-know-who. They were great for insight. I don't know who. That's crazy. Welcome, Victoria. Oh my god, so many new people. Sam made a similar joke a couple of episodes before, and it's wild how different the vibe was. Yeah. Like when Sam talks about his square penis. Like, even just that, me just saying that out loud, Sam talking about his square penis, already puts such a different light and tone on what we're talking about, as opposed to even, like, the strategy chub. Like, it is so fundamentally different, right? And I do think that there is a like level of absurdity to Scanlan that we shouldn't ignore. Like, the absurdity of Scanlan does cut a lot of the jokes to where they don't feel as bad. And it allows him to kind of construct this character that is pervy, and I personally still don't love, but is not like actively problematic, you know? Yeah. I finally made it live. What up, What Jane says? Oh my god, welcome. Hello. Also, Rip Talks Machina. Yeah, I dislike when folks get criticism, but the defense is it's just because of gender, race, etc., but not just general criticism. Yeah, I mean, I will fully agree with you. I don't think it was just, and I don't think we can ever like pin down how much of it was. But yeah, I think the problem with one thing, especially on the internet, going back to kind of the Lost comparison, when you're talking about it on Twitter, you don't know who's motivated by what. And so you can get this sort of train where maybe some people start something, and they bring on people and maybe make it a little bit more intense than it otherwise would have been. Even though, like, the maybe a lot of Keyleth haters were not in that more toxic group, but the conversation can become very extreme and very intense because of like a few toxic people. And maybe I'm putting too much weight on it. That's very possible. It's really hard to know without being there in the moment, because I definitely wasn't. So this is the Tiberius autopsy. So I think I'm gonna get off of that one. Marisha got a lot of hate because she was GM's good friend. Yeah. The She-Gods. Welcome, the She-Gods. Hello, everybody. Oh, a sad day when they pulled TM. I do think it was misogyny, but I agree that it was not solely misogyny. Yeah, and I think that's where I can definitely land, is that like it was a factor, and like I think the Skylar White effect is probably a very substantial factor. The misogyny was a factor, and the specific type of character that she was very easy to hate on. And I think that like when you're making fun of, I think you can go from like poking fun hate, which I know is a weird way to phrase it, but like I think like the way that you like rib a friend, I think you can go from friendly ribbing, and someone might not be in a friendly mindset and might read your friendly ribbing and think that it is not friendly. And that can really spiral into more negative stuff. Also, not saying the misogyny didn't happen, just to clarify. Yeah, no. I think we're chilling, and I appreciate the different perspectives, especially from someone who was there and someone who was a Keyleth hater. Like, that is a very valuable perspective to have when talking about this. Who could hate Ashley? She's America's sweetheart. Yeah, she's America's guest player sweetheart. Yeah, we all agree. Love Talks Machina had a question on it once. Hell yeah. And Four-Sided Dive is not the same, but I get it. That era's over. All right. Oh my gosh. Okay, I at some other point during not the Tiberius autopsy, we'll talk more about Talks Machina, because I don't know what's going on here. It rubs me the wrong way. What, because I was a Keyleth hater, lol. Yeah, I saw that earlier in the chat. Yeah, which, again, like, I think that's an incredibly valuable perspective to bring to this. Like, I'm only looking at it in the past tense. Whoa, it's not a square penis, it's a cube, my good sir. You're right. I took away a dimension from it, and I should be flayed and hung. I took I took away the third dimension. I was just simplifying Scanlan's character, flattening it, you could say, into this two-dimensional representation of who he was. Respect the cube. I choked on my spaghetti. That's because we're nowhere near the end. Cube haunts me to this day. Matt got a lot of pushback by rules lawyers. The guys got various flack online, but Laura and Ashley got it a lot more, and then Marisha got it the most by far. Yeah. The DM's girlfriend is a meme all its own. I mean, it really is. Yeah. Yeah. I think we're approaching time for SGM's video. I think we're approaching that. Akaba was problematic in a great many ways, arguing with the DM, insulting other characters, pushing and demanding to do everything his own way. So much crap that can destroy a fun game. 1,000%. 1,000%. I couldn't agree more. I think that's a very solid summary, and I'm sure I'll have more to say during Let's Talk About Tiberius. And we will also let's play a quick taps. That's not taps. I don't know what taps sounds like. I don't know. Press F to pay respects. Get a few Fs in here. The Orion annoyance counter will officially be retired. However, I said it last episode and I'm sticking to it. I think we will give him this episode a symbolic 23 annoyance counters to bring us up to a total of a smooth 200. Rest in peace, soldier. You will be missed. Goodbye. Super quick summary of TM was a Q&A show hosted by a man who was in a relationship with Ashley early this year. Oh, she filed a restraining order claiming physical and emotional abuse. I see. Okay. That makes sense. Cool. Funny enough, what made me change my look on Keyleth was a piece of art with her wearing a jacket with a shirt saying, "They see me rolling," with her flipping the bird, which made me realize how dumb I was. I get that. It can be small little things like that. Like I have had those moments, changing my own perspective on things. It can be something so simple and benign. Remember to turn off your own music. Yes, very true. I'll turn it off now just so I don't forget, because I am notorious for forgetting that sort of shit. See, I told you we would hit 200. On the yep. All right. And later we'll have to figure out a new counter. I don't know. Vex Haggle's counter doesn't feel as right. All right.
We need to talk about.
Let's talk about Tiberius. And one of the things that's going to be interesting here is I am a very new Super Geek Mike fan. I got introduced to him by chat. And then, I reached out and we talked and he gave me permission to react to this. But I've only watched like a handful of Super Geek Mike videos. I love his villains series. And his villains videos. And I've started watching through Critical Role Demystified myself. But I haven't watched through up to where we are. So I also this is partially kind of an introduction to Mike for me. Now I've talked to him offline, so I know he's an absolute sweetheart. So I'm excited to watch it. Hell yeah. Grog's bad bargaining counter. Scanling covers a pop song counter. Yeah. Vex wink counter. Trinket actually does something counter. A counter. I think we need a counter. But anyways, Super Geek Mike. Ladies and gentlemen.
Tiberius. I just put out a video about how to start with Critical Role, but I made some references to one of the players at the beginning of Campaign 1 who did not stay with the cast, Orion Akaba, and his character Tiberius, a dragonborn sorcerer. I didn't get into it too deeply, but I alluded to the fact that he did not
Okay, how's the volume on this? It's good for
stay
me.
with the cast long because he was kind of a problem player. This is sort of an appendix to that video. You don't need this, but if you're curious, or if you want my perspective on it, or if you think it may be valuable, we're going to talk a little bit more about Tiberius. Tiberius is a dragonborn sorcerer from the land of Draconia, which he will happily tell you himself. His catchphrase became, "Hello, I'm Tiberius Stormwind from Draconia." Tiberius...
Hello, I'm Tiberius Stormwind from Draconia. I have the Draconian Knights. It sucks that Tiberius is the only one of their accents that I can do. I can't do Grog. I can't do anyone else. But I can talk as Tiberius all day long. I will talk about Tiberius until you damn well tell me to stop. It's so easy. So easy. I don't know why.
Is often played as a bit of a fool. He's a bit inattentive to what's going on. He's a bit full of himself, sort of pompous, and not necessarily able to back that up with his own awareness of the world. But he is obviously very intelligent. He's
I have never tried
learned man.
That's true.
And he is powerful in combat thanks to his magic. If this is all that Tiberius had been, he would have been wonderful. Would have been a fantastic part of the show.
Totally.
But that's not the case. Because of the player Orion Akaba. Orion, for reasons we'll get into, had some issues that presented themselves throughout the course of the show. He's only with the show for the first 27 episodes, but we're going to talk a little bit about some of the traits that presented themselves. First of all, he had some similar problems to Tiberius in that he was not necessarily good at communicating what was on his mind, but simply proceeded as if everyone was on the same page as him.
Yeah. And I mean, there's a lot of things that Tiberius presented that are fine character flaws. And there's a great quote by Brennan Mulligan that every character we make has a little piece of us inside of it. Like, no matter how small, like, there will be a piece of you in the character. And I think the same goes, I've said the same goes for DMs when we're building worlds. The example I gave is enchantment magic scares the fuck out of me. And in almost all of my worlds, enchantment magic is heavily criminalized, which I just think is logical, personally, but but I know that is a little piece of me in all of my worlds. And I think one of the problems can become, and my kind of thesis statement is that Orion's and Tiberius's main problem is that there wasn't just a piece of Orion in Tiberius. I would say that Tiberius was more Orion than he was his own character, at least in function. Maybe in form, like maybe in conception, he was his own character with all of these great traits, whatever. But in practice, Tiberius was more Orion than his own person. So it's okay to have a piece of yourself within your characters, but it should not be the majority of the character. That is one of my main thesis statements with all of this.
This is not...
And I think that was sort of not used, but that was exuded in a lot of his other behaviors. And I think it could even be said that because of a lot of his other behaviors, a lot of his other proclivities, he couldn't make a character that wasn't himself. Like, if you only care about the group, again, being generous, if you only care about the group and the group's success, then you can't make a standalone character because you can't care about them. Like, if you have trouble caring about these fictional characters, you have to make a character that is mostly just you, otherwise you'll never care about it. Right? So, like, that is one of my overall thesis statements, is that I barely saw the true character of Tiberius, and the few times I did, I really liked him, which really sucks. Because just as Mike said just a second ago, if you know, the way that he described Tiberius is, if that's what we saw every week, that would have been dope. He would have been a great part of the cast. But we didn't. He has yet to learn from his mistakes. Yeah. No timer tonight. Especially, it's a 30-minute video. If I see that it's going too late, maybe I'll start using the timer, but I think we're good. If I have to do another stream with the other one, I might. A timer
uncommon in D&D, and we're going to do other videos about this, but this is something that happened, and it frustrated the cast, including Tiberius, including Orion Akaba. Like, it's frustrating to realize you're not on the same page as other people, so no one was happy in that situation. Second, I think he suffered the most mechanically from the transition from Pathfinder into 5th edition. Now, you don't need to know the details of these games. We'll deal with those another day. But Pathfinder is a game that's a lot like D&D, especially a lot like the D&D that Matt Mercer grew up with. So it was a good place for him to start with the cast. Now, transitioning to 5th edition for a streamed show made a lot of sense because it was the most popular edition at the time because it was a huge success. It also helped from a branding perspective, and I think it was a better representation of their playstyle as it was for so many people. But this also meant that some of the...
Well, and I'll also say, I think that 5e works a lot better in a streamed environment because it's not as technical. Now, both like D&D and Pathfinder on the grand order of TTRPGs are kind of near each other when it comes to how gritty they are. Or not gritty, what's the word? Is gritty the word? Lots of rules, lots of riders. I think they're both on like a similar end of the spectrum, but just D&D is more towards like the flexible, abstract side of the scale. Crunchy. Thank you, Hans. I couldn't remember crunchy. Yeah, they're both on the order of TTRPGs. They are both on the crunchy side of the midpoint. It's just that Pathfinder is more crunchy than D&D. And I think that less crunchy games, I think it's there needs to be a nice balance. Sort of like games that work well on stream or for players. I think one of the reasons that battle royales work so well is because they do have a lot of skill requirement, but also they're kind of slot machines. Like battle royales, it depends on like where you land, what loot you get, and there's something interesting towards seeing someone just pull sevens on a slot machine and just do accidentally really well, and watching a super skilled player just get crushed. So like that balance of slot machine to actual skill is kind of the same sort of relationship that like crunchier versus non-crunchier games have. I think you need a good mix of both because I think that people don't want games to be too like, woohoo, make-believe, like go off and dance in the forest. Like say something like City of Mist, which I do love. Or even a game that I am coming to like more than 5e, Blades in the Dark. Fucking shout out. I love Blades in the Dark. It's much less crunchy than D&D. It's much more flexible, and I think it would work worse on stream. I think that 5e would work better than this. Because to a certain point, it is nice as an audience member to be able to follow along. You see me doing it constantly when I watch Critical Role. I am trying to follow along with, okay, well then there's their AC, that's like, how much damage they're doing. Man, if they're doing that, they must have this ability score, etc., etc., etc. And I think that is fun for a large number of people, especially like super experienced people within the genre. But D&D is better at capturing a general audience that doesn't know anything about TTRPGs than Pathfinder is because it's less crunchy. There are less rules. I think that the skill check system is one of the best things that D&D ever did. I like it so much that I like Blades in the Dark more because Blades in the Dark abstracted fucking combat into the skill check system and just made the skill check system a tiny bit better. But I think that D&D works really, really a lot better than Pathfinder because it's better at bringing in a more generalized audience. I'm struggling with the transition from D&D to Pathfinder 2e. I mean, it's more crunchy. You have to learn the rules. I think that crunchier games like that can be really, really rewarding once you do know the rules because there's lots of really interesting things that you can do with the rules and you can all plan it. You don't have to like rely on like DM fiat. You don't have to rely on rule of cool. You can put together these plans just within the rules that are very complicated and very interesting, which is harder to do in D&D than it is in Pathfinder. So, yeah. Bit counter. Yeah. Laugh it up.
The rules changed around some of the character classes. The ones who suffered the most, I believe, are probably Vex and Tiberius. Scanlan got much more powerful. Keyleth got differently powerful. Her wild shapes got much more powerful. Everyone else stayed functionally very similar. Well, Percy had to be rebuilt completely because there were no gunslinger rules in D&D, but they had a lot more control over that. They could put their own hand on the lever that way. So there are multiple times during those Tiberius episodes where Orion expresses frustration at how a spell used to work or a spell he used to have access to that he no longer does. That sucks. I mean, it sucks as a watcher, as a viewer, but it also sucks as a player who's at that table. It sucks for Orion. It sucks for Matt, the DM. That sucks overall. That's kind of a bad attitude to have when you're that player, but it's also understandable. We can appreciate why he felt that way. But I think that he just didn't verbalize it very well, or rather, he verbalized it a little bit too much. I think that this also speaks...
I also think balance at a D&D table is solely dependent on how the players feel. This is kind of a bold statement. Well, actually, no. I can make a less bold statement. I was about to say that Ranger's fine, which I do think it is. But, bolder statement, Monk is a really good class. That is my bold statement of the day. Monk is good, especially on the order of marshals. I think a lot of times it can be more powerful and more impactful than fighter. However, I think it feels really bad to play. I think that the problem with Monk, in my estimation, is how much work the DM has to do to make it feel good. Like, if you're a DM just improving things, you're probably not going to improv a situation in which the Monk's fast movement is really usable. Like, I criticize Matt a lot for making what I call blank box battle arenas, or like blank white boxes, where the arena might as well be a fucking like Gmod creator studio, just blank plain with like a couple of like, furnishings put on it. I criticize Matt for that a lot. I think he's also made some great battle arenas, but I do think that that's what a lot of his battle arenas boil down to. I didn't say Punchy Boy is best. Barbarian's best. Fucking fight me. But I'd say in a lot of scenarios, Monk can be good. If you play Monk in some of the official modules, Curse of Strahd, Descent into Avernus, Forge of Fury, like, I think it can really shine in those scenarios because those scenarios are so much more built out. And so the Monk's fast movement can be real game changers in those, even at low levels. And regardless of fast movement, Stunning Strike is the best ability in the game. Just gonna put it out there. But I don't think that Monk feels very good to play a lot of the time. And so with what Mike is saying right now, I think that there's a huge aspect of like, when you are like getting nerfed between Pathfinder or D&D, communicating that to your DM and seeing what all of the other players at the table think is really, really, really important. Like, when a player says, I feel underpowered, they are not wrong. They can't be wrong. That's how they feel. And so you have to then shop that around to the other players and to you as the DM of like, okay, why do you feel underpowered? Like, what is the specific thing to you that feels underpowered? What do you want out of your character that you are not currently getting? Can we make a feature around that? Can we make a single magic item to address that? Like what can we do? Monk can kick absolute ass. I will never successfully play one. They're hard. They're hard to play, legitimately. I've gotten some chop. Oh, I do see that I dropped some frames. Are we back? I think on my stats we look good. Are we better? Better or worse? My computer gets frozen stuck when I'm live. Okay, refreshed. I'm good. Okay, cool. But all of that is to say, if Orion felt bad after the transition from Pathfinder to D&D, Mike's absolutely 100% right. He needed to verbalize it. He needed to say, hey guys, I do not feel good about this, And, Matt says he does verbalize it, and he verbalized it a couple of times. Okay, we're good. My video was buffering. I had to reload a few times. Weird. That's so odd. Okay. I thought it was me. Winter came to South Carolina. It's 38. It's 38 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I shouldn't do that. That's mean. But... your internet's above ground. Okay, that does suck. That will fuck with you. But no, I think that if he comes to you out of game and he says, I feel underpowered, you guys need to have a meeting as a group and lay out, what do you think is underpowered? We're going to address those things, and then we're going to check in on them. But you're not going to be a poopy pants about it. You're not going to be a dickhead about it, right? We're going to address those things. If you still want to make magic items all the time, we're going to build out a system for you to do that. And one of my gripes with Matt has been his handling of enchanted items, which I do think is largely a fallout from Pathfinder. But he needs to say, okay, now that we're in this new system, if you really want to enchant items all the time, that's really important to you, we're going to lay out a system to do that, just like we're laying out a system for Percy to be a gunslinger. If you feel like you cannot play the character that Tiberius is or that you were playing, we will address that. But you're not going to be a dickhead about it. Nice. It's warmed up to 27 with 17 earlier. I don't even know what it is outside. I gave a little chuckle at 38 patronizingly, but I shouldn't do that before I actually know the weather. Chicago temperature. Oh, it's only 35. No, I'm a dick. Fuck. It's the same temperature. Shit. Damn it. I got. We have a low of 19 tonight. I live in South for a reason. Very fair. Very fair. If you don't I love the cold. I'm a big cold weather boy. I never turn the heat on. I've turned the heat on 2 or 3 times this winter. Timer. I'm not using the timer. I got rid of the timer. Get out of here. Get out of here, me hearties. I don't know why I became a pirate.
Speaks to a larger issue, and one that is, again, not uncommon, but was certainly uncommon at that table and was, I think, ultimately not at place in Critical Role, which was that he felt the need to win. He felt the need to be the most successful or to do the most cool stuff, to kind of go Nova in every combat that he could and use as much of the powers as he could. And this not only put him at odds with the mechanics, as he would run out of all of his cool stuff faster and need long rests more often, but it also put him at odds with the other cast members and with Matt, because he had this...
I mean, that's the thing about Sorcerer. Sorcerer's a really good option if you do want to go Nova. The Sorcerer is the best glass cannon class in the game. If that's the type of character you want to play, that's good. But he's exactly right. You can't go Nova in every combat. By definition, you cannot go Nova in every combat. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Nova. It would just be you being powerful. You know what I'm saying? It would just not be the same thing. And that's something you have to sink into as a sorcerer of I'm going to burn through all my shit. And then if we can't take a long rest, I'll just be sitting here. That's something I have to tell my the way that I built my current sorcerer is I built her around because I'm playing in 2 campaigns, DMing 1. Or GMing because it's a Blades campaign. But in my other game, I'm a sorcerer, and I built my character around saving throws, and specifically the cantrip Mind Sliver, because I knew that once I run out of all my resources, I tell my party members, "Hey, I'm not going to do any damage anymore. Good luck." But I love Mind Sliver as a cantrip, because I can cast Mind Sliver all day long, and I can make it easier for the barbarian to grapple people. I can make it easier for the fighter to use his maneuvers. I can make it easier for the druid to do their saving throw spells. So, I'm still participating. I'm just making everyone else cooler. And that's, super satisfying for me, is I do go Nova. I will absolutely decimate the first combat of the day, and then I just hang out in the corner and mind sliver people. It's super fun. I think it's so much fun. But if you're not into that, if you want to be consistently powerful, yeah, you need to go wizard, you need to go warlock, you need to go cleric. You need to go something else, frankly. Sitting here in California, we're in winter, lol. You can always bundle if you're cold. I'd rather death and trying to get cool while hot. Yeah. I have a fucking like desk hand warmer because like the majority of the time my body's not cold. It's mostly just my little gamer hands that get cold. So I have to warm them up in front of my Amazon Basics desk heater. Throw the rules out with the Orion counter. Oh, that's true. It was 78 here. Jesus Christ, that's a fast drop. I think you watching the second and longer Tibbs video would be good. SGM brings up some new points that he doesn't address in this vid, but I understand if you don't. Oh, fair enough. I probably will. I probably will. It just may or may not be tonight. I don't know, but I will trust and agree with John. Fair enough. As a sorcerer, you have to be smart about when you go Nova. Orion never figured that out 1,000%. Is he watching the second one? Maybe. Oh no, Veranda, you got slapped by Nightbot. Oh, stop spamming caps. Damn. Nightbot is rude. And I've thought about, do I want Nightbot to be less rude? And it's like, yeah, it's getting people right now that are just being chill. But what if? Shut up, Nightbot. Come on. I need to go and lower the requirements again. Because I already lowered them once. It used to be worse. I'll lower the requirements again. But I do want it to not allow, like, crazy ones. But I do love me some Mind Sliver, Veranda. That's what she said. The AIs take us out one by one. If you turn off Nightbot, I'll become a menace. I know that, Mr. Dad, so I can't turn it off altogether.
This mentality of how to win the games, of how to win the fights, and sort of took it on himself personally to handle a lot of these things himself. Some of these can be explained by, again, what we discussed earlier about him not being on the same page as other people. Others speak to a sort of attitude problem. But some of them are also summed up by something that he sort of realized after the big combat in episode 11 with the first big boss of the show. He did not realize or did not internalize that the DM was not trying to kill them. The monsters are trying to kill them. But Matt was not their enemy in combat. Now, this should be obvious, but I will say this is a very common mindset in D&D. A lot of D&D players have this feeling. This comes from a lot of places. It can come from the legacy of the game, because there are definitely a history of adversarial DMs. While I don't believe Orion had played a lot of D&D before, that culture is still present. That culture can still happen anywhere, even if you didn't grow up playing D&D or watch.
All right, I turned down the Nightbot slaps. We'll see. We'll see if it's a little bit less. I also just turned down the timeouts. Wild Dad. We must keep Mr. Dad at bay. The price of security. Looking at you, Guy X. Yeah, I mean, fucking, you see, what is it? Not Tomb of Horrors. Tomb of Annihilation? Or is it Tomb of Horrors? Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a history of player versus DM, of, like, dudes who would play by the rules, but then, you know, slap their friends down with crazy monsters. And, like, DM NPCs are on a million horror storyboards for a reason. Like, people do it. But, like, it's so obvious and clear that Matt isn't, at least in what we have seen of him. Nightbot powers back on by itself.
A lot of it. That's still something you can struggle with. Secondly, Matt is a old school gamer sometimes. He is a tactical gamer, a tactical player, and his goal is not to put them in positions where they're easily going to win or lose, but his goal is to challenge them. It can happen where you misinterpret what's going on, which is, I think, sometimes what he did, what Tiberius did, what Orion did. He interpreted situations as adversarial.
That's so funny that he like has to say both because they're the same person. I mean, I certainly think that Matt theoretically has done that, but I agree with something that I know some people have said, that Matt takes it too easy on his players. I haven't seen a distinct situation where, like, I actually believed that they would lose. Like, I haven't seen one yet where I'm like, yeah, like they're, you know, there's a really solid chance. Like maybe one of them dies. And to be fair, I know that Matt is more restrictive about resurrection magic. So in that case, even one player dying is a big deal at that table. So I mean, maybe I would say that he kind of generally takes it easier on them in general, especially with like more like weird DM fiat stuff. My mind always goes back to his headshot ruling during the Kavaran fight, which was so player favored, it's insane. But the resurrection magic, like the escalating DC on Revivify or Resurrection, is not taking it easy on them. That is taking it pretty hard on them. I do agree with John. I think the second video is the better one, but they work best as a companion piece. Oh yeah, fair enough. Okay, yeah. One shot idea: a DM versus players dungeon crawl. The objective is to get through the dungeon without dying. Start with 20 PCs. John, that wouldn't be fun because I would win. Like I'm telling you right now, it doesn't matter what PC you make. It doesn't matter how many of them there are. I will play by the rules, and I will play by all of the guidelines in the DMG. People can check my work, and I will win. That's just how it is. Like, and I don't say that to be like, wow, I'm a tactical genius. Like, it's not hard for a DM to play by the rules and just absolutely decimate the party. Like, it's kind of that easy. So, yeah, I don't know. That's why I always find it hard to get behind those kind of more wargaming thought processes, because I know how easy it would be for me to slap my players at any given point. It would be so easy. Like, I could easily craft and design a situation that they will never win. Even, we can talk about this. A very benign trap, like a pitfall trap, is incredibly deadly if it leads to another area rather than just like a pit that they can climb out of or jump out of or fly out of. Because if you put a pitfall trap there, just by like the order of the dice, if you just keep subjecting your players to saving throws, one of them will fail. And you can just have that pit lead to a giant fall, and they just lose all their health points. Like, it's like kind of that easy. There's nothing you can do. And I can hide that really well. I can hide that past a fucking magic enchantment that they have to make a perception check to get past. Like, I will never lose. Now, we could say, you know, let me subject you to my super unfair dungeon, see how far you get. But none of them will make it to the exit. I can just make there not be an exit. I can put the exit behind a puzzle that they will never solve. I will win, John. I will win. But no, honestly, the more I say it, maybe that is a fun one-shot idea. If you know that your PCs are gonna die, just see how far you can make it in my like Tomb of Horrors S dungeon. Maybe that is a fun idea. I played a game of DCCC like that. DM only dungeon crawl. DMs control set numbers of NPCs. That could be fun. There is maybe a fun idea here, but Mega has watched The Cube, a terrible but fun horror movie. I've never watched The Cube. Oh, man.
They did not need to be and should not have been. And I think there is an element of video game influence as well. And I'll talk about this a little bit more in future videos. As someone who didn't grow up playing video games, I think that it's easy for me to see certain behavior as problematic, but I think it would be perfectly valid in a video game. If you are playing video games, your goal is to win, and you are playing against a machine, a system that wants to kill you. In D&D, that system is your dungeon master, but your dungeon master is also a lot of things. And
they are specifically not actually trying to kill you. They're trying to challenge you and create an interesting narrative. And I mean, it's exactly like what we were talking about with Baldur's Gate 3 earlier, with the trading of items. Like, when you're in Baldur's Gate 3, you trade items to the person that that would make the best use out of it, and that's just like not the vibe in D&D. Not the vibe at all. So yeah, man. People used to make crazy dungeons and just run characters through the meat grinder until one lived through it. I do know that that's how Tomb of Horrors used to be. It used to be, especially in like D&D, like first edition AD&D, you were much less attached to your character. Like, it was really common to come to the table with like 4 or 5 characters, and then, you know, if one of them died, you just spun up a new one, or you already had it spun up previously. So I know that is definitely a older school mindset of like, part of running through a dungeon is then using the meta knowledge for your next character. And like, that's why Tensor's floating disc was invented, is because like getting loot out of dungeons was like how you got experience. Like, yeah, there's a lot of like old TTRPG shit there. I really loved the Cube movie, the sequels though. Woof. The John, I watched it drunk at 3 a.m. in college, ended up trying to mentally do the math. What's the math? What are we talking about? I need to talk to Nico about this. I'm sure he's seen it. Dice Brain. He loves bad movies, so I'm sure he's seen that.
I will say, video games don't usually actually want you to lose, so that doesn't really excuse the mindset. It just kind of explains where it might have come from. There was another aspect early on where Orion presented himself as a problematic individual, and this one, controversially, I'm going to say that he was right in spirit and simply wrong in practice. As I mentioned, he had a bit of a catchphrase. Hello, I'm Tiberius Stormwind from Draconia.
Hello.
As the show became popular early on, a lot
Tiberius Stormwind.
Bootleg or unofficial fan content went online, including shirts. One of them was the Hello, I'm sticker with Tiberius Stormwind from Draconia written on it. You know, the same way you might get Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya, you killed my father, prepare to die.
Yeah.
It's a very silly shirt, but also
Classic.
Both of those examples, the Inigo Montoya one and the Tiberius one, would kind of be illegal. Like, you're not allowed to do that. And Orion said as much. He said it was kind of not okay that this person was posting a shirt about his character without his permission, without his go-ahead. Should he have done that? I don't know. I personally don't think that the public forum was the best place to voice that opinion. And I think that there's another aspect to consider with Orion, is that he had another show on Geek and Sundry. He was the only cast member who did. He had a show where he played video games, and I think he could pretty clearly see that Critical Role was a sensation.
Yeah, I didn't realize that his stream was on Geek and Sundry. That's very interesting. I figured it was like independent on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's, you know, I can't speak. I've never had fan merch made about me. But I come from the very, like, YouTube gaming school of thought, which is, that's basically just marketing. Like, I very much come from the school of thought of, like, me doing a Let's Play of your video game is just marketing for the video game. And so when I think about that shirt, I'm like, that's just marketing for Critical Role. Like, I don't see, like, a huge problem with the fan doing that, and I think that, you know, I would have to see the Orion interaction to know how problematic or not it was or wasn't. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I fully... I mean, it is illegal. I don't want to say it's not. Just like gaming on YouTube is illegal in most cases. Like... I don't know. I think I'm a little bit more lax on that than maybe some people are. I'll make some merch of you tonight. Fucking go for it, Mr. Dad. That'd be insane. That you know of. True. I'll go and search my name on Redbubble and my logo's being sold. I will say that would be really annoying. I will say that. So, like, the idea of someone making their own custom meme, like, hello, my name is Tiberius, whatever, like, that is one thing to me. If someone literally just, like, took the logo for my channel and was selling that as, like, a pin, that would probably annoy me, because that is something that they didn't come up with. Like, there was absolutely no creative energy or transformation put into it. Like, yes, Tiberius or Orion came up with the phrasing and with that like joke, but he didn't come up with like that symbology, which I think lends a bit of transformativeness to it. I don't know. It's kind of how he went after the fans and others who commented. It wasn't kind. And I mean, that's what Mike is generally saying here, right? Is like he was right in spirit, wrong in execution. And like, I bet we would both agree that he was wrong in execution. I can see us both agreeing on that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know about right in spirit, but I might just be too lax. I could see myself changing my opinion if I ever got merch myself. Merch coming soon. I love drinking cups. I hate the Beatles t-shirt and many more. Dude, I mean, I literally at 500 subscribers, I do have a merch drop planned. And like in development. So I mean literally. Apparently in between Ep 27 and 28, he went off on a fan making Tibbs merch. That's when the "you are uncrittered" stitch happened. Travis had to do a lot of damage control. I see. "You are uncrittered" is crazy. Being like you're not a part of the fan community anymore, like that is insane. Like just being like, hey, this show is for charity. It's for, or, even if it wasn't for charity anymore at this point, like this show is like part of how Geek and Sundry like makes its living. They make merch of it. Like, your merch is diluting our merch. Like I can see some conversation there, but yeah, no, you're uncrittered is crazy. Merch coming. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Travis had to try and make peace to make CNR and GNS not look bad as brands. Ugh. I guess my thing is if you're trying to market a product based on someone else's IP versus showing a pic of a shirt they made for themselves. I mean, that's also true. Now he has a Tibbs brand all to himself. Yes, he does.
That nothing else on the Geek and Sundry network came even close to. Early on, the cast of Critical Role announced that they had some shirts for sale on their website, and by the time they are finished announcing it, because remember, this is a live show, they discover that all the shirts have sold out. And they mentioned, oh my gosh, we printed 100, we thought that would be enough. And Orion is the only one who said, I have no idea why you guys thought 100 shirts would be enough. Don't worry, everyone, there will be more shirts. Because he was the only one, I think, who understood, as early as he did, the success of the show. However, this is, I think, also where the mentality shifts a bit. I mean, I don't know for sure, I don't know the man, but I think the fame went to his head. And additionally, as someone who's having his character broadcast to fans and has fans of his own now, well, now being 2015, but, that was the mindset that he would have been in, I think it infected his character. He started to go Nova more often because I think he wanted the kills because it felt good not only to get a kill in D&D, and perhaps that was the only way he could do it because some of his older powers had gone away in the transition from editions, but also because I think he got a little bit of a high from the enjoyment of the fans. There was a choice of phrase there that I used that
I think that's very fair, and we sort of touched on it in the before video autopsy of like he wanted to be maybe not necessarily the main character in Vox Machina, but he wanted to be the main character of Critical Role. Like he wanted to be the one that people make fucking TikToks about. And I mean, TikTok didn't exist, I think, at the time. But, he wanted to be the one that people made fucking like the 20 sickest Tiberius combos of the year. Like that's he wanted that type of fame. He didn't want to be the one that was like, he did not want 20 of the best Grog misunderstandings. Right? He didn't want 20 of the times that that Vex haggled the hardest. 20 of the softest Percy moments. He didn't want that. He wanted the crazy power trip. I fully believe that. I 1,000% believe that. Yeah. Hans posted Critical Role fan works policy for merch in the spoilers channel the other night. I think they handle it totally right. Like as long as it's in good spirit and not crazy produced. They have a similar thing about their watch policy, which I'll have to read in more detail when we actually get to campaign 2. But it seems to be a very similar concept. As someone with a degree in finance, I can tell you what little I know about stuff like that. You have to vigorously fight any infringement to protect IP, because if you don't, it increases the chance that it goes to court. they could remove the IP protection on it. Interesting. Huh. Okay. I could see that. He also basically scammed people out of donations after he left CR. There was a lot of issues with Ryan out of CR. Oh, Jesus. That's not cool. Ugh. Yikes. I know that there's more stuff. Like, there's like a timeline in the Reddit that we'll look at eventually. Like, there's a lot of stuff about the out-of-game stuff. And I think that Mike talks a bit more about it in the second video. But that's... I mean, stealing... Like, being a clout goblin is one thing, but, like, actively stealing money is very much another. Not an IP lawyer, but had to take business law classes for my degree, and that's what is taught. I am not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. I can give you a lot of advice on a lot of things. I can give you advice on basically any brand of tech, computers, phones, processors, programs, whatever. I can give you some advice on like working out. I have no concept of the law. That is not my forte in the slightest. You can't force character to be popular. Just look at Captain Marvel. Lol. Yeah. 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 I mean, I think that is. It's a good point. But I think that's what he wanted to do, and I think that's the thing is. He was trying to force in the good moments or like the clippable moments without putting in the work to make people really like Tiberius separately, which is like a part of it is also like whenever Tiberius talks, like there's a solid chance that there's just bad vibes at the table. And I can tell you as someone making clips of Critical Role nowadays, it is really awkward to make a clip when the surrounding conversation is like mid to bad vibes. You always want it to be like super high hype vibes. And he just didn't get how to get that. Maybe he understood how to get it from the fans, but not from his fellow cast members. And that was massively mistaken. I have a degree with copyright as part of the degree. If you don't show a fight against those who infringe you, you could lose your rights. Whoa. I didn't know that at all. How do you show a fight? Like, you just, like, try to take it down? Like, you, like, send, like, cease and desist letters and shit like that? That's crazy. 100% SGM's second tips video talks more about that. Interesting. The watch policy is included in that. Included content allowed to be monetized per video by length. Interesting. Okay. The cast is so cool about it, though, because they, too, are fans. They buy stuff off Etsy and at cons and Artist Alley to show them off in excitement. Yeah. Law is different for each country. Oh, yeah, that's also true. He tried to milk his connections for CR after he left. Oof. The timeline on Reddit has a ton of later CR arc spoilers. Sorry for making you think you could read it now. Oh, that's fine. Maybe we can do another Tiberius ep later on after those are cleared out. I can't remember if SGM talks about it in depth, honestly. It was like he exploded his relationship to CR, then proceeded to implode his own fandom. Jesus Christ. High time. Let's do over SGML high time implementation. What the fuck are we talking about? Basic lawyer to quit, even posting on social media that someone is using your creative stuff as their own. Whoa. He pseudo overestimated how popular his character was by himself. But his actions soured it. Yeah. Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I think was unfortunate, but we'll come back to that in a second. You also get to see him starting to experiment, starting to get kind of brazen, starting to go on these other...
That's really funny what Jade says. I did think about green screening myself over Orion for the last few episodes, but then I couldn't figure out the setup, but...
missions and side quests to like come up with cool inventions and things. And I wonder if that's because Percy was doing inventing and he felt left out, or because he had these ideas of things to execute and no spells to represent them, so he wanted to come up with other ideas. He thought, oh, I can do a lot of damage with a cool bladed weapon if I use telekinesis on it, so I'll commission a cool bladed weapon. And it goes on this very long rambling objective to do that and is way more excited about it than anyone else is. This can happen in D&D games, but it happens with Tiberius a lot. And while every once in a while...
And I think we got towards the bottom of it, I think towards the very end. Actually with Percy first, of like, tell me what your goal is with the Archimedes Death Laser. Like, I think that when you have people trying to make permanent things, so a permanent feature, a permanent spell, permanent magic item, permanent regular item that is non-standard, is homebrew, you have to ask them, what is your goal? Like, what do you want that thing to ultimately do? And so, honestly, this is one part of it that I will kind of put on Matt for, like, letting him go down these rabbit holes so often without stopping him. Now, he shouldn't be going down these rabbit holes separately, but also Matt should have backed him up and said, like, what is your goal with this? Rather than Matt's strategy has been so far, at least, to let them do the thing and come up with his own difficulty or cost or whatever, and then at the end of it, like, tell them what the result is, which, to be fair, is very D&D. So, like, I understand why he's doing that, but it can lead to a lot of disappointment a lot of the time.
Well, it's genuinely funny, like the time that he tries to get access to a teleportation circle and kind of ends up going through like a spectrum-style tree of talking to your boss's boss and boss's boss and boss's boss, of like going to upper management, and that scene is funny, but oftentimes it didn't land that way. It was just him going on these long rambling missions of trying to perform some sort of objective, and he wouldn't necessarily tell the cast or even Matt what he was trying to build or create.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting part of it, of like why I feel like a lot of people identify like main character syndrome is because of that. And I honestly think that if he could have accomplished it quicker and taken up less time, he would have. Like, I don't think that those were necessarily about shining bright like a diamond. I think that he just had objectives, and he had too many of them. I think that the errand scene in the very last... I actually think the last episode is a great example of that. Of, like, I don't think he set out during that episode and during that errands sequence to say, like, you know, I want to do more than everyone else. I truly don't think he thought that. I think that he set out during that thinking, I have a lot of things I want to do. And what, you didn't like the 8 errands? I think he just had 8 errands, and I think in his mind, legitimately, because remember, let's back up, he has a DM versus player mentality. So I think in his brain, he thinks to himself, I'm going to do whatever I can get away with, and the DM against the player will stop me if I'm doing too much. I legitimately think that was his mindset, combining all of the things we know. And so I think when he presented 8 errands, he thought that Matt would stop him. The problem is he acted like a huge prick anytime people stopped him. Anytime people disagreed with his plans or like put brakes on them or whatever, he acted like a poopy pants. Even though I think that's what he wanted to happen. Like, I think he wanted to do as much as he could until he hit the line. So I don't know.
And that frustrates everyone. You know, Matt is frustrated that he can't help this player represent whatever he's trying to do because he doesn't really understand it and they're not on the same page about what's going to be involved. Orion's frustrated he can't.
And that is and again, I'm being generous and I am being critical of Matt, but I do truly believe that is both a Matt and Orion communication issue. I do think that Matt should have tried to communicate more from what we see on stream. However, I also give Matt a huge pass because of everything he had to deal with him, and because they were on stream. Like, I think if they weren't on stream, this would have never escalated to where it did. I think that Matt would have pushed back, but I don't think Matt wanted to be the asshole. I don't think he wanted to push back on what his character wanted to do already but especially on stream. He didn't want to be the parent in the group, in the relationship. Even though that's what he needed to be in those moments, that's really lame and like really sucks for stream. And it sucks that Tiberius put him in that situation of needing to do that. I said Tiberius. Orion. Orion should not have put him in that situation in the first place.
Just do what he says he's trying to do because there's these pesky rules in the way and he has to make these roles for them. And he feels like he should just be able to do them because he asked for it and he thought it through and it makes sense to him. The cast isn't in the loops. They're just waiting for him to finish this side quest, this mission, while they're just waiting and watching and being bored. And the viewers, kind of polarized, I suppose. He had his fans. He had people who were on his side and were enjoying what he did, but others who were, they're just a little bored, a little annoyed as well. And there is a point where the character begins to do things that are kind of brazen and kind of inappropriate. He brutally murders someone in the middle of a fight, which I don't necessarily think he was wrong to do. I mean, they were in a fight, but that person was like retreating or asleep. I don't remember the exact details.
Yeah, she was both. I mean, you guys were there during that fight. I wasn't a fan of the way that the entire party went about the end of that fight. I wasn't a fan of how Matt DM'd the end of that fight. But I think that the big issue for me was how Orion / Tiberius, Tiberian? Tiberian sounds cooler, but I'm going to call him Oririus because it sounds not as cool. She was both. I think Oririus was not receptive to the conversation afterwards. Like, other people made it a joke. He was serious, and like the implication that I got from the conversation was Marisha, shut up. Like, that was the implication that I got when they talked about it afterwards. Like, I think it's fine for the characters to do things that are kind of fucked up, but they have to deal with the consequences afterwards. And Matt, despite how I don't really love how Matt handled that combat, it was separate from those reasons, and Matt made them face the music for that combat and the way that they acted in it. But Oririus really did not take it that way. Like, when Keyleth tried to, talk to him about it, he kind of just shut down the conversation and told her to fuck off. And then afterwards, he was blatantly hostile with everyone else that brought it up. Even when Matt tried to use Allura to, like, make him have a moment, he was just like, oh, that sucks. She doesn't like me as much anymore. Damn. I'm sticking to my guns on it. Which, like, again, maybe is, like, partially an interesting thing to be like, yeah, Tiberius, like, just doesn't get it as low whiz, but it did not feel like that anytime. It just felt like Tiberius was low whiz. It just felt like Orion saw the combat, they won the combat, he doesn't really care how they did it. Because, again, wargaming. Well, which one was it? Asleep or retreating? I mean, she didn't fall asleep of her own volition. So, as far as she was aware, she was retreating, and then she was dead. That is her mental sequence of events. Retreating, then sleep by Scanlan. Yeah.
But that person was, like, retreating or asleep. I don't remember the exact details.
Oh, that was a Liam quote. You're right. Oh my God, you're so right. I remember that Liam said that in the not the courtroom, but the throne room. That's so funny.
It was also an old woman. And when Matt is trying to represent other people in the world being, like, upset by this because he's trying to portray the fact that this is a living, breathing world and their consequences have actions, Tiberius is very resistant to that, very defensive, and
me and Mike are we're on the same wave.
Feels a little bit attacked by this. This is something that can happen at your home games. This is something that has happened at many people's home games in various forms. Maybe not murdering an old woman, but some version of representing friction between, I did a cool thing in game, why are people mad at me? And the DM saying, people are mad at you or frustrated by you because this is a living, breathing world. And these things matter. That's kind of an oversimplification, but without getting into the nitty-gritty of the scene,
No.
that's kind of what was happening.
Yeah.
Tiberius wanted to do cool stuff, and Matt was here often saying, but this is a world with rules, both physical rules of the world because we're playing a game, and also laws. And if you try to violate them, there are consequences. And there were some jokes that were not taken well. I don't want to sit here and defend jokes. I don't personally think they were worth defending. The point is, the other people at the table didn't like them. They did not like these jokes. This is episode 27. This is by far
okay. I was like, are we talking about the chub or yeah. I mean, I think I said this quote at one point, but it's like it's hard to be offended if you're laughing. No one laughed. No one. It was not funny in person. It just wasn't. And like, I don't think that quote always tracks. Like, I think sometimes you can be both, or like, sometimes that doesn't account for all situations. But I think in this situation, it was like a bad joke at the very best, and like real life pervy and creepy at worst. Mike Mega. She attacked us, blah, blah, blah. Just realized Scanlan was there when Edna died. Okay, in hindsight, he's clearly chaotic evil. Yeah. Yeah, Scanlan is, clearly chaotic. Chaotic neutral at best. Probably chaotic evil, yeah. I would totally agree with that on Scanlan. I don't think those were bad guys per se, were they? Weren't they like bounty hunters? Yeah, they were bounty hunting a guest player, which immediately makes them bad guys. Which is, it's one of the interesting things about guest players is you immediately give their moral standing a lot of weight. So because they are a real player and they're not an NPC, you are generally going to agree with their side over an NPC's side. Pretty much always. And I don't know if Matt meant for that to be the case. I don't know if he wanted this to be more nuanced and they wanted them to potentially turn on another player, but they're not going to do that. And he maybe should have known that. I don't know. But yeah, this was a case where they were bounty hunting a player. And so they were immediately villains. Are we talking about the chub is a wild phrase? I mean, that is what that was. Let's talk about the chub, guys. Didn't Scanlan try to stop him? I don't remember Scanlan trying to stop him. Something about bounty hunters, they threatened the party to try and get Kit's character without violence. Yeah. Scanlan is in no way chaotic evil. He was putting the woman to sleep. That's it. He had no idea what Orion was going to do. I mean, I don't know that I'm not calling him chaotic evil for this singular action. I'm calling him chaotic neutral evil for most of his actions. I would consider Scanlan, for those of you who know the MTG color pie, to be sort of red-black. Which is very chaotic evil. There's a really simplified version. I prefer the color pie over the alignment system always and forever. Oh nope. Gotta open the link image. There we go. Like, I don't think that white, blue, or green represent Scanlan in any way, shape, or form. I think he's red-black, which is independence. I think that's it. So I don't know. And also, this is a simplification of the color pie for those of you who are into Magic the Gathering. But I find this really useful to describe it to people who don't know about it. But I think Scanlan is very red-black, which I would generally consider to be. I mean, it's definitely the chaotic end of the spectrum, because it's directly opposed to peace through order. But I would say he's probably maybe chaotic neutral. Like he didn't give a shit that Edna was killed, And he, like, talked Keyleth down off of, going after Orion. Like, I don't think he had any problem with how she was killed, Sex is inherently evil confirmed. You're so right. And Deadpool, did Bob dying from a helicarrier crash make Wade non-complicit? I think I understand what you're saying. In Deadpool, did Bob dying from a helicarrier crash make Wade non-complicit? Oh man, I honestly don't remember well enough to say. What does it say for Black? Oh, just had to clear something up there. That was potential doxing scenario, and I don't think that there was anything that you could use to dox me, but just had to confirm that there wasn't. Anyways,
One of the worst, probably the worst Tiberius episode.
Really quick, I'm gonna turn it off again and move that because I just minimized it, and I'm like, that could just come up again. Up and up and a boop. Mega tries to dox himself, yeah.
Episode 27. That's why I get very resistant when people say, oh, start with episode 24 and just jump from there. I don't know about that. Maybe watch episode 24 and 25 and maybe 26 and then just skip episode 27. It's rough. Now, additionally, this is in the era where crosstalk was a lot more common.
I will also say, like, if you're in the camp of, like, start at the Percy arc, like, skip, Trial of the Take, skip the Underdark, skip all of that. If you're starting at episode 24, I can so readily understand why episode 27 is so hated, especially when, like, I know that episode 24 is, like, one of the most common starting points for Critical Role. I can really understand why people would hate 27 so much, especially when you're starting from a area of really high, like, role play and a lot of, like, background stuff from Percy and, like, people being very vulnerable. That episode would stick out like a turd in the punch bowl, man. It would be really bad. Obviously it still, like, stuck out a lot to me, but I think I mostly didn't have as negative of a reaction to it because I think I was constantly expecting the other shoe to drop and then it didn't, so then it retroactively made it all feel better. Be careful, you'll have people sending Chicago deep dish to your house. No, it wouldn't have even, like, doxed my location. It just would have doxed the company I work for. Which I really do not want out there. Because, yeah. It's rough. The recommended path is to start at episode 24, skip 27. I can see that. I can definitely see that. I had trouble with the first eps because of sound sensitivity. Very fair. The audio was really bad at first. It was very, very bad. How dare anyone recommend skipping Vasselheim? People do. People do. John placed a pizza order from Ninja for Mega. Look, the one thing I'll dox, don't send anything to me ever. It's weird. Unless I have, like, a P.O. box, which I don't plan on setting up anytime soon. But I'm a P-Quads man. If we're talking about deep dish, I don't really fuck with Lumalnaughties. Like, I think it's fine, but I'm a P-Quads person myself. Oh, we all know you work for the man, my dude. You don't know what part of the man I work for. So it's not like you can't just, like, ring up the man. And I am under no illusion that I might get a hater or two at some point in the future. And if the haters knew where I worked, they could fuck with me. And I don't want that to happen. So, you are a sellout. We know. I cannot recommend skipping or starting at 28. Maybe starting with Kavarn fight, but Vasselheim mini arc is vital for future storylines. Yeah, fair enough. No Lewis. I mean, Lewis is fine. It's fine. I just think P-Quads is better, especially bang for buck. Just went to Pequod's in MG last week. Fire, hell yeah. But like, this is how I'll say it. Like, Pequod's is sort of like, no, it's not even like that. I won't make that comparison because that's disingenuous to my KC barbecue folks. I don't know what the comparison is. I like them both, but Pequod's better. I don't like deep dish. I'm New York born and raised. Oh, well, I can imagine. Look, I like a New York slice. I like me a deep dish. I like me a neither. Pizza's just good. I call deep dish cheese casserole personally. And that is not derogatory. That's a compliment. So, I'll take any form of pizza. Honestly, Mike's Let's Talk video made me start C1 at begging. I said, oh, gotta see how this played out. I bet that. I can see that. Pequod's is great pizza in Chicago. You already got that right. Let's go. Let's go. I got it. And Mega works with the aliens, puts on tinfoil hat. I do. I mean, this isn't doxing. Let me. What's the actual area for Area 51? Yeah. I do work with Edwards and Sandia. And that is so not specific that you will never be able to find me. But like, look, I've never been to Edwards, but I work with folks that work there. And I know absolutely nothing interesting. That's the fucked up part, is I have all these wacky clearances and bullshit, and I work with all these people that do cool stuff, and I don't do a goddamn thing. That's cool. I work on my little keyboard, and I make little customization. It's so bullshit. Oh, man. How I wanted to do something cool at one point, and then I didn't. The man rings you up. Used to live near Luz, so I guess I'm biased. That's fair. That's fair. Insert Jon Stewart deep dish rant. Hey, updating FC. SF86 is a pitta. Don't dox yourself, Mega. Pain in the ass. What is SF86? I actually don't know what SF86 is. Was that on a screen somewhere? SF86. I don't even see that. Mega works in Roswell, confirmed, yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I cannot talk with any NYC resident about pizza. They're impossible to talk about with pizza because they're insane. Fucking clip it and ship it. Who was that? Mr. Dad? Damn. He said he does clip it. I live somewhere near Edwards. I've been on their base multiple times. Yeah, like it's not that hard to get on to like these like crazy classified areas. You just can't go to certain places. And I've never been to those places. Mega works in Roswell, confirmed. I wanted to at one point, but I do not. Do not taught the I agree with your sentiment, IHTFPO, but don't love that word. It's, it's not like terrible, but it is going after a certain community that probably doesn't need to be gone after, even in jokes. I am not from NYC. Didn't you just say that you were from NYC? Oh, New York born and raised, not New York City. I see. Do our different name colors on Mega's screen mean anything? Is it just easier to read or just some people more cool? No, they don't mean shit. I think eventually they can mean shit. Like, I think once I get what do you call it? I don't even know where I set that up. I think once I get monetization, I can set that up differently, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't even think I can change that in here. Participants, maybe? No? Yeah, I don't know. I don't even think I can change that. I think you guys can if you try, but I don't know how, because I'm honestly not a live frog on most streams. I mean, besides John. Oh yeah, well, John. Timer. Okay, fair enough.
And eating at the table was a lot more common, but even once that had sort of been phased out, he was still doing it the most and the most often and the most noticeably. Now, maybe he was just eating at the table because he was busy, because he was coming off of other jobs. They were all still working voice
can
actors.
imagine
They would
SSH.
come in late sometimes. It did happen. Maybe he was on time, but he had missed dinner, and so he was eating at the table. I don't know. I can't speak to why. I just know that it happened a lot. When he did leave Critical Role, he eventually resurfaced, putting together his own projects about Tiberius and like his family of other Draconians. But it was very much designed to continue his brand and his franchise. Now that's fine. That's ultimately up to him, whatever he wants to do. And if he felt that the group was not able to share focus in a way that he felt was right for his character, that is ultimately up to...
Well, and like let's be really clear right now. I think that Draconian Knights could have been really interesting for Critical Role as its own brand. Like, I think that if Orion went to Matt, to Geek and Sundry, who the fuck ever, and he was like, hey, I really don't think I fit at this table. I don't think that, like, the vibes are right. I don't think that it's good. But I still want to continue Tiberius' story. I think maybe we could spin it off. Like, if he had just said, I don't think I fit at the table, but I want to continue this, like, let's make it a side brand, I think he could have, and I think he, like, really could have done really well. And I think that would have been, like, an amazing extension of the Critical Role brand really early on, if he had done Draconian Knights through all them. But clearly he burnt bridges. He was not cool about, like, getting kicked off. And, again, if he had been, we could be, in a very different timeline. but he clearly wasn't. Yeah, what Jane says. Exactly, man. Or exactly, person. I don't know if you're man, woman. But I, my wife likes to joke all the time that I'm a spy, and my job is so boring. We almost saw a trucker. Ooh. For not following orders. Oh, ugh, yikes. That's what a CIA spy would say. Ironically, CR is doing a radio audio series right now. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Unrelated to the campaigns and not D&D based, not my taste, but people seem to like it. And it could have gone. It could have done really well if he wasn't a dick. And especially, like, it's that crazy because, like, he saw what it was going to become, right? Like, that's, like, an implicit part of this is, like, he saw what was going to happen. And he just couldn't get over himself enough to, like, apologize and make it right and ride the train. So crazy. So crazy. Draconian Knights was all right in my personally, but the magic item enchantment in the first ep felt petty. Yeah. And I'm sure that that wouldn't have fucking been the way it went if it had actually been under Geek and Sundry or Critical Role or whatever. I can't see Orion managing to fit his brand within Matt's Exandria without some conflict coming up. I mean, they could have worked it out. They also could have had Orion go and get fucking sucked. Like, maybe they make an arc where Tiberius is, like, fiddling around with an enchantment and it goes wrong and he gets sucked into, like, a parallel universe or a parallel plane, and you could have even done a lot of interesting stuff with, like, parallels between Draconian Knights and Critical Role, where maybe you see characters come up in both, but, like, they're different. It's very it could have been very, like, Spider-Verse-esque. Like, there are totally ways to make that work and still give Orion a lot of creative freedom there. But he just didn't want to get over himself for it. He flew too close to the sun. Yeah, don't tell. Icarus confirmed.
To him, it is ultimately his decision to leave the show and try to pursue those in other ways. But that's another reason why I say that perhaps the fame went to his head. Now, there are some personal things that were going on with Orion that we need to address. One was that he was struggling with cancer at the time. I believe, I don't know the specific type, but I suspect that was part of the reason why he was on the eating schedule he was. Should he have figured out a workaround? Should they have changed the time? I don't know. That is a larger conversation. That is a factor, potentially. Additionally,
I honestly, like, him eating on cam, on mic, never it never got to me that much, except when it was clear that he wasn't paying attention. Because you can eat and pay attention, no problem. So the eating never wholly bothered me. Really. Alternate universe, I guess maybe. Yeah, I mean, I think there could be a lot of like fun Easter eggs, like have Victor show up in the alternate, in like, you know, the Draconian Knights universe, and Victor's like a really like button up like scientist, like not like the mad crackpot like, you know, gun smoker, but he's like a very like well spoken, elegant like leader of a guild sort of dude. Like, you know, there could have been like fun shit there. Funny enough, that's the reason Tibbs went back to his world in Draconian Knights, lol. Yeah, Matt is totally fine collaborating in the future, handing over bits of lore, locations, or times to other DMs, so it could have worked. Yeah, it could have worked. Mega eats on stream all the time would be a bit hypocritical to say it's bad. True. I do eat on stream a lot. I get hungry bears. Dude, now that you said that, I kind of want to go get food. But yeah, I don't know.
I would say maybe a year after he left the show, maybe a little less, he put out a video where he talked a little bit about his behavior, both on screen and off. Now, he has no longer made that video available, so I won't get into all of it. It's ultimately his decision if that information is out there, but I will say that he was struggling with illnesses and with addiction. Regardless of what was going on in his own life, regardless of who he was and how he presented himself, that is unfortunate, and that's a bummer, and that sucks. Yeah. I wish that had not been happening to him for any number of reasons. I wish that he had not been sick, and I wish he had not been dealing with substances. And I genuinely feel bad for him that was the case. But it also has to be acknowledged that other information has come out about him since then, that he had, for example, done charity streams on his own and failed to deliver the money, or that he had done some Me Too style crossing of lines with female collaborators in other projects. I don't remember all of the details, and ultimately I don't know if those were factors in why he left or his friction with Critical Role. I just know that those are things about him that have been addressed in the past. Hello, it's Editing Mike. I filmed this video, and then I realized there was some more stuff that I left out that I think was actually...
That's so funny. Is it? Oh my god, it's the... You had to double the size of the video. That's so funny. Look, I feel that. That's totally fair. You film it all and then you come back because you have so much more to say. That's so funny. Overture, I imagine Orion would abuse that pretty quickly, yeah. He did sort of try to get the fans to advocate for him. I mean, that's horseshit. That's utter horseshit. You gotta be an adult. Like, go into the room, own your own mistakes. You DM them. You get on your knees. Like, you do not have the fans go and fight your battles for you. If he did that, me putting myself in any of their shoes, him doing that is almost, I don't want to say it's more damning than anything else, because especially if he's doing stuff like that, if that was a factor, I could see those being much bigger factors. But, like, that's a huge no-no to me. You don't, like, get other people to fight your battles for you. Unless they, like, won't talk to you. But even then, you don't get the fans to do it. You get, like, people that you, like, both know, like, acquaintances in the industry, to be like, hey, Orion's really sorry. He wants to apologize. He wants to talk. Like, you do that. You do not, like, fuck around with the fans like that. That's super shitty. Iconic, since as a draconian bloodline sorcerer, Tiberius would have gotten wings had he lived long enough. Yeah. Yeah, he would have. We really could have done an Icterus plotline. They would have become wax wings to remain thematic. Yeah. Seeing him as a player, I wouldn't trust him as a co-author. I mean, neither would I, frankly. But I'm just saying, I think that if he had gone to them and had really been, like, apologetic and sympathetic, like, it could have happened. That point is specifically something he expands upon in the second video, because what he felt he said, or because he felt what he said was inadequate. Get in the comments, but unironically. Blech. Gross. Yeah, I mean, the failing to deliver on money, like, Me Too style allegations or just shit that happened, like, that is obviously stuff that I don't know enough about to, like, comment on it thoroughly. But I'm sure that Geek and Sundry and Matt and, like, Critical Role all looked into it, and that could be, maybe he got kicked off for some of it and didn't get taken back for others. Maybe he got kicked off for all of it. Who knows? That's hard. Never trust a narcissist to write for someone else's world. Just look at the current state of media entertainment. Yeah. Who's Frankly? Professor Frankly from Paper Mario and the 1,000-Year Door? So are we not going to be loosely speculating Andes? Dude, my strong speculation takes up so much time. If I took up all my time with loosely speculating as well, we would be here till tomorrow. I cannot take up my time with loose speculations.
It's actually pretty important. It's funny, I think about Critical Role a lot, but I haven't gone back and watched a lot of the Tiberius episodes for, I think, somewhat obvious reasons. So there were some things that occurred to me after I filmed, like, oh my gosh, yeah, that's right, there was this as well. So I just wanted to cut myself back in, record some additional content, and give a little bit more clarity and context on some of Orion's behavior during the Tiberius period of the show. One thing that I didn't talk about that I really am surprised that I didn't is that Orion metagamed a lot. He would often talk about things in game terms more than he did in character terms. And he would somewhat factor in information that Orion wouldn't necessarily have access to.
This is one thing that I do really like doing as a DM. I've only gotten the chance to do it really sparingly. But I really, really prefer for class names to never come up in character. Like, I almost never want the barbarian to be called a barbarian. I don't want the bard to be called a bard. Because I feel like it's an easy way to accidentally snap characters out of it. So a lot of times in my worlds, I just call all magic users magic users. Sometimes I'll call like warlocks, like, pacted ones, something like that. Like I always try to have names, or if characters want to come up with their own names. Like I know in one of mine, one of the ones that I play in, the barbarian calls himself like a tribesman, or something. That's not exactly right. I don't remember what he calls himself. He might call himself a berserker, even though he's not that subclass. But he calls himself something along those lines, like something that is not barbarian. And I really, really prefer that. I like trying to take as many of the in-game or the game terms out of the narration as I can. Also, lovely Dagger shirt. Very lovely. I agree, unless there's like an Adventurers Guild system in the world. Fighter cries. Yeah. And I mean, a lot of times I'll call fighters captain, general, commander. Like, I think that there are a lot of things that, like, even if you knew a fighter in real life, you wouldn't call them a fighter normally. That's just kind of my, maybe brawler even. I don't know. Or you would just call them by their name. But yeah, if there is an Adventurers Guild system, even in that case, I try to be more specific. Or try to be more abstract. I'll be like, magic users. Generally. Like magical bloodliners. Something like that. I can't think of off the top of my head, but yeah, when I'm developing a world, I try to come up with alternate names. A lot of times grouping multiple classes together, or specifically cutting out certain classes from big group descriptors to maybe give some sort of implication to the world. So like if I call clerics magic users, like wizards, warlocks, bards, if I call them all magic users, but then I call sorcerers like the blooded, or like, like bloodlines, then I am specifically calling out that is important and impactful within my world. So that's kind of where I go with that. Musical troubadour poetess all work for bards. Yeah. Musician. I love troubadour. That's a dope one. But I do think there's several class names that make sense to come up. Druid, wizard, monk, etc. Yeah, like maybe monk, maybe druid. But I don't know. Anyways, I'm cool with game terms coming up organically, but as one of the many possible titles, like cleric is a cleric, but they could also be called a priest or clergy or holy man. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm going after, Hans, is like they shouldn't only be called a cleric. And I, as the DM, generally try to avoid it with NPCs. It's not like a hard and fast rule. If one of my players says, a class name, I'm not going to fucking slap their wrists. Ow, fuck. My ring hit my bone. Jesus. But I'm not going to slap their wrist for it, but I just try to avoid it in my like NPC dialogue stuff. Like Backguard, or like Blackguard for Evil Paladin. Love that. Yes. I like flavoring an NPC like a warlock when they are a sorcerer or other mixes like that to keep players guessing on what they have in their kit. Love that. Yeah. I'll miss and match subclass features. Fuck yeah. Guilds are super common in my game, so a lot of obvious adventurers are called contractors. Certainly. Yeah. I think yeah.
Now everyone has their own threshold for what is and is not appropriate metagaming at their table. There's always going to be some amount of metagaming, and some amount of metagaming can be good. That's a conversation for another day, and that's a much larger, deeper conversation. But there are some things that we kind of take for granted as metagaming, like your character understands that if they go into the dungeon, they will be rewarded, and that they will find an adventure that they are probably roughly equivalent, appropriate level for. That's metagaming, but that's also like how the game works. They understand kind of the way the world works on some level. But when you take that a step further,
there is an interesting implication there of like when you talk about worlds that aren't like that, where like people might just stumble into challenges that they are under-leveled for, we generally call those sandbox games, right? Like those, that is not the standard. So I think Mike is pointing out something really good here, that the standard way that you play D&D does have that expectation, and that is a form of metagaming. Yeah. Might steal. Hell yeah. To the character, the spellcasters all kind of look alike. They're not going to know which class without careful observation. I fully agree. Through Arcana or religion check will help identify which is which. Yeah, and like what if they maybe use like a very particular skill, like I don't know, I'm trying to think. Like maybe Guiding Bolt or like Vicious Mockery. Like maybe they're going to be able to tell those spells apart, but like honestly probably not even, right? Like Guiding Bolt to a commoner, like is that going to look substantially different than Fireball? Honestly, like are they going to know off the top of their head which is which? Or Firebolt? Like so I think that's a really good point. Whoever said troubadour, now I can only think of Trepdoor from Trepor, the tiefling troubadour. No idea who that is. That's really
when you are trying to insert yourself into situations that you wouldn't have any reason to go to, except the fact that you as a player, Orion, know, oh, Tiberius could be really helpful here. That kind of thing happened a fair amount.
Yeah. I will also say, I've said in the past that I agree with... I have the very distinct opinion that it is part of a DM's job to mitigate that metagaming, not by saying, hey, don't metagame, but by giving them in-narrative reasons to allow that natural metagaming. Like, they should not just go to a dungeon because they've been told that there's a dungeon and they just assume that there will be rewards at the bottom. They need to go to a dungeon because they have a reason to in-game. Like, I'm a really big believer and proponent of that. Makes me think of the difference between, like, old-timey pirates and privateers. Ooh, yeah. I like that. I totally agree. I played in a game where we stumbled into a deadly encounter turned TPK, but the way we handled and how we interacted with it was because we assumed we could take it because that's how the game works. Exactly. And in games where that's not how it works, it is normally called out. again, it's normally called a sandbox game. Like that, I think that if you're going to run a game like that, where like you might just stumble into a deadly encounter that's you're under-leveled for, that should be called out in the session 0. Especially because like not everyone might want to play in that type of game. That's like kind of a specific type of game that you may or may not want to participate in.
I do a lot of videos about Critical Role, and I will have more Tiberius related commentary because some things that he did we can learn from. We can learn from as dungeon masters how to handle players who do these things, and we can learn as players how to maybe not do some of these things, or how to do them in a way that's respectful to everyone else at the table. But one thing that is often talked about with Orion is his metagaming. Another thing, and I think this is actually worse, is how disrespectful he was toward the agency of the other players. I talked about this a little bit already, where he sort of assumed his plan was the de facto plan unless somebody said otherwise. He sort of assumed he could just do whatever he wanted until somebody pointed to him and said, hey, what are you doing and why are you doing it? And then he'd be forced to explain it. And he always seemed a little bit frustrated that he had.
I think that's the main thing, because what Mike's kind of describing right now is a little bit of a mix between like a button pusher and a leader. Like, that's not necessarily a bad thing to have at a table, but it needs to be like lampshaded in game. It needs like Grog is a good example of that. He doesn't do it as often, and he's very okay with being stopped. Like, instantly okay with being stopped. But Orion would get really pissy about it. Like, he would get kind of peeved if he had to explain himself, if people didn't just go along with him. And that is where I could again see kind of that main character syndrome argument of like, it's his Baldur's Gate 3 save and you're all just joining for it, so you should let him do the thing that he wants to do. Yeah, I think that is kind of like one of the cores of the issue there, is like him not being able to communicate well, of him getting pissy at the other players when they stop him from just stormwinding off. On session 1, we arrived in a town beset by a cult working controlling an adult blue dragon. We're level 3. Yeah, we aren't taking that dragon on. 100%. And I think that's also a really good thing to point out, John. Even in sandbox games, I'm a full believer that danger should be heavily foreshadowed. Like, it's one of the things, I'm not even going to say the name, in this book, one of the things that is like one of the core DMing principles that they spell out in explicit detail is foreshadow danger. Always. No matter what. Don't lock danger behind a check. You should foreshadow that something is wrong. And you should try and foreshadow the level to which that thing is wrong. And if your players aren't getting it, that's your fault as a DM. Like, sometimes the players can choose to be stupid, but if the players don't understand how dangerous a situation is, that is probably your fault. And maybe you're doing it on purpose. Maybe you're trying to trick them and it's like a narrative thing, it's a plot thing, that's fine. But it's still your fault. It's actively your fault. You're doing it to them. So if you're not trying to hide it and they don't understand how dangerous the situation is, that's your fault. So even in a sandbox style game, I think for your DM, John, he knows that you all know, you guys have enough knowledge to know that you can't take on a young blue dragon. Like, he's almost like using positive metagaming, or like maybe we could call it efficient metagaming, where he knows that he doesn't have to foreshadow the danger extremely other than just saying what it is. So I think that's I think it's good that you guys immediately know, hey, we're not supposed to fight the dragon. Seeing Mike's vids and the Orion eps does make me look back on my first sessions and cringe at my behavior before I understood etiquette and metagaming. It's something you have to learn. It's not something that you can instantly pick up on. You just have to be open to discussion and to change and to people telling you when you're wrong. Which is not, I don't want to say that like it's a super easy thing. It's something that took me a long time to learn as a person. how to communicate like that and how to like accept that level of responsibility and wrongness of my own actions. But it's something that you do have to learn. I'm in a broad scope. In a broad scope, is it worse to metagame on your turn or to hand out meta info? And if you have a player who wants to dish out meta info, should they approach researching in-game to learn meta info or nah? I think this is a big-ass, cop-out-ass answer. It totally depends on the table, and it depends on like what your table wants to do. I think you should cohesively and like holistically look at what effect those things are having. What effect does players sharing meta info have? Like, look at the positives and negatives. Try to break it down yourself. It's a great exercise. Try to break it down yourself, break it down with your players, see what they think, and like do literally like a pros and cons list of like, hey, are these pros worth the cons? And then look at in metagaming for your character. Do the exact same thing. Because it's exactly what Matt or what Mike said at the beginning of this. Everyone is going to have a different level and tolerance for metagaming at their own table. It's going to be a different line for every single person. So talking about it as a group and trying to find the nice middle is incredibly important to a healthy table. Bio break? Oh yeah, we can bio break. I'll finish reading through these chats and then we can bio break. Yeah, brings to mind his aggressive head tapping. Yeah. Yeah. The obvious frustration was a problem. Yeah, it really was. FYI, my DM is she, they. Oh, gotcha. I should get into the habit, especially online where, people are talking about third parties that I don't know and where people use like tags. I should just get into the habit of they. It's just, it's easier. It's not what you say, but how you say it. Slow turn to see Akava telling Sam to be quiet while casting silence on him mid-argument. Yeah. Okay, so maybe sometimes it's it's what don't allow others to say. Yeah, true. How were we to know the rumbling smoking volcano was something that might be dangerous? Yeah, you're right. The Pompeii folks would have never known. They would have never known. Maybe like a CR rule for knowing of monsters, except humanoids like named casters, where if monster CR is 2 PC level minus prof, they can have more of a chance of knowing about said monster. Sure. That's a totally fine house rule if you wanna implement that. Like, it is whatever your table, like, you just have to look at like what are the benefits? Do we care? Are they better than the cons? That's it. I think that I've told you guys repeatedly, I'm pretty fine with metagaming. At my last session that I DM'd, my characters had a my players had a full-on conversation while one of the players was like in disguise in like a boat and the other 3 were back on land. And like they had a full-on conversation about like what they thought he should do. And I thought that was totally fine with me. Because to some extent, especially in Blades, but also in D&D and a lot of TTRPGs, as players get higher and higher level, the way I see it at least, their characters would have instincts that us as modern day humans just don't have. So when it comes to plans, when it comes to in the moment decisions, as long as it's interesting and they're not getting bogged down in the analysis, I'm fine with them talking about it. But that is very much my own tolerance, and that is based on the fact that I can trust that my players will positively metagame. That, and during that conversation, one of the other players suggested something, and the player that was on the boat just straight up said, like, shit, that's a great idea, but I really just don't think my character would think of that. Like, I just don't think that would come into their head. And so, like, and the player that suggested it was like, fuck, you're like probably right. And they just moved on. They moved on to other ideas and topics. And they ended up coming to something that I thought that the person's character would have totally done. Like, it made perfect sense to me in fiction that they would do what they ended up landing on. And I believe it was another player's idea. But it fit well with that character. Give that man a cookie. No, I mean, I have great players. I have great players. So with players that are willing to do that sort of stuff, metagaming just like isn't a problem at my table when they are also so exclusively positively metagaming. So it's really different tolerances for different tables. And with that, we'll take a bio break. I'm going to get some water, get some snacks, and we will be back in a second. Go get some water. You're probably dehydrated. Hydrate or dehydrate. I'll be right back. I have returned. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. I don't know why that music made me think of that. What's up? How we doing? How was the bathroom break? How was the pee? It was good for me personally. Hope it was good for you too. I'm excited to get back to it. Also, I think I've hit a day that I was afraid of. I might have to start doing the streamer thing where I can't read every chat, which has never been the case before. Like, it was almost the case for a little bit, like towards like the end of the trial of the take, but then I started just reading it faster. But I think I'm gonna have to start not reading every message, and I promise if I don't read your message, it is not because I didn't like it or I'm like avoiding it, but like especially earlier, like I want you guys to be able to chat amongst yourselves. I want you to be able to put stuff in, but I'm just gonna have to pick and choose. Getting too popular, it's not something I thought I would have to deal with at this point, frankly. And I am blown away. So thank you guys all so much. Seriously, thank you. Mega hates us all confirmed. So true and based always. That's why we need a timer. No, I'm saying you guys should be able to chat all you want and not have to like wait for like me to catch up. That's what I'm saying.
Had to
and then I would talk less because I would be reading less comments.
In his mentality, which seems ironic. You'd think that both for a character like that and for a player like that, you kind of get some enjoyment out of presenting your plan and how intelligent it is, but I think he more wanted to have the reveal moments. I've played with a lot of players like this. This is not a unique to Orion problem. It's not even always a problem. It's just a certain fantasy that you're trying to fulfill. It's the fantasy of being the smartest person in the room. And some ways you can do that is by laying out all the options. That's generally how I do it when I'm a player, because this is a fantasy that I have when I play like a wizard or something. But the other option is to just do a plan because that's more cinematic, is to be like, aha, at the end, look at what I did. But for a game like Dungeons & Dragons, that tends to lead to more friction with other players. So that's kind of what happened with Orion. But there is another example of this that I
could not agree more. I think he put it so well and so succinctly. And I know that he probably has like a script and bullet points and has thought about it a lot more. But I wish because I've talked about that concept before, and I wish I could have put it as nicely and succinctly as that. But I could not agree more. It's not necessarily a problem. It's something that a lot of players do. But that particular expression of that class fantasy or of that general fantasy can really often cause a lot of friction. And I like the alternative that he presented of like laying out the plan. That is also a way to feel like the smartest person. You don't necessarily need the reveal. Yeah, wow. I've never heard it put so well. Damn.
Not mention that I am kind of surprised that I didn't. Again, these are things that you just don't think about as much when you're in the middle of recording, but afterwards you realize you left out some pretty big moments, which is that Sam Scanlon had an item that Orion felt that Tiberius would be able to use better. It doesn't matter whether or not he was correct. He could make a compelling argument for it, and that's...
I also totally missed IHTFP01s. The silence thing annoyed me to no end. I read this right before I left. I never even locked on to the fact that silence is not a sorcerer spell. That is hilariously terrible. That he cast a spell that he doesn't even have access to, and that's even crazier because sorcerers aren't prepared casters. So it's not even like he could be like, yeah, I added something to my list last night. He's a known caster. His spell list is fixed. I don't even think he leveled up during the time that we've seen them playing. Maybe he leveled up once? So he's had one chance to change his spell list? We would have seen him use it more often. I did not even think of that. That's crazy, funny, terrible. Wild. Also, Yeah, and also you're totally right. It's Scanlan could have just walked out because it's an area. Doesn't matter. He just happened to find a silent spell scroll. Yeah. Well, it was already in the bag of holding. Like, that's what you guys forgot and don't get, is that when he went back to Draconia, he picked up the bag of holding. He picked up a few other things, and he just took all the money out of the treasury without asking Vex.
What was going on in his head? He saw this item that Scanlan was not using and felt, well, I should use that because I would get more benefit from it. So he asked Scanlan to trade the item with him. I believe he asked 3 episodes in a row. The first time he asked, Sam was not present. Orion asked Scanlan, as played by Matt, if he could switch items with him. That's incredibly rude and disrespectful. Now, this is something that I think Critical Role struggled with a lot during Campaign 1, which is they would try to have conversations with the other party members when they were played by Matt as if they...
Yeah, I noticed this with Percy, too. I think they did better with Percy, but, like, several times they tried to talk to Percy. And Matt eventually was just like, nope, don't want to talk. Like, he had to say it, like, very, like, forcefully for them to kind of get the hint. And yeah, I think out of everything, like, if we're talking about, like, honestly, like, the straight up, like, rudest, and I think, like, most disrespectful thing, like, that seems benign that I, like, can't be generous on, honestly. Like, you guys know, I worked to find a generous interpretation of the Vax Arrow incident. I worked to find that Kavarn explanation. I cannot be generous about him trying to trade items while Sam isn't there. I can't do it. Unless the only way he could have saved it is if he pulled out a text from Sam Riegel and they'd had a conversation beforehand and this was like a planned thing between the two of them. That's the only way he could explain it. Otherwise, it's him being a disrespectful ass, personally, in my opinion. Crazy. Crazy. I could not believe it.
They were still the same character. Even though they're fully aware Matt has to do some legwork, Matt has to do some work to justify certain behavior that wouldn't necessarily be the same case if the player was present. For example, there are many times when the party asked Pike to come along with them and Matt is saying, no, Pike can't come with you. Sometimes it's kind of joking and sometimes it's kind of serious. This is the first time that I can think of where it was a real problem, and it was an Orion example. It's not the last time the party does it, it is just one of the most egregious in my mind. Because unlike saying, oh, Pike, come along on this adventure with us, it's trying to get something, get a magic item, take a magic item from someone else's character sheet. That's rude. Sam had the item card, the piece of paper that had the description on it, so Orion just assumed he knew well enough what the item did that he could just pretend that he had the card? Yes, actually, that's exactly what happened, because that's what happened when he ended up getting the item. Eventually, he did trade with Sam, and
he didn't even know what it fucking did. They had so many issues with him clearly not understanding it, even after he got the card.
To a scene that I think a lot of people think was very funny, which is a scene where Orion writes on a chalkboard the number of times that Scanlan's used the item versus the number of times that Orion has done something or Tiberius has done something where the item would have helped. And a lot of people thought the scene was really funny, and I did too at the time. I don't think it's funny anymore. And I think the problem is that I don't see Tiberius or Orion as really being in on the joke. I think he's just kind of talking down to Sam/Scanlan. Maybe that's just because now we think less of Orion than we did at the time. This is halfway through his run as Tiberius, and the more...
No, I thought it was weird and awkward as well. I don't know how much I talked about it at the time. And so maybe I'm already getting retrospective. But I would have to go back and find the episode. But I remember, if my memory serves me, I believe I was like, man, that's like, you're being like real rude. It's like the bit's over. Come on. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I did find it funny at the time. I don't remember finding it funny. Of course he knows what it does. It's shiny and cool and should be on the main character. That's it.
More egregious stuff was yet to come. Although I'd argue trying to trade with a player when they're not present at the table is pretty egregious. But also, I just don't think he's in on the joke. I've rewatched it, and I just don't think it's that funny anymore. I don't know. Personal preference, I guess. Another thing that I really did not talk about was that Orion had a subplot where he was kind of romancing Allura, the wizard that the party knew. And this was reciprocal. There was some definite interest expressed from Allura. But also, their first adventure, they go and they rescue Lady Kima from the dungeons in the Underdark, and they bring her back to Allura, and there is a definite implication that the two of them have at least a romantic history or a romantic interest in each other. And Orion got really butthurt about this. Like, he felt like he had, I guess I lost my chance. And he, like, pounded the table and went, really, Matthew? I'm not going to show the clip, but it's weird and gross because there is a level of entitlement present there. There's a feeling that there is a expectation that he was going to get the girl. And Matt says, what? They're friends. But Orion is still, like, annoyed because, I guess the girl I like is gay. Now, while I think that behavior was a form of homophobia, I'm not here saying that Orion was homophobic. But what he was feeling very entitled to a romantic subplot.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a conversation of, like, yeah, he just was implying that bi people don't exist. Which is weird and gross. But I also agree with Matt that the weirder thing about that was that he was so upset about it. Like, because I don't think that, but again, I think that this really does come back into that there is no delineation in his mind. Is that phobic to assume? I mean, it's a form of something. I wouldn't necessarily go so far as to say it's homophobic. But being upset that a girl you are into has potentially been with a woman is definitely, I think it's a little weird. I don't know if I would go so far as to say it's homophobic or that it's some sort of phobic, whatever. But as Jim clarifies what he means in his second, okay, well, there you go. But I do think that there's very much a level here of, if my character is romancing someone and for some reason my character does not think that they're an option anymore, whether he thinks that they're gay or what have you, that is not a reason for me as a player to get upset. And I think that this really highlights what I've been talking about over and over of, like, there's no delineation between Tiberius and Orion. Like, for Orion to, like, punch the table, I mean, I think that the table punch was sort of in jest, but I don't think that the feelings were in jest. And I think that I agree with Mike that I think that, like, Orion was legitimately upset because he thought that Allura was gay and that he wouldn't be able to romance her. And I think that sucks as a player behavior, and it is very emblematic of this lack of wall between who Tiberius is and who Orion is. I don't know if it even crossed his mind. I see it as an intense display of give me it, it's mine mentality of just maybe not selfish is the word, but tunnel visioned instead of phobic. Potentially, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Is like I don't even know if I would go that far, and maybe like and maybe SGM clarifies in the second video around that specific wording, but like, yeah, I don't know. I'm a bi woman. His comment definitely feels ick. But I think the larger issue is Orion's entitlement. It's totally okay for Tiberius to be slightly upset, but Orion's behavior was so awkward. I think that's the big thing. If he had narrated Orion's disappointment, that's character work, and it's okay. Honestly, like this, maybe this is a a bit out there, but like it is even okay if, as a flaw, Tiberius is kind of homophobic, but it needs to be clear, very clear, that it's Tiberius and not Orion. And again, I don't even really think that that is the central thing here. I think it is the entitlement. And if we even take that the next step of like, it's okay if Tiberius is a little entitled. That makes sense with like the noble background. That could be like a very interesting and intriguing character arc. But for him to immediately pop out of character and be like, really, Matthew? Instead of him talking about Tiberius sulking. Like, if Tiberius was sulking in that scene, that makes sense. That could be a total arc that we could get through. But it's not good for Orion. To be fair, I could see Tiberius having the same reaction if Kima was a guy. I mean, yeah. I mean, and that's what I'm saying is like I don't know if it's any sort of phobic. If it was, again, that's an okay character flaw. But regardless, the entitlement, again, could be an okay character flaw, is a terrible person flaw. Terrible person flaw. Being sad an option is gone is one thing, being opposed to it is another, yeah. If Tibbs had reacted instead of Orion, we may have seen this as, oh, a noble doesn't get this his way. Of course he throws a fit. Exactly, Samuel. It really could have had that tone of this noble person not getting his way. You know, oh, rich kid doesn't get his toy. Like, that's a great bit of character work, and that could be an arc that we could see, but wasn't. Yeah. It's true. It wasn't Allura being gay, bi, straight. It was an entitlement to an NPC. Yeah. It always goes back to control. Yeah. Are Dragonborn even compatible with humans? There are places in D&D I'd rather not have details. Dude, I mean, okay, this is why I prefer the change from race to species, because I think that species is literally just a more accurate term for like what we see in D&D. Elves don't sleep. Dragonborn breathe elemental stuff. Like, the idea that most of these races are compatible with each other is a farce. I like maybe like dwarves and halflings and humans are compatible, and clearly elves are supposed to be compatible, but I would guess that half elves are sterile, much like mules. I mean, I'm just saying that I really do prefer the change to species. I'd also be fine. I've heard other suggestions like origin or whatever, but I do really think that race has always been like a weird term for them, because clearly a lot of them are not compatible with each other. My friend, just don't read TMNT fanfic because there's an answer I can think of. Magic, handwave, and fade to black. I mean, true, I do fade to black at my tables, but...
And the moment that he felt like it wasn't going to happen, he got very pissy about it. That is some gross dude bro entitlement right there. Now, in later episodes, Matt had renewed interest from Allura in Tiberius, so they continued their storyline for a few episodes until Orion eventually left the show. But that always bothered me, the way that he reacted to that. Like, Allura could just be interested in both of you, and that could be like some interesting drama to play out. No? You feel like you're owed a romance? Okay. Cool. Now, these are the things that people generally discuss when we look back at the Tiberius era and his problems. The metagaming, the gross behavior, the trying to switch with other players. This is the stuff that we...
Oh, yeah, like, Allura's interaction with them about the people murder was, like, a very clear indication that she was still interested in Tiberius. And I fully agree with Mike that could have been, like, a very interesting, like, love triangle. Like, it's drama. It's character plot shit. Like, that is very, very interesting. Hi, dog. What? She wants my food. But yeah, him to just again, if Tiberius gets upset, that's okay. But Orion getting upset is weird. Bug, 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 bug. Ladybug. Bug, 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 bug. Doggy. I love my doggy. We might get another doggy. We're going to do a house visit to see how they interact with each other, but I might next week might have a little puppy. Or maybe Allura just likes flirting. Fuck, maybe. I like flirting. I was very it was a very common rumor in college that I was bi, because people literally said like no straight dude likes flirting that much, and I was not trying to flirt. I just have, I guess, a naturally flirty way about me, and I'm good with women. That's it. Now, there's maybe a possibility that I might swing some other ways, but that's neither here nor there. And I definitely didn't know it at the time. 500 subs, chat names the dog. We already have the dog's name picked out. If it was a boy, it was going to be Fish. And if it was a girl, we're going to name it Birdie or Bird. So it's going to be Bug and Bird, or Ladybug and Bird. Maybe we need to come up with a more in-depth name. What do you think, Ladybug? Because her name is Ladybug, but we call her Bug. But we were thinking Bird and call her Birdie. We want all of our dogs to be named after different animals. Whoa, you're an individual? How dare. Humble brag that I'm good with women? I mean, bro, when you get raised by a single woman, single mom, who also has mostly women friends. I was just around a lot of women. I am now kind of uncomfortable making friends with dudes because of that. So, it goes both ways. Megaphone, I like flirting. I like drinking. I'm good with women, man. I mean, what can I say? He wears a ring on stream for a reason. Got that ring on me. And this is... I didn't get an engagement ring, even though I told her I did, but it didn't fit very well. So this is my wedding band, and then I got this ring on our honeymoon in Prague. And so I always wear these two rings. And I would wear this one on my other ring finger, because that's where I wanted to wear my engagement ring, but it falls like right off. So I can't do it. Fixed. 500 the dog names the chat. I think that's good. We'll put out some buttons in front of you, or some like options on pieces of paper, and see what you name the chat. That's a great idea, Bug. Wait, Ladybug then Ladybird? I don't know what Ladybird is. Call ladybugs ladybirds in England. I'll have to look up Ladybird. Is that a movie? It sounds like a movie. I would have to watch it. Know what it's about.
We talk about. There's something else, though, that I remembered that I cannot believe is not part of the conversation more often. A few episodes before he left the show, Orion was gifted a vest, like a long draping vest that was it was deliberately the same style as what Tiberius wears in his character art. And for the final 2 episodes he's on the show, Orion just wears this to set. Now, I understand where that's coming from, and in theory, that's no different than Liam wearing a leather bracer for an episode because he got it from a fan. Or having a dagger at his desk because he was given it by a fan. Same with Travis. Same with Taliesin having a fake gun that he opened up. These are things that the cast was gifted by fans who were passionate, and I understand them having them at their desk or even wearing them for an episode or 2. But again, he just wore this same article of clothing to be more like Tiberius twice in a row, and I don't know. I mean, how else do I describe it other than he was starting to get a little drunk on the Kool-Aid? But a few episodes before that, he had another example of very similar behavior. A fan gifted him a wrist-mounted flamethrower, and he wore it on set 2 weeks in a row. Just on his wrist, just a thing full of lighter fluid with an ignition element on it. And I understand that based on some of the other things that we know about Orion after the fact, that he has I would guess an addictive personality. I understand that. I do too, to a certain degree. I love having totems that represent the characters, and I get very attached to them.
I mean, I think he makes a good point about the flamethrower that I didn't really pick up on in the episode, or in the like episode sequence. That it was a thing full of lighter fluid that could have just gone off, and that is probably not good to wear to your job. So I can definitely see that. The vest. This might be the one time that I maybe like fully disagree with Mike of I don't know. I can maybe in some ways say like, okay, you know, it's not that type of table. They don't dress up, but like I know people that like wear stuff representing their character. And I think he's about to go into that. Like he has little totems or whatever. But I don't know. Yeah, it just, the vest just doesn't give me that impression and that vibe and that tone. And again, maybe I'm crazy here because like Mike does have a degree more of fame than I do. So there is a level of like expertise that he's coming at from this of like, I'm sure that people have made stuff for Mike. I'm sure that he like knows what that is like much better than I do. So there may be like some implicit like mental stuff that I just don't really get about him like wearing that vest and what that means. But from my perspective, I just don't know that I really see that as like a huge thing. I don't know. It's a movie by Greta Gerwig, the director of Barbie. I didn't see Barbie. Or Oppenheimer. He harps on the vest. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, I could see the flamethrower. I can see that's literally dangerous. Essentially, cosplaying can be cool. The flamethrower, yeah. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at, Hans. Yeah. Mega, how would your bosses feel about you wearing a wrist-mounted flamethrower to work? Yeah, I get the flamethrower. I understand. This was one of his first videos. Oh, well, maybe not. Maybe we're just like on different sides of this. I don't know. Maybe he'll go into it more in his second video, but right now, I don't know. I just don't know that we have the same mindset on it. I think that on this issue, it's that Orion had ruined his credit. Travis wearing a cool thing would be fine because we know it's cool. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know if I really get there on this one. I know that it's a lot of like surrounding things of like, you know, him taking money from a fan, which is weird in context because we know that he's like taken money and like not delivered on donations. So maybe that's a little bit odd. Maybe the vest like wasn't actually $800. He just said it was. And so maybe he like pocketed some of that. Like there's a lot there that I feel like could be a problem, but with what I know, I just don't know that I see it for this specific thing. I don't know. Vests are clearly a DM only thing. Yeah, I'm aware of the fitted vest, only because I've seen an interview with Matt about his body dysmorphia. So that's the only reason I even know about the vest. I think it's a common thing with Orion where with others it might be a moment, while with Orion things can be a pattern. I don't know how the vest itself contributes to the pattern, but I think there's a point. Yeah. This is correct, but not entirely based on the vest, which is the drunk on the Kool-Aid part. Oh, I've seen the drunk on the Kool-Aid many other times. Yeah. So it's fair enough.
I understand where a lot of this came from, but as we can kind of deduce from the reason he left the show, he had a boundary problem. And in this case, I think he was doing things that were pretty unprofessional. Tiberius, you do not need... Orion genuinely did that on accident. Yeah. Orion, you do not need to wear the clothes of your character twice in a row. You definitely do not need to have a flamethrower on your wrist. Especially, and this especially since so often during combat, Matt is trying to impart upon you the dangers of using fireballs near your friends. Like, it is a lesson that he had to learn a couple of times, is that fire, the default solution that Tiberius often used, was not the right answer for everything. And yet,
So
after
true.
he'd already had this encounter a couple of times with Matt, after he'd been over the rules of Fireball a couple of times and had to be reminded that if he cast it too close to his friends, he would hurt them, he, the player, had a literal Fireball creator on his wrist. Like, a fan thought it was a good idea to give it to him, and he thought it was a good idea to wear it to set 2 weeks in a row. It's baffling to me that that is not part of the conversation more often.
That's fair.
And I think we just forgot that he did that. But
honestly, I kind of did forget. That's totally fair, because it never, like, nothing bad ever did happen, but it's a really, I really am fully on his side about the flamethrower thing. It's really funny. It is really funny as, like, a thematic, like, not like funny, like funny because it's sad of how thematic it is between him and Tiberius. It's so funny. It's a good thing he got kicked off when he did. If we waited any longer, he would hit Marisha with a fireball. Maybe. Orion uses fireball near his friends too much. He's a sorcerer. I mean, it is so funny how, like, I really, again, my thesis is that there's not enough separation between the two. And that little bit of irony is so, like, you can't script that. And I didn't even think of it. Like, it's such a, you cannot script that at all. Didn't ask how big the room is either. Yeah. Orion walked so Elon could run. Lol.
he did that. I also wanted to say a little bit more about the t-shirt. You'll recall that I mentioned Tiberius had a catchphrase, that this catchphrase was put onto a t-shirt by a fan, and that Orion expressed some frustration and basically pointed out that that was a copyright breach. But what I had forgotten was that Travis intervened. Travis pointed out to the fan, no, don't worry about this. We were all big fans of your shirt. And that happened in between Orion's final episode and the first one without him. That was in that week. So I'd forgotten that that was a big part of the speculation, was that, Travis, as the person who would eventually become the CEO of Critical Role and probably had a similar role within the group at that point, or perhaps rose to that occasion in this event, had to intervene and had to point out that this behavior was not appropriate. I think that Travis probably realized that they were a pretty young brand at that point. And to put yourself out there as someone who wanted to shut down fan content was not a good look for Travis and potentially for the rest of the Critical Role cast. What Orion was doing at that moment was harming their relationship with the fans. And again, because that happened after Orion's last appearance on the show and before he left the show, or potentially around the time, that is often pointed to as a reason why he was asked to leave. If he even was asked, he may have realized at that point, we don't see eye to eye, and it may have been very clear to everyone at that point. We don't really know. We probably never will know. But that was just a little bit more context that I wanted to make sure to add. Now back to regular previous Mike, whose beard is a little bit less shabby. And that's it. That is effectively what happened.
Well, I can't, Triangle Kitty. I've talked about this before with several people. I've talked about it on stream, other creators, because creators knew that I was coming up to this point. Oh my god, it would just be, I don't know how I would recover. I don't know how I would recover knowing that I hope that he knows it was his fault. I hope he doesn't see himself as a victim of this, because I could see that being what he thinks. Like, he thinks that, like, the Critical Role people are dicks, and that it's, that he deserved more or better or whatever. I could see that being the case, and I really, really hope that that's not the case. I really, really hope that. I don't know. It's a multi-million-dollar mistake. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, multi-million dollars, and, like, honestly, like, if you care about gaming and you care about, like, the future of gaming and, like, what it looks like, it is a massive influence mistake. Like I think about that with like Candela Obscura. Like the Critical Role shapes a lot of the culture around D&D. Like I know it's a very, kind of a pseudo negative thing of the Matt Mercer effect, but like that should not be ignored, that they have massive influence on how the game is interpreted in the modern day and how it is played. And now they are making their own TTRPG in the I don't think it's Forged in the Dark, but I think it's Powered by the Apocalypse. So I mean, they have so much influence over the landscape of modern gaming and TTRPG gaming, and now they're getting their own Netflix show. I mean, they are quasi-responsible for catapulting D&D into the mainstream. They're at least a part of it. And so it's like, I don't know. For me, I'm not, and this is not a fucking humble brag, I swear to God. I'm not super money motivated. I'm a fucking warlock. I'm influence motivated. Like, I'm a warlock. I'm a bard. Like, I want to collect the stories. I want to be on stage. Obviously, streaming. Like, I cannot imagine throwing away that level of influence. That is like, that's the thing I wouldn't be able to live with. The multi-million dollars, I mean, it'd be dope. Do not get me wrong. It would be amazing. But like that to me is like small peas to being like the tone setters for nearly all of TTRPG gaming. Insane. Can you imagine hearing about your former gaming selling out stadiums, playing their D&D characters, or having your characters in books or a TV show? No. That's what I like. The idea of that is just like, it like makes my stomach flip. I can't imagine. At this point, CR is as big as D&D, if not bigger, as a brand perspective. Yeah. Like, I don't think it's as big as D&D because it is a subset of D&D up until basically now. Up until Candela, they were a subset of D&D, and I am so glad that they are branching out. And now, to be fair, they have the Legend of Vox Machina. So I'd say maybe not even before Candela. Before the Legend of Vox Machina, I think they weren't as big, but it is very possible that people watching Legend of Vox Machina have, one, no idea it's a show about D&D, and two, have never even heard of D&D. It's so possible. It was the same way with Arcane, with League of Legends. So I sink into a pool of mud thinking about Orion, watching Legend of Vox, Amazon shows and games and radio shows come out and not being able to at least have a hand on the wheel of that ship. Oh, what a dickhead he must feel like. I can't even imagine. Wizards of the Coast only has 2 games. CR put out more this year. True. Imagine Orion seeing Tibbs on TV show. He would have lost it. D&D needs CR. CR doesn't need D&D at this point. At this point. I think there was a very long time where they did, and I would argue that D&D doesn't need CR. I saw a lot of this sort of sentiment during the OGL drama, and I think that people overestimate D&D's reliance on third-party products. Or third-party stuff, brands. I do think that they are all major hits to D&D, but D&D as a concept is such a brand in and of itself. I think it's why you've seen most content creators that said that they were going to branch out have all sneakily dug back into D&D. Because D&D gets the clicks. Like, I would love to talk about Blades in the Dark in their own videos. They would do shit. Like, you guys would watch them because you're dope, but it would probably have like 40 views. And so like it's just and you know, to me it's the difference between like 40 views and 100 views. Ooh. But it is like double. And for people whose income is reliant on it, that makes a big difference. That was this year, yeah. It's wild that studios turned down the idea of Legend of Vox Machina, and that's why they turned to a Kickstarter fundraiser. Yeah. There's videos from them of their astonishment in passing their goals after the first day. Dude, just like the t-shirts, man. They just don't understand how rabid the critters are. I knew it. I've always known. That's one of the only things I knew about Critical Role, honestly. Same thing with Dream SMP, folks. I don't know basically shit about the Dream SMP other than its fan base. On top of losing 8 friends, the money wouldn't bother me as much. I mean, we have to assume how good of friends they were. It's hard to know. Like, there are certain people I've played in D&D with in the past that I wouldn't be like heartbroken if we didn't talk again. But there are some D&D groups that I would be heartbroken if we didn't talk again. Like my main group, I can't imagine losing them. So I mean, it kind of depends on how good of friends they are, which, you know, we don't know. So many people started because of CR and 5Es. If 5e didn't happen or CR, then the D&D Renaissance. I mean, I agree about 5e, but I also think that there's kind of an implication there. Like, CR chose 5e because of what 5e was. They could have stuck to Pathfinder. Like, I agree that the Renaissance wouldn't have happened without 5e. I think 5e is the best decision Wizards of the Coast has made, potentially ever. But I mean, it's sort of like asking Critical Role to thank Geek and Sundry, you know? Like, that's, I feel sort of a similar way about saying that, like, D&D 5e wouldn't have popped without CR. Like, CR chose D&D 5e because of what it was. And if it wasn't them, it still would have popped, maybe not as big, but I think it still would have had a large... I don't know anyone that found CR through, or that found D&D through CR. I don't know anyone in person. Everyone that I know in person, like, either hasn't seen Critical Role, which is how I've avoided all the spoilers, or they watched Critical Role as someone who already played D&D 5e. So I don't know. I might have a biased perspective there, but I think that I looked at the numbers during the OGL drama, and I think the numbers bear my point out, but I haven't looked into it that hard. The animated show had no business being as good as it is. Their success is pretty amazing. Yeah, I mean that's true. They make good shit. That's it at the end of the day. There's a reason D&D gets used as a generic name for TTRPGs so often. Yeah. They've been hunting for a new CR for a while, now trying their own Legend of Vox Machina. Who? They've? Like Tiberius? I don't know who we're talking about. Looking for a CR that they can control to put a chick in it and make it lame? What are we talking about? Who are we talking about? Amazon? I don't even know who we're talking about. Geek and Sundry, or Wizards of the Coast. Wizards of the Coast. I'm tracking. Dude, I have so many. I think Wizards of the Coast is so fucked up, man. I was talking to another content creator about this. We were talking about how it is actually like batshit ludicrous insane. I'm gonna give this one rant and then we'll go back to Super Geek. Batshit ludicrous insane that they do not post more content on their YouTube channel. Actually ridiculous. Actually insane. Like, we were talking about, like, making modules. Like, they used to put out Dragon Magazine that would have, like, little encounters, new magic items, new enemies. And, like, that was so successful. Dragon Magazine was an incredibly successful product until magazines weren't successful anymore. And now they have a YouTube channel. They have a YouTube channel with a lot of fucking followers. Have your designers once a week all fucking put their heads together and make an encounter. Small encounter, one room. Or make a little social setting. Or make a map. Or put out a vibe check. I don't know. But, like, the amount of content that they don't post is so silly. Like, they should just post, like, little miniature, like, free content. And I would watch their shit more. It is crazy how into D&D I am, and I don't watch Wizards of the Coast's YouTube channel. I might be subscribed. I was about to say I'm not subscribed. I might be, but I don't watch the shit. It's insane. I don't get it. It seems like the most obvious thing in the world to me. They have so many talented artists and probably the best designers in the biz, if they've managed to keep them at least. And they don't just put out little bite-sized shit for people to consume and get them reactivated with the brand. Instead, people are going to content creators like me to go and get their little bite-sized morsels. Wizards of the Coast, just do it yourself. It's not that hard. When you have professionals working for you, ridiculous, ludicrous. That was a South Park reference? Oh, okay. I haven't watched South Park. We need a fucking command for Megaphone hasn't watched it. GNS is dead, isn't it? About as dead as dead can be, yeah. And this is why D&D needs third party as advertisement and as ways to get royalties. I mean, if we're talking about like why it needs third parties, yeah, with their current decision making, it needs third parties. But they could just like do something different. I don't know. It's wild. This is way off track. I can't understand how D&D Wizards of the Coast Hasbro does not have a permanent social media team. Ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. With how they've seen media. Nope. I'm getting back into it. I'm in the hole. I'm in the thought hole. I need to get out. I agree with you, and I'm going to leave it there. Because I will never stop talking about this if I don't.
With Tiberius and with Orion Akaba. Now there are some postscripts to this. Tiberius appears in the first 7 issues of the Critical Role comic. The first 6 were designed as an origin story for the cast.
Well, and I can't leak all of my good business ideas for Wizards of the Coast to steal. I'm gonna use them at some point.
That is canonical with their games. The idea is that this is how the group met, and Tiberius, of course, is a part of that. It makes perfect sense. But they did the first 6 issues as a mini-series. And in between those 6 issues and when they went on to do the next batch, a little Kickstarter had happened, and they had gone ahead and greenlit a full cartoon based on the story of Vox Machina, which they were very open in saying that Tiberius would not be a part of. It was even in the Kickstarter FAQ. Makes perfect sense. I mean, whatever the friction had happened, whatever the issues were, he was no longer a part of Critical Role, so it didn't make sense to have him there. That's why in the next issue of the comic that came out, Tiberius very quickly goes, "Oh, all right, now I'm off to go do other things. Goodbye!" He sort of becomes this interesting footnote that no longer makes sense to include in the adaptation. The same way you might point out that the first mission that the group went on, the first home game they played, Taliesin did not play Percy. He played a blue dragonborn paladin, I believe. We don't know anything about this character, and everyone who wants to know is sort of met with disappointment because they basically regard that character as a footnote. Again, the thinking at that first game was not that this was a campaign, it was a one-shot. As soon as it transitioned into a campaign, as soon as this became an ongoing story, Taliesin wanted to play something different. That was not a character he wanted to carry on with indefinitely. So now, whenever that first mission is referenced, either in the Story of Vox Machina video or in the comic book when it makes a brief appearance, we don't see that blue dragonborn because he doesn't matter. It's not relevant. Likewise, so has Tiberius essentially become kind of equivalent to that blue dragonborn. The legacy.
I mean, it's tough, but fair and accurate.
Of what Vox Machina is, the legend of Vox Machina.
The most biting insults are the ones that aren't even meant as insults.
Pun intended, no longer includes Tiberius. The Story of Critical Role book that recaps the entire history of how...
Does it matter and is it cool? Yeah, it has to be both. If you're gonna include, especially in like an animated series, it has to be both cool and it has to be cool or matter, ideally both. But it can't be neither. Yeah. Can you imagine watching that Kickstarter, dude? We're getting more into the can you imagine? The easy answer is fucking no, dude. And yikes.
Critical Role became what it is, refers to Tiberius as a guest star. Now that was not the case, but that is the new narrative. And I think I understand why. You know, I can't speak to everything that happened behind the scenes, but I don't disagree that a change needed to be made. And while it's easy for us to say, wow, we start really getting to know Percy once the Briarwood arc starts, and I think that's true, I think also we start getting to know Percy a lot better once Tiberius leaves. Once Tiberius is no longer sucking up so much of the air and going...
Bro, I have talked about how I feel like I don't know enough about Percy. Like, I've straight up said that for most of this campaign. And I was excited for the Briarwood arc because I felt like I didn't know enough about Percy. And now, and a lot of the times in the front half, I really did attribute it to 8 players. And I think that that's still a fair attribution. But the kind of extension of that, the asterisk, is that when you have 8 players, it is so easy for one person to suck up too much air and for one person to asphyxiate. To follow that logic train out, or that analogy out. And, like, Taliesin is just not as talkative of a person. And when you're in a game with 8 fucking people, it's hard to talk. Especially when one of them's Orion. So, yeah, I mean, Orion TM'd his CR couldn't, yeah. Yeah, also that. No. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Going for every joke he can. Suddenly, Percy, you start to realize he's actually really funny, and he has been the entire time, but we just didn't notice. His dry humor his wit is a lot more subtle, and it's suddenly able to shine a little bit more. Anyway, that's the Tiberius situation, and for those who are curious, for those who want sort of a comprehensive look at how it all went down, of what we know, there are a lot of people who still sort of wonder what happened.
Okay. Now that one took a while. However, I think we could do the second one if we do the timer and we turn it on like 1.25 speed. I think we can do it, and I'm not going to hesitate. I'm going to make a decision, and we're going in. Dun, 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 dun. Settings.
I don't know if you're going to be able to hear the scurrying sounds of dogs.
1.25.
Oreo is playing with her brothers. Finally, they're
probably not going to go to 1.5, but we're speeder time. It's timer time.
Playing with her. So if you hear that, it is what it is. As long as I've been making videos about Tiberius from Critical Role, I have not used any clips of his behavior that I found troubling or objectionable. That's been an extremely deliberate choice, and there are a few reasons. One, I don't own this content, and I don't want to ruffle the feathers of the folks who do by using those clips. Any more than I may have already done by making videos about this subject. Second, and more importantly, I don't want to include these clips when some of them might be frustrating, upsetting, or potentially even triggering for some audience members to watch. The only way to offer a proper content warning is to lay out exactly what's going to happen in the clip, and at that point, there's really no point in using the clip. And third, I don't really feel the need to recirculate clips of Orion Akaba from arguably the lowest point in his life. That just doesn't interest me. However, we have reached the point where it's very, very difficult to discuss this.
I'm not going to make the timer shorter. I think we're okay. Even without the timer being shorter, but I think we're okay. Sweats and mega thumbnails. His whole play was about how Ryan was the best of CR and how Matt should be called Matthew Merciless. Is it a joke? Triangle Kitty? 3-minute timer? I don't need a 3-minute. Okay, maybe I'll do a 3-minute timer. He insists Orion is responsible for CR's success. That's ludicrous. That's so... Look, I have already been called an Orion defender. I have, already been, people have said that I've been too generous to him. And I agree that, I've highlighted, man, that was a nice bit of roleplay. How nice and uncommon. That is insane to say that he was the best of CR. Oh my god. No timer, mute chat? Nah, man. Me and chat, chat's the reason I stream, frankly. I love talking to chat. I'll have to scan those vids for spoilers. That's so insane. Okay. We've all seen Mad Max. I know that guy, he's awful. I'm going to have to watch him. I honestly probably won't watch him on stream because I won't be able, unless, how many followers does he have? Or how many subscribers does he have? Because how many subscribers he has depends on whether or not I'll be cool watching him. Garaby. Scott. Oh, yeah, no. Because I would essentially, I would have to ask him, hey, can I watch your videos? I'm probably going to rip you. Because I wouldn't want him to, like, give his permission and then be surprised by that. And then he probably won't give the permission. And he only has 2.48 thousand subscribers. I'm not going to, like, rip on another small creator. If he had, like, I don't know, if he had, like, 100 or 200K, I'd do it and not worry about it. But, nah. The funny thing is, Garaby has never watched CR? What? Orion wasn't even in CR. What are we talking about? That is the best choice you can make. Don't make us suffer through that insanity. Yeah.
Topic without using clips. So, in light of all of that, let's really discuss some of the most objectionable behavior of Orion Akaba, on Critical Role at least. First, let's talk about the metagaming. There are a few times on the show.
Exactly. I totally agree. This dude, I want to punch up, not down, ever. I don't like punching to the side unless I have permission to punch them.
He finds out there might be a certain type of monster, and his real-world knowledge overpowers him. And before the DM can have a chance to jump in and figure out what's reasonable for his character to know or not, he's already acting on that knowledge. We can see that in action in this moment in the Underdark.
Ask what color the worm is.
What color is it?
The worm?
Yeah.
It's more of a dark purple color.
It's a dark purple color.
Super duper fuck.
Huh. It was weird. I don't know how that clip got in there. That's from an old actual play show I used to do years ago. We don't even make that show anymore.
Bro.
I
was so confused.
Okay,
I was
let's talk about the errands and the shop.
I was like, what the fuck are we watching? That was so fun. I was so confused. I was like, what am I was really trying to pick up on it. I was like, maybe this is Draconian Knights? I don't know.
In this episode especially, Tiberius grinds the game to a halt in the middle of a pretty pivotal story arc, it must be said, just to do a bunch of shopping and get a bunch of
I could be ankle biter, man. I'm
equipment and try to get even more overpowered than
I have been called short because I'm not that short, but all of my friends are like over 6 foot. And so I literally, okay, this is a I turned down the timer. Wait, can you see it? Wait. Okay, yeah, there we go. I was literally at a Friendsgiving with new friends that I made in Chicago. That, you know, I did not know before I moved here. And I looked around at Friendsgiving, and because they were like, oh, guys, let's all form up for a picture. And they were like tall people in back. And I looked around, and I was the second tallest person out of like 12 people. And I was like, oh, this has never happened before. Because I'm like 5'10". I'm not like 5'6", but I'm definitely not what anyone would ever call tall. I am just a guy. I just kind of shuffle around. Oh, then you are short? Nah, fuck off. Man, I'm going to start a watch through of that actual play next. Okay, unironically, I don't even think this is a leak because I've already done it. But maybe this is just like spicy hook stuff for you guys. You guys know the behind the screens that I did with Ryan Immel? One of the ways I want to evolve that series is that I want to talk to actual play DMs, especially like smaller actual plays, and be like, hey, what is like the 1 or 2 episodes that you think are really like emblematic or thematic of your show overall? I'll watch through them, like pull out clips, and we can like talk about your actual play together. I think that would be really fun. And I think that a lot of actual play DMs would be down to do it. And so yeah, that is probably something I'm looking at starting to do in like the new year. I already have one actual play DM that I know I've talked to a lot and I think would be very down, but I haven't actually asked him yet, so I don't want to say his name. But yeah. The point of this prologue is best understood without pausing. Oh, okay. I will not pause after this. Megas 311, you know it, dude. So when are you gonna interview Brennan Lee Mulligan? Brennan Lee Mulligan is my celebrity crush. I don't even know if I ever want to meet him. He's like a big don't meet your heroes for me.
He already
Sorta.
was.
So, Teddy, here's a
Sort of
couple things that we're
person.
looking for. We need to find a way to help us with some.
Oh, wait, what? Okay. So, wait, I'm going to rewind because I think I'm missing the prologue.
Knowledge overpowers him. And before the DM can have a chance to jump in and figure out what's reasonable for his character to know or not, he's already acting on that knowledge. We can see that in action in this moment in the Underdark.
Ask what color the worm is.
What color is it?
The worm?
Yeah.
It's more of a dark purple color.
It's a dark purple color.
Super duper fuck.
Huh. It was weird. I don't know how that clip got in there. That's from an old actual play show I used to do years ago. We don't even make that show anymore. Okay, anyway, let's move on. Okay, let's talk about the errands and the shopping. In this episode especially, Tiberius grinds the game to a halt in the middle of a pretty pivotal story arc, it must be said, just to do a bunch of shopping and get a bunch of equipment and try to get even more overpowered than he already was.
So, Teddy, here's a couple things that we're looking for. We need to find a way to help us with some intelligence-based attacks. So I've heard of legendary items that can help us enhance certain abilities. If there's a tome that I know of that can help enhance your intelligence. We would also love a ring of protection. A pair of sending stones would be
Wouldn't we
great.
all?
Wand of magic missiles, wand of magic detection.
I have an idea.
Potions. How would you do on potions? Because I would love either fire breath or gaseous form.
Let's ignore those. I don't know why that happened again. Well, then, of course, there's the biggest elephant in the room. The joke. In this episode, Orion makes a joke that really seems to upset the other players. And even if they hadn't been upset, the joke itself was, at best, thoughtless, and at worst, pretty offensive.
I want 1,000 words on what the fuck's going on, and I really hope you're a southpaw.
What if the arm that she lost?
That's what a southpaw is, someone who's left-handed. So I'm mocking someone with a disability.
Oh, great.
Like a hero does.
Like a hero
Like a
does.
hero.
Paws aren't disabilities.
No, but she's missing an arm.
Oh, got it.
Okay, I'm tracking what the point is.
Why we talk about Tiberius.
Look, that joke was funny when I thought it was about people who were left-handed.
Part 1. A recap of Critical Role Episode 27, The Path to Whitestone.
Okay.
Welcome to Critical Role Demystified. I'm Mike Christensen, and this is the series where we break down the lessons we can learn, as DMs and as players, from episodes of Critical Role. Today we're discussing Episode 27 of the Vox Machina campaign, The Path to Whitestone. Except I'm not going to offer any lessons this time. All I'm going to do is offer a completely neutral recounting of the events of Episode 27 of the Vox Machina campaign. There'll be very minimal commentary, minus a few aspects where I try to clarify something or try to offer my best guess at an explanation. But today, I'm just recounting the facts as plainly as I can. As the episode opens, Percy has turbulent dreams in his workshop, remembering the attack on his home, and then he hears a voice discussing their bargain, and urging more action from him. He wakes up and emerges from his workshop where he discovers Desmond and Jarrett being attacked by a pair of invisible stalkers. They're like invisible air elementals. The fight breaks out. This is just as Vox Machina is returning to the keep, so it takes most of them a few rounds before they finally join the fight. This is a fight with a lot of participants in a tight space against some invisible, semi-intangible monsters. There's not really a ton to learn from this fight, honestly. Early in the fight...
Yeah, I think I would agree that there's not a ton to learn from this fight. Other than that... And I don't know how much of this was Orion or Orion's fault, Matt's fault, whatever, but it really felt like it was that fight really was. It felt like before that fight there was like a real. I need to do the timer. There was a real setting of a tone with the monologue, and then we jumped straight into the fight. It really felt like we were in for kind of a railroaded episode, which I actually thought would have been fine, would have been good for them. Like sometimes you need a bit of railroading occasionally. Hot take, all air elementals should be invisible. I mean, that's fair. That is totally fair. I have no qualms or arguments with that. Make them invisible, up their CR by like 2 or 3. I think you're sweet. And I really felt like, it was like big monologue, set the tone, and then I honestly thought like out of everything that was being established with the fight, just in the context of that session, I thought it was a context that like we are going to be introducing things. We're going to be throwing things at you. That's how this session's going to be. Pow! And I know that we kind of got to the point during that session when I was watching it where, okay, maybe that fight was to establish that the Briarwoods can get them in their home, which is kind of pushing them forward. But then he gave them a week, and he gave them unlimited things to do in that week, Which this goes back to, again, Tiberius was an ass. Tiberius was a dick. He was a prick. He was I don't know, a dog. But Matt did not do enough to mitigate a lot of his doggish behavior. And I think he really could have without it being a huge souring for the other players. I think he could have pretty easily, honestly. Yeah.
Orion mentions he doesn't know what they're fighting and proudly declares that he is not metagaming. After the fight, they promise Desmond that they're going to keep him safe and apologize for failing to do so. They move Desmond upstairs to share a room with Grog. Since an underground locked cell doesn't seem to be able to keep the Briarwood servants out, they might as well get rid of the lock so Vox Machina can get to him quicker, if there is a next time that the attack happens again. After Vox Machina rests, they are met by Seeker Assume, who they haven't seen since they were read the Riot Act in Uriel's throne room. In that scene, Keyleth had cured his mind of Silas Briarwood's influence, but Uriel had pretended nothing had happened. Now, in their keep, Assume apologizes for the ruse. He had to make it seem like nothing had changed so he could assess the situation. And now he has deduced that Sovereign Uriel seems to be under the same charm as he was. Uriel is now an unwitting ally of the Briarwoods. The party debates sneaking into the palace to try to cure Uriel, but that trip would be a gamble that could end in their deaths. A few times, Tiberius suggests they invite Uriel to a dinner where they can try to cure him there, but the others remind him that Uriel would never accept that invite given the current circumstances. Meanwhile, Secret Assume is preparing to leave for Wildmount in a day to research where the Briarwoods came from. So the other option is to go and kill the Briarwoods in Whitestone, and hopefully that will end the charm on Uriel. Tiberius also mentions that, if worse comes to worst, he can use his status as an ambassador for Draconia to call in the Draconian Knights, and they can have an army at their side. As Vex describes a possible plan to gather intelligence and wait for Seeker Assume to return from Wildmount, Orion makes a joke that Tiberius has a half-chub, aka partial erection. The other players...
Okay. I know. Okay. Mike is so nice. Mike is so nice, and I don't want to laugh at him. And I feel so bad for laughing at him, but I can't tell. It's just the way he said that was so funny. That Orion has a half chub, a partial erection. It sounded like he was on a news show talking about Orion's dick. This is an NPR Exactly. I love hearing an NPR radio voice talk to me about Orion's half chub. And I don't know if it's just because he's reading a script off like a teleprompter, or just, if he has like a script and he's, kind of looking back and he, wants to keep it tight. Like, I totally get why it sounded like that. It was just, I just couldn't help but laugh. How dare he mess up city names? Megaphone Man would never in a million gajillion years. Someone yelled at me in the comments about messing up an armor calculation, and I was like, ooh, you should not watch the stream. I mess up way too much for your taste. It's this week's All VM Considered.
Players do not laugh, and some appear uncomfortable or even upset. As they ask Percy to weigh in, which he's been very reluctant to do so, he hears a voice in his ear that no one else hears, saying, "Vengeance. Vengeance." And he finally agrees that they should go to Whitestone. Tiberius suggests a few times that they need Assume's help to clear their departure with the council and requests Assume remain in town for a week. If they're going to take that time to prepare for the journey, he could smooth things over regarding the departure. But the other members of Vox Machina insist they should not tell anyone where they're going because they're not going to get permission, no matter how nicely they ask or whether...
I think one of the really terrible things about Tiberius, and I kind of can't believe that I didn't bring this up in my autopsy, and honestly that Mike didn't bring it up. I think he sort of brought it up with the eating stuff, but I don't think he was specific enough about it, is just how little he paid attention to what the other players were doing or what they wanted to do or what the plan was or what information had come out. Like, he would make these plans, and if the plans more often considered all of the information that they knew and all of the information that had just come out about everything, I think that a lot of his plans would have been much better received. And I think he would have just been a better player and person and whatever. And I don't know what sort of substances he was on, but I could really see that being part of the issue. Again, I like to drink. I don't drink on stream because it hampers my ability to pay attention. I'm sure many other substances hamper that ability as well. So that is, again, I really feel for him if he was struggling with those things. But an expression of that, the not paying attention, was actually a really major issue for me across the entire series. And it's actually what got him a lot of dings on the OAC. Like, really consistently, I would ding him for not paying attention. And just, like, going off and trying to do something, and then people would be like, dude, were you not listening? We can't fucking do that. And that happened, like, 2 or 3 times in episode 27. Like, like him, like, going up to the Cloud Top district after everyone had told him, like, you can't get in. And him just being like, oh, then I don't do that. It was even a fucking joke. It was like an in-joke amongst the group by the end of like, oh, I don't do that then. Crazy. He's trying to do a non-biased recount of the session before he dives into the problematic. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. I don't. And I was just giving him trouble for the intonation on the jump. It was very funny, but it's yeah. I was just giving him some
not
trouble.
assume helps them. So the party begins preparations over the course of a week before they leave the keep. Percy tinkers, and one thing he tries to build is essentially an Archimedes death ray. I personally have no idea what that is, but Taliesin and Matt do, so that's what's important. Orion says a few times that Taliesin doesn't need to do this. Tiberius could use his magic for the same purpose if Percy wants to tinker on other stuff. But Percy still wants to try, so he makes a few rolls. He tries several times and rolls pretty high, but considering the complexity of the task and perhaps knowing how high Percy's modifier is and how high these rolls have the potential to go if Taliesin rolled higher, the results are not high enough for Matt's liking. He's unable to produce the item in the time they have, the week before they leave for Whitestone. The group buys wooden stakes, holy water, holy oil, and healing potions. Vax gets a holy symbol for Sarenrae and asks around about Kynan, but he's gone and no one knows where he went. Scanlan buys a scroll of spirit guardians and some chainmail chokers for everyone's necks to protect them from vampire bites. Grog buys a shovel and a pickaxe and rolls a week's worth of beard checks and grows his full beard. Here are Tiberius' errands. He picks up his canteen of endless water from the Temple of Sarenrae, and now the first time he produces water from the bottle every day, the water already contains...
Which, by the way, if I'm a DM with those chainmail coifs, with those, little extra armor things, I'm probably giving them like +2 AC to vampire bites specifically. Like that specific attack. They probably just have a passive +2 AC. Just off the top of my head. I didn't think about it at the time, like what benefit would I give? Yeah, probably just a solid +2 AC. Maybe +1, +2 might be a little bit too extreme. But I would honestly probably, again, it's on stream, so they can't have as much discussion. But if Sam is doing that at my actual table, I am probably, saying like, hey, like, what do you think for these? Like, are you trying to go for like a +1 AC against these bites? Maybe a +2? Like, that'll honestly help me make my decision on how much they cost if I know like kind of what benefit they're going for. Whereas Matt, I've said several, it's very opposite. He just has people describe what they do, and then he sort of tells them the result afterwards, which I think it works in a lot of situations, and I think it works for a lot of players, but I don't know that I love it for my own personal taste. What about the metallic piece that Scanlan got for his cube? How much does that increase his AC? Ooh, you're so... you know what? Because the cube is already a strong structure, I would say the metallic cod piece is more aesthetic than everything. I'd say at my table, we're maybe talking a +5 to persuasion, maybe a +5 to performance, something. I think maybe actually that's where I like a +5 to performance, really helps him up his game a little bit.
in the bottle will be holy water.
That's
he gets his
heavy
bladed
armor.
quarterstaff enchanted to deal +1 magical damage. He tries to get his +1 ring of protection enchanted to be stronger, but it would take most of a year and cost 25,000 gold pieces. Instead, he asks about enchanting the ring of spell storing, but it would take a year and cost 60,000 gold pieces, and he'd have to do that on his own time, since nobody else offers that service. What he has is the highest available version of the ring, unless he can create something else on his own. He wants to train Lockheed every day to do many things, but Matt says he has to pick one, since Lockheed also needs attention and care outside of training. So Tiberius trains Lockheed to be quiet. He goes to every shop in Amon and wants to buy as many mirrors as he can. He wants to buy 15,000, but Matt says he's only able to find and buy 35. Presumably, Tiberius is trying to gather the materials needed to make an Archimedes death ray by, I'm guessing, casting telekinesis on the mirrors. He wants to make a crossbow bolt that casts a fog spell with holy water mist instead of ordinary water vapor, but Matt says the fog spell enchantment can't be changed. Tiberius then wants to try to make a crossbow bolt that conjures a mixture of a fog spell and a sleep spell, but Matt says that isn't how it works. The enchantments won't stack. Orion suggests maybe they just try super hard. Matt says, sure, go ahead and roll. And even with Orion's very good roll, the project costs 500 gold in materials and ultimately fails. And according to Matt, Tiberius has now learned definitively that enchantments cannot be stacked in that way. This is when Travis says, how about you get nothing else and we move on? Orion says he wants to do one more thing, despite Travis's further protestations. Tiberius goes to see Allura again, but they're still not allowed in the Clout district. He then
that is such a great example. Like, I honestly didn't linger on that moment enough in the moment, probably because I felt so cringed out at that point and I was tired. But Travis saying that, if one of your party members says that, that's a moment for reflection. One of you is being an asshole. I don't know who it is, but it's one of you. And you need to stop and consider if it is you or not. You do not just blow past their comment as if they didn't make it. Especially when it comes from someone like Travis that is not known for making comments like that. It is not like, that is not like Travis's MO in my mind. So like when he says like, how about you get nothing else? You need to be like, oh, am I doing too much, guys? And then everyone will resoundingly say yes. And then you're like, oh, okay, I'm done. Sorry. And then you move on. That's how it should work.
Asks about making a sleep enchanted crossbow bolt, and Matt gives him a quote that would still be very expensive, but would be faster than what the book says. Matt said it would only take 4 weeks, but he'll allow Tiberius to pay a mage a lot of money to enchant a bolt in only 1 week. He spends the last of his money and creates 2 sleep bolts, and says that his errands are complete. Keyleth buys an alchemy set and tries to make a healing potion. Then she tries to enchant a bottle of holy water with a fog cloud spell to make a holy water fog bomb. She's effectively curious if a different tactic, using an existing source of holy water rather than a holy enchantment, will produce the holy grenade mist effect that they're looking for. However, Matt says that the fog cloud spell would have to be enchanted on the glass, so breaking the glass activates the spell, but won't infuse the fog with holy water mist. That holy water would still just break open and hit one person. Keyleth commits to this course of action because she already said she was going to try to do it, so she has a bottle of holy water that will conjure an unholy fog spell when it breaks. I mean, not unholy. I mean a mundane fog spell when it breaks. I mean, not mundane. It's magical. You get it. You know what I mean. Scanlan drinks his scrying potion and leaves some poop in a jar and puts it on the mantle so they can look back on the keep whenever they need to. Just to make sure that everything's okay. Vox Machina pays the guards some hazard pay and increases the protection around Desmond while they're gone. Tiberius sends a messenger to ask Lord Daxio, the person who built their keep, and say that they want to convert the prisons into barracks for their soldiers. I'm assuming he means the guards who staff their...
SSH, that's Ice Ice Baby by MC Hammer. If you're gonna start telling me what the fucking in-chat references are as well, I'm gonna get ya, SSH. Great use of scry poop. Yep, great use of scry poop by... Oh, and we see a lovely use of the scry poop by Scanlan. Ah, yes, Jeff, this is a classic maneuver on his part. He's really known as the innovator of the scry poop in the sport. Yes, and we see it with a nice form, and he is having to talk down all of the workers, but I think that they'll get the message.
Their keep, unless he's talking about the army from Zaconia that he was discussing earlier. He tells the rest of the party that improving their reputation means not taking prisoners, so he's decided they shouldn't have prison cells anymore. But they can't get the message through because Lord Daxio is a member of the Council of Taldore, and he is in the Clout district, where Vox Machina and their staff are not allowed to enter. Secret Assume teaches Vex a special ranger stealth skill. Tiberius sends a note to his father and tries to invoke the ambassador's right of wartime to rally the armies and prepare for war once Tiberius is able to send evidence of the Briarwood's villainy. He receives a note back from his father calling Tiberius immature and saying he has just one chance to provide evidence and it had better be extremely compelling. He also issues a reminder that invoking wartime is not Tiberius' domain as an ambassador. Only Tiberius' father carries that authority. The cast gives him a hard time about trying to rally an army, but we do overhear Laura say, "That sucks, actually." No one at the table is actually delighted to hear Tiberius' father shit on him like that. Keyleth conjures a water elemental and binds it to the keep so it will remain for 30 days to help protect the keep and Desmond. They teleport to Westren and set out on horseback northeast into the mountains toward Whitestone. They cross a very creaky...
I frankly think that they're not happy that he shit on him like that, because that is Matt shitting on Orion. Like, I don't think that any of the well, maybe the characters would feel for Tiberius in that moment. Like, I think that could be a very interesting and touching moment. And the characters can be touching and the players can be ribbing. And that would have been a nice moment, especially to enhance the delineation between the two. But that's not how it happened. Only the characters were like I don't know. That's not quite how it worked out in the game. Yeah. I know I'm harping on that moment a lot. It's just because it's so instructive to me. I had someone say to me very early on in one of the really, really early episodes that he was just playing his low whiz. Like, Orion was just like, he's a low whiz character. That's what he's playing right now. And I was like, no. There's a difference between like playing a character low whiz and just playing with low wisdom yourself. There's a big difference. The Ice Ice Baby was from Atris Simber and a Warforged. Bex reveals her daddy problems to Zara. That's true. I have no idea, Daniel.
Rope bridge, but they have to leave their horses behind. As they hike across the mountains, Vax and Scanlan fall, and Tiberius tries to use his telekinesis spell to catch them both, but Matt says he has to pick one. Orion shouts, "Why, Matthew?" Orion's argument is that the only limitation for the spell is the weight it can carry, but Matt answers that the spell has to be directed at a certain target. Tiberius grabs Vax, Keyleth catches Scanlan with a grasping vine spell. They hear some harpies fly past, and the party takes cover and hides. The harpies eat their horses. Vox Machina camps for the night, and Tiberius tries to research liches. Throughout this episode, he's been referring to Whitestone as being full of vampires and liches. Perhaps he speculates that's what Delilah Briarwood is, or just thinks it's possible there is a lich in Whitestone. It's not clear. But this is where he learns that his researcher ability from his background as a sage doesn't mean he always has a book with all the information he needs in it. Instead, this ability allows him to go to places where knowledge is held and know where he can search for information. This is something he'll have to do next time he's in a proper town or settlement where there's a genuine laboratory or a library. During the night, Keyleth asks Percy about the moment when he declared, "Your soul is forfeit" in that fight. She asks if it really was just a cool line or if he's serving something. He doesn't specifically mention the dream and the voice, but he does refer to getting inspiration to build the gun, though seems to indicate that the inspiration came from his quest for revenge. He also admits that he knows building the gun was a bad idea. This is also the second time in the episode that Marisha has rolled for insight on Percy to see if he's hiding something, but he doesn't seem to be. In the first instant, he rolled low and really seemed to believe what he was saying. In this case, he rolls higher than her, so she has to accept that Keyleth believes Percy in this moment. The next day, they continue along the path, and they encounter a huge, blue, many extra-legged lizard with crackling lightning breath. And that is the end of the episode. And with that, I've officially covered all of the Tiberius episodes of Critical Role. So, let's talk about Tiberius. Wait, that sounds familiar. I think I've said that before. Interlude. Reflecting on my first Tiberius video. When I launched my channel, I put out 4 Critical Role videos in the first week. This was very deliberate on my part. I wanted people who found the channel through those videos to see other content they might enjoy and get a sense of what kind of material I was making. The first video about how and where to start.
This is fun fact. This is whatever you think of food theory, game theory, film theory, with the theorists, channels. Matt Pat and I think his wife, I can't remember her name, Stephanie, are consultants for other YouTubers. So they do consulting on social media and gaining a YouTube following, and they've clearly built several large channels. And one of the things that he said is that I saw in an interview with him, was that the number one advice he gives new creators is never launch a channel with one video, especially never launch a channel with just an intro video of like what the channel will be about. He's like, it's fine to like have an intro video. It's like, but you should couple it with a lot more content. He was like, we always, and it's so funny that Mike says this. We always, he said they always recommend launching a channel with at least 4 videos. And I think he said since shorts come out, it's like within the first week you should post a short like every single day. So I don't know if anyone's interested in content, but that is something that I always found interesting. I saw it after I started my channel. But also I started my channel weird. I only posted shorts on my channel for like the first like 2 or 3 months, and then I started doing longs. But yeah, anyways. That was a total aside. As far as I can remember, he addresses first vid and then later dives deeper. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Let's do it.
Start watching Critical Role is the one I expected to truly blow up. After all, Critical Role is such a daunting franchise to get into, it only makes sense that people would look for a video like that. My second video was about Tiberius and what the deal was with him. I figured, look, that might as well be his own video, but it's not going to do as well, and that's fine. In the intro, I literally called it an appendix to the Where to Start Watching video. The third video was about the Matt Mercer effect, something people talk about all the time online. It's a constantly trending topic, so for sure that one would get a huge audience. And then, mainly because around that time I was seeing so many people speculate about how pre-planned Campaign 3 must be, I also put out a video about why Critical Role isn't scripted. Sure, I figured, might as well.
God, that's a great thumbnail. I'm so ass at thumbnails, dude. That's a great one, though. I can appreciate a good one. I'm just bad at making them.
Well, it's not going to do as well as the other Matt Mercer effect video, but it's a fun fourth video. And
that's why my thumbnails for stream have to be like such crazy, like they're always just like a simple picture with like a clickbait title. Because I'm decent at writing titles, I think, but I hate thumbnails. Ugh.
Something I felt I had a lot to say about. If you're familiar with my channel, you've probably figured out that I was wrong on all those counts. Don't get me wrong, the Where to Start Watching and Matt Mercer effect videos did well. They're still on the higher end of views I've gotten on my channel overall. But the video about Critical Role being scripted took off in a huge way, and the Tiberius video exploded. If you're a fan of my channel, and especially if you were subscribed before like November of last year, there's a better than average chance you found me through the Tiberius video. In retrospect, I understand why that video did so well. Most of the critter community has a policy where they just don't talk about Tiberius at all. That's why I made the video, because it's hard for new people to get information about exactly what happened, why this dude was on the show and then just disappears after a while. And it especially makes sense that after the first season of the Vox Machina cartoon had just ended, folks would be going back to check out the live stream. After all,
good to know, John.
That's why I made that video about where to start watching Critical Role. And some of those people would have had a lot of questions about this Orion fella. But I truly underestimated just how many people would be looking for that information, and how well that video would do. So I want to take a look back at that video, address some of the commentary around it, and maybe shed some light on the parts that could have been clearer. First of all, I do stand by the content of that video. I feel that I covered the subject as respectfully as I could. And while there are plenty of commenters who feel that the way I talk about the subject is disrespectful, I totally understand that. This honestly comes down to the fact that not everyone has the same definition of what is respectful or not. Some people feel...
Wait, what? Am I? I'm so curious to see what he talks about. I don't know... I'm literally I'm going back in my mind palace, trying to figure out what he might have said that wasn't respectful. What Mike said that wasn't respectful. I have 2 minutes to figure it out. I can't think of what I would have pegged as disrespectful. Wait, according to the SS, there's no DC over 30? Yeah. I mean, that is raw. Yeah, you can never have a DC over 30. You can never have a DC, I think, less than 2. I don't think DC 1 is valid. Check the comments, maybe? Ooh. I would... Okay, so this is... I don't need to do this, obviously. 1809. But I am a little drama clout goblin.
We need to talk about Tiberius.
So I do want to see some of the top comments. I may have forgotten some things, but I think Orion was the only player Matt, you can certainly try, Mercer, had Stoneface said no to a couple of times. Matt is an impressive DM, and they lets his players try whatever crazy things they want, but they still have to make the rolls. He had to straight up tell Orion no multiple times because we had asked was fully impossible. Okay, I thought this was going to be a defensive comment at first, but it's not. The 2 months, no. I'm so curious. His role was not critical. Lol. Honestly, considering his antics, I think referring to him as a guest star in written media is the politest way. Yeah, I'm really so... Dude, I'm going to end it here, yeah. The half-chub joke is so far, to my knowledge, I've ever seen Travis Willingham look like he's about to climb the table and kill someone. The way he thinks for a second and says, "Oh, what?" Fucking goosebumps. Yeah, I'm liking that comment. That is So fucking true. I have never seen Travis look like that. And I'm glad I won't see him look
Maybe
like that
shed
again.
some light.
That was insane. Get in the comments. Oh fuck, I didn't even think about that, John. Holy shit, that could have been bad. Don't stop, come back, someone stop him. Alright.
On the parts that could have been clearer, rightfully as I could. And while there are plenty of commenters who feel that the way I talk about the subject is disrespectful,
I'm so curious. I really want him to elaborate on what that means.
I totally understand that. This honestly comes down to the fact that not everyone has the same definition of what is respectful or not. Some people feel that just talking about this at all is rude, which, fair enough. Others felt I was being too harsh to Orion, while some others still thought...
Talking about what? His past actions that he did? That's not rude. Okay, maybe this is maybe a, I don't know if cultural difference is the right word, but, like, I'm not a big, like, you can't speak ill of the dead kind of guy. Like, I fully believe, like, people start with a default level of respect. Like, I respect pretty much everyone I meet off jump. And then you can destroy that respect. And once it is destroyed, you have to build it back up. In my estimation. And Orion has not built it back up publicly as far as I know, so I don't see any reason to not be able to discuss the stuff that he did that is, like, on camera him doing. Yeah, that's silly. I don't get that. Did Flando timestamp the videos? Oh. Only timestamp CR videos to my knowledge. Interesting. Not just talking about it in CR World, you're not supposed to talk about Orion. Interesting. Yeah, I guess that's like culture shock for me because I'm very much an outsider looking in. I guess I'm becoming more and more of an insider as days and time goes on, but yeah, I that's really interesting. I would not have thought that.
I was being too kind and giving him too much credit. All I can say is this was my attempt to be as respectful as I could while covering this topic.
Yeah.
Second, there are some things I could have phrased better. That video now has more than 1 million views, and my only major regret is that I was still making videos based off of bullet points and not reading from a prepared script on a teleprompter. Because of that, there are some times I used the wrong words or I phrased things poorly, and other times where I just didn't clarify the point I was trying to make as well as I would like. Well, here we are now. This is going to be my last video about Tiberius, so I'd like to address some parts of that video where I could have made myself clearer. Wow, I forgot how weird this video looks. My phone's camera settings were still on a weird default, and I had to do a bunch of color correction to fix it. And yet, I didn't straighten out and level the image? Weird choice. That microphone also does me no favors. I definitely have a much better setup now.
As I mentioned, he had a bit of a catchphrase. Hello, I'm Tiberius Stormwind from Draconia. As the show became popular early on, a lot of bootleg or unofficial fan content went online. And
I did think about how red his beard was, but I mean, if you guys have been around long enough, I don't like to directly comment on people's appearance when I can help it. So I didn't say anything, but yeah, his beard is real fucking red.
including shirts. One of them was the Hello, I'm sticker with Tiberius Stormwind from Draconia written on it. The same way you might get, hello, my name is Inigo Montoya, you killed my father, prepare to die. It's a very silly shirt, but also both of those examples, the Inigo Montoya one and the Tiberius one, would kind of be illegal. Like, you're not allowed to do that. And Orion said it.
Damn, John, that's crazy. That's wild.
He said it was kind of not okay that this person was posting a shirt about his character without his permission, without his go-ahead. Should he have done that? I don't know. I personally don't think that the public forum was the best place to voice that opinion.
It's so funny that this is the first thing I'm going to talk about in this part of the video, because this is effectively the last thing that happened when Orion was a member of the cast of Critical Role. This incident with the shirt occurred after episode 27. This is actually a moment where some people have argued that I gave Orion too much credit. The argument I've seen in the comments is that the shirt wouldn't actually be an issue from a copyright perspective. Now, I personally don't know if that's true, but either way, the point still stands that this is something he should not have acted upon on his own. He should have brought this to the attention of Geek and Sundry's legal team and asked them to handle it.
that's a very good point in this scenario where you are part of a larger company, a larger brand. It's not your responsibility to go after like that. And that actually goes a lot into the larger discussion of his entitlement and his kind of clout chasing, his like fame mongering, is that he took what should have been a Geek and Sundry thing, because Critical Role was a Geek and Sundry show. As much as, as silly as that seems, like looking back on it, that like the cast wouldn't have had, direct control over these things. It was on Geek and Sundry, and like they should have been the ones to reach out and handle it. Yeah, that's crazy.
Handle it, or even just asked if this is something that needed to be handled. As someone who used to work in the entertainment industry, I can tell you that platforms like Geek and Sundry and people like agents and managers exist for this exact reason. They are able to be the bad guy when needed and step in when fan content crosses a line, so that way the talent themselves are not perceived as the bad guys, as happened when Orion addressed this issue in a public forum.
And eating at the table was a lot more common, but even once that had sort of been phased out, he was still doing it the most and the most often and the most noticeably.
Okay, here's one where I just didn't make my point well. I set up my point, but I didn't pay it off. First of all, there are 2 points I want to make about eating at the table. First, there's nothing wrong with you or I eating while playing D&D. I just don't think the people who are doing it through an actual play show should eat at the table. It's distracting for the cast, it makes for unpleasant audio, it encourages crosstalk. Even now, 8 years later, the folks at Critical Role still eat snacks at the table more than I would like. But in the early days of the show, they were eating full meals. And while they scaled that back a bit over the course of the first year, it's true that Orion did eat at the table more than the others. Now, is that the end of the world? No. Because despite how I phrased it in this video, that's not really the problem. But looking back on it and having rewatched all of his appearances over this past year, I think the issue that I failed to articulate is that I associate him eating at the table with him disengaging from events at the table. Now, it didn't...
Me and Mike are the same. It's so funny because Mike has told me in DMs that like he's watched some to I don't know how many of the VODs, but quite a few of the stream VODs, and that he thought that we had a lot of really similar opinions. But I want to make it clear for those, especially coming from Mike, that he gave me permission to watch and react to this before he knew at all what my opinions were going to be. He just gave me permission, I think, because I was nice and articulate and was like asking for permission in the first place. So it's so funny how much our thoughts line up. And yeah, I don't know. That's so funny.
It only happened when he ate. Sometimes he would be deep in his notes, or he'd be discussing strategy with Sam and Marisha, and he would miss something so that somebody said at the table. But it would still be really common for Orion to describe something Tiberius was doing, either going off on an errand or even something like feeding Lockheed, and then he'd eat a meal and not seem to pay much attention to what the other members of the cast were doing. That's ultimately the argument I was trying to make. Sorry that it wasn't clear.
But it also has to be acknowledged that other information has come out about him since then, that he had, for example, done charity streams on his own, and
which was so dope of him, Tiny Keyboard. He's the best.
failed to deliver the money, or that he had done some Me Too style crossing of lines with female collaborators in other projects. I don't remember all of the details, and ultimately I don't know if those were factors in why he left or his friction with Critical Role. I just know that those are things about him that have been addressed.
Now here's another one where some folks felt I either gave too much credit to Orion or that my priorities were just askew. In this section, I referenced some drama that has been directed toward Orion since his leaving the show, but I did so in an extremely minor way. Now some folks have reasonably pointed out that if these accusations are true, then they're a much bigger deal than most of the other stuff I discuss in this video. And that's fair. But I didn't think I was making a drama video when I sat down to talk about Tiberius. So I didn't dig into all of these accusations because they weren't relevant to the reason I made the video. To try to clear up what happened while he was on the show and offer...
Yeah, SSH, we're on 1.25 and timer's there. Uh, yeah, we'll have a full Ouroboros. I do not foresee him react, especially like if he's like, this is the last time I'm talking about it in this video. I don't foresee him giving a reaction. Plus, he would have to react to, what are we at? Let's see, 4.5 hours of content. I won't even watch a Critical Role stream that long. He would be in. It would be a multi-parter. He could make a whole series, just a series breaking down Megaphone's response to my response.
For an explanation for why he's regarded the way he is once he left. I only touched on that controversy because, really, the only relevance it has...
Oh, wait, actually, did I? Oh, I didn't speed up this one, I sped up a previous one. You're totally right, SSH.
is that it colors how Orion is perceived in the community. I deliberately didn't weigh in with any details, nor did I confirm that it happened or deny that it happened, because it just wasn't relevant to the topic I was discussing. That may seem strange to you, but honestly, my goal was never to perform a character assassination on Orion Akaba, nor was it to absolve him of wrongdoing. My goal was to offer context to his appearances on Critical Role. If someone else really feels the need to dig into the actual drama of Orion and the people who leveled accusations towards him and make a video about it, go with God. But it's just not how I wish to live my life. If that bothers you, if you feel that ignoring these sorts of accusations is totally inappropriate, that's fine. I totally understand why you feel that way. But that's my mindset when discussing Orion. I choose to keep my attention primarily on his time as Tiberius on Critical Role.
Another thing that
I think that there's a kind of larger point that I will make in regards to kind of the things that I will focus on. I am a hungry Clout drama goblin, but I am also only interested in things that are confirmed and that I can find quickly. So, like, him talking about, like, the comments that disagreed with him, I looked through the top 5, didn't find anything, moved on, started ignoring them. I do love drama. I do love drama. But I also don't love weighing in on shit I don't know about. So, like, I love drama as a popcorn watcher, but I completely agree with Mike's take on, like, he's not out to do, like, a character assassination. He's not out here, like, trying to clout farm these very serious accusations. And I would honestly say, and this is my own personal opinion, personal take, I think if he talked about it when he didn't care about it and he wasn't interested in researching the issue fully and exhaustively and really dedicating to that, I don't think he should have included it more than he did. I think to do that would be disingenuous. It would be kind of farming what I think is those sound like really serious allegations, and they shouldn't just be farmed for content. So they should either be their own content with, like, exhaustive detail and explanation and context and, you know, all of that, or they should be a footnote, they should be referenced and not, like, dove into. That's how I would view that. I know I didn't leave a lot of time to accept comments, but thank you, Hans. Also, 4 more subs. It's so close to 500. I'm jazzing up. I'm jazzing up. You guys remember me before 400? I was excited, but I was not electrified. I'm so electrified about 500 because it's all of the live monetization, which is my thing. So excited.
that I really did not talk about was that Orion had a subplot where he was kind of romancing Allura, the wizard that the party knew. And this was reciprocal. There was some definite interest expressed from Allura. But also, their first adventure, they go and they rescue Lady Kima from the dungeons in the Underdark, and they bring her back to Allura, and there is a definite implication that the two of them have at least a romantic history or a romantic interest in each other. And Orion got really butthurt about this. Like, he felt like he had, I guess I lost my chance. And he, like, pounded the table and went, really, Matthew? I'm not going to show the clip, but it's weird and gross because there is a level of entitlement present there. There's a feeling that there is a expectation that he was going to get the girl. And Matt says, what? They're friends. But Orion is still, like, annoyed because, I guess the girl I like is gay. Now, while I think that behavior was a form of homophobia, I'm not here saying that Orion was homophobic. But What he was feeling very entitled to a romantic subplot, and the moment that he felt like it wasn't going to happen, he got very pissy about it. That is some gross dude bro entitlement right there.
Before I get to my next point, some folks have told me that they don't see Alora's relationship with Tiberius as being reciprocal. I don't personally agree. I do think there's romantic interest. In my opinion, we can see that in episode 24 when she offered to have a coffee and tea date with Tiberius, and then in episode 26, Matt describes her attitude toward Tiberius as heartbroken. It's possible Matt didn't mean to lead Orion on.
I that was the one, because like the coffee and tea, I could see there's a whole concept of like women don't feel like they can say no to dates, or they feel like they have to have like an explicit excuse to say no to a date. So I could see the previous interaction as potentially being in that vein. However, the heartbroken comment, I definitely read as romantic interest. When she was talking about how she, when Matt was describing how it seemed like she felt about Tiberius's actions, that definitely read to me as how you would react if a romantic interest did that sort of thing. So I definitely agree with that part.
And she didn't have any interest, but that's personally not the impression I ever got. However, this is a moment where writing out a script means I could have chosen my words better. When I said homophobic, the word I was actually looking for was bisexual erasure, which, yes, is a form of discrimination. I guess you could argue it's still a form of homophobia, but bisexual erasure is more accurate to what I was trying to convey.
That's why I was like, I don't know about homophobia, and I was like, he's implying that bi people don't exist, which is a big, if you don't know about bi erasure, wait, I have a really good book to recommend if you don't know about bi erasure. God. Oh no, what's his name? I can't remember it now. This will not be in reading club because it is not safe for YouTube. I probably can't even discuss it on air, but it's such a funny author, funny book. Chuck Tingle. There we go. Chuck Tingle by erasure. Yeah. There we go. Not pounded by erasure because my current hetero-presenting relationship does not invalidate my queerness. So Chuck Tingle is, he has written some serious stuff, but he's also written Scary Stories to Tingle Your Butt, 7 Tales of Gay Terror, Pounded in the Butt by My Own Butt, Space Raptor Butt Trilogy, Buttception, a butt within a butt within a butt. My macaroni and cheese is a lesbian. Also, she is my lawyer. I really want to read more Chuck Tingle. But if you don't know what bi erasure is, if you've never heard of it before, not pounded by bi erasure is actually very funny and very apropos to what we are talking about. But it is the comment that a lot of people don't believe bi people exist. There's a really, really common belief that that bi people are just like lying or that like they don't like they really like one but they're just like sexually promiscuous. That's a very common thing, especially like my parents' generation, like very much are very down with gay people, but like bi people are just people that are straight or gay and they just haven't figured it out yet. So that is much more of what Orion's comment rang to me, but I also agree with the whole conversation that we had before, that the ultimate issue was not necessarily any sort of phobia, any sort of bi erasure. It was the entitlement. But yeah, Chuck Tingle, man, I tell you what. That just means the erasure works on us on pencil and pen. Yeah. Or they always choose one eventually. Yep, Mr. Dad. That's very common. I've never understood that assertion. I mean, it's not based in reality, so that would be probably why.
The moment Orion saw that Alora and Kima had any sort of vibes, he seemed to feel that he had lost his shot and got really upset. Now, the point of this section was more intended to represent a form of toxic male entitlement toward having a love interest and being owed a love interest, but for the purposes of clarity, I just want to clear up the word I meant for that one section.
A few episodes before he left the show, Orion was gifted a vest, like a long draping vest that was very much, it was deliberately the same style as what Tiberius wears in his character art. And for the final 2 episodes he's on the show, Orion just wears this to set. Now, I understand where that's coming from, and in theory, that's no different than Liam wearing a leather bracer for an episode because he got it from a fan. Or having a dagger at his desk because he was given it by a fan. Same with Travis. Same with Taliesin having a fake gun that he opened up. You know, like, these are things that the cast was gifted by fans who were passionate, and I understand them having them at their desk or even wearing them for an episode or 2. But again, he just wore this same article of clothing to be more like Tiberius twice in a row, and I don't know. I mean, how else do I describe it other than he was starting to get a little drunk on the Kool-Aid? But a few episodes before that, he had another example of very similar behavior. A fan gifted him a wrist-mounted flamethrower, and he wore it on set 2 weeks in a row.
Here we go. This is by far the section I get the most comments on. And like, fair enough, I didn't make my point as well as I wish I had. The point I was trying to make here wasn't that anyone who wears a costume piece to play a game of D&D is bad. I've worn costume pieces while playing D&D. I spent a whole campaign wearing a necklace at every session to represent my character, so it would be enormously hypocritical to claim costume pieces in D&D are bad. I know why it comes across that way based on what I said, but that was not how I meant it. And look, as I said in the video, I understand both the impulse behind the vest and the flamethrower. I'm also someone who, at times, brings items to the table that link me to my character. When I played
Yeah, this dude. I mean, that's essentially what the Chuck Tingle book is about. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah.
an actual play show several years ago, I wrote all of my spells out in a spell book to better represent the character. The next time I get a chance to play in person in a long-form campaign, I'm probably going to do something similar. I have all sorts of notebooks. I can't open the door because of where I'm sitting. I have all sorts of notebooks that I'm saving for just that sort of opportunity to write things out and have totems. But the point of the vest comment wasn't to show that wearing a vest was bad. It was more to offer context to someone who had just worn a flamethrower for a few weeks and then was asked to stop. And then he immediately started wearing the vest instead. I thought that was noteworthy. I've also had many people argue that the flamethrower is safe. It doesn't have lighter fluid inside. This isn't Arrested Development. A device like that would have only included flash paper, so as long as there's nothing flammable in the area, it's fine. Fair enough. Except those tables were covered in character sheets and cups.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's a shitload of flammable stuff. Like, Matt does all of his shit on paper maps. Matt has a giant stack of paper flammable DM material next to him that he will dig through to find the right thing. That's so funny.
Cups full of alcohol.
Yeah, as long as oh yeah, the alcohol. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
And I haven't been able to find the clip. I think the one-shot isn't up anymore, but I vividly remember the flamethrower going off by accident during a one-shot on the Geek and Sundry set, which seems to be why Orion stopped wearing it. And again, none of that really explains why I said Orion wearing a vest was a problem. Because I'll be honest, on rewatching episodes 26 and 27, it still bugs me. But I have to wonder, would I care if he were any other cast member and not Orion during the final few episodes of his time as Tiberius? If it wasn't paired with other frustrating behavior, how much would it bother me? Heck, even if he'd started wearing it in episode 4, when he's not doing as much that bothers me, would I care? I don't know that I would. I think the vest, in a weird way, has come to represent, at least in my mind, the transition into his most problematic behavior, even though functionally there's nothing to connect the vest to those actions. It's impossible for me to decouple these aspects of his time on the show purely because of the timing of it. This may not be a satisfying answer to you, and I can understand that. I never pretended my personal feelings didn't impact discussions of Tiberius' time on the show. I'm only human. But I do think the vest bothers me just because we had reached the point of Critical Role where a lot of Orion's behavior in these episodes bothers me. That's something that I don't know if I could have properly interrogated when I first made that video, but with the benefit of hindsight, looking back on this video after a year and after watching all of Orion's episodes, that's my best explanation for why I discussed the vest the way that I did.
I think that is an incredibly mature answer. Like, I actually have a very similar thing that I realized, and this is not, the same thing. It's not the same necessarily area. But one of the very first videos I made, where is it? Fixing one D&D's druid problem. By the end of that video, the process of making that video made me realize one of the things I really hate about druid. Now, I realized it by the end of writing the script, but I could also very much see that just like making something and posting it and getting people's feedback could really tell you something about yourself and your thought process. And that like doesn't invalidate what you thought. It just gives like reason and context. Like he said it himself, that vest is emblematic for him. And for me, I kept being like, I can't really like, I like kind of see the vest. I don't know. For me, it's not emblematic. But I also wasn't really exposed. I was exposed to Orion in a very particular way, under a very particular set of circumstances that I think helped decouple those things for me in my mind. So I think that is just the explanation sometimes. Like, sometimes our feelings just get in the way. I was just talking to my therapist about this. This is a story. It's just like the enchantment magic in my game, but more specifically, my dad was sick one time when I was young, and I didn't see him very often, didn't stay over at his place very often, and he was sick, and he got sleeping meds because he was sick. And when I was over there, I woke up in the middle of the night, thought there was someone in the house, really young, and I went and tried to wake him up, and he wouldn't wake up because he was on very heavy sleeping meds. Nothing crazy about it, but in my mind, it has solidified that I am like, I just like won't take sleeping meds, because what if someone needs to wake me up? It's not like a reasonable response. It's not like a reasonable thing up here. Also, I know the timer's done. I'm skipping it. I'm ignoring it. It's not like a super reasonable thing for me to think, but that doesn't mean I'm not gonna think it. Like, it is burned into my brain. I have a lot of trouble sleeping and could probably benefit from some form of sleep medication. And I have hesitantly tried, and I tried one last night, and I literally had to like stop myself from spitting it out. Because that's just like my gut feeling. So I think it's very reasonable and mature for him to just say, like, look, I have this emotional feelings around the vest. That's why I connected it with all of this. If you don't have those feelings, it makes sense that you wouldn't. Like, sometimes the explanation is just that simple. Coming up in the world mega with all these views. I know the stream is doing so well. We need to move on, but thank you guys so much for how well everything is doing. It is mind-blowing. It is mind-boggling. I did not think I would be anywhere near this at this point in time. I had no idea. Anyways, do you think you would have found Orion was problematic as early as you did had you not been tipped off about the drama? Maybe. I might have internally thought it and not voiced it. I've thought about that occasionally, because I don't like to talk super mad shit, and if I had thought he was staying around, it probably would have mellowed some of my critiques. But it also might have made me not judge him as harshly at times. So I think that I think that I probably would have been more generous to him than I should have been, or than I was. But I do think that knowing about it made me look at him with a more critical eye. So I think on one hand, like, I think I was kind of maybe on the more critical, more brutal side of things, or maybe even just like the more analysis-y side of things. And on the other end, I think I would have been like too kind to him, too generous, if I had thought he was sticking around for the whole time. So it's hard to tell, hard to know. Yeah. Melatonin, my brain pushes through melatonin about half the time. And either way, I feel like ass. So can't do that. I have tried some like melatonin like mixtures, like some over-the-counter stuff. Work about a third of the time. If it's mixed with anything, I have to take like, I'm trying to remember how many milligrams. I want to say like 10 milligrams to even like feel it. And again, I feel like ass. And if I take a mixture, I normally don't feel it. It only works like a fourth of the time. And then I feel like ass, no matter what. So it's great. I don't know if it's psychosomatic or not. Definitely could be. But it is what it is. 500 soon. I know. Hype. Critical Eye is now the name of this series you are doing. Critical Eye, a watch through of campaign 1. That is good, SSH. Holy shit. Look at the big dick on Brett. That's awesome. Oh my god. Yes, that is the title of it now. Thank you. I got nothing else to say. Don't yell at me for taking it on Twitter. That's a great brand. Oh my god. Mega does diphenhydramine do anything for you? Never heard of that. Maybe. But I'm also bad at remembering medication names, so I might have tried it and it not done. I don't know. It's something I'm actively working with like my therapist and my doctor on. But yeah. Benadryl. Yeah, Benadryl, NyQuil. Nah. They make me like kinda sleepy, and I don't feel like ass on them. But I don't want to take them every night to feel kinda sleepy. Even though there's no side effects. Because that would be too much. So, yeah, that's fucking thank you so much, SSH. I only ask is no more complaining about my song info because, fine, we are at an accord. We have made a trade. Good working with you, gentlemen. I'm glad we could reach this agreement. Now let's head off and monopolize American steel.
I did. Now, while I'm glad to have the opportunity to clarify those points that weren't as clear or strong as they could have been if I had actually used a script, I still stand by this original video. Sometimes, a player has become such a disruptive influence, such a challenge to deal with, that you have to make a tough choice. Episode 27 is Orion Akaba's last episode, and when you watch knowing that, you can practically feel it coming, feel the tension at the table rising to a boil. But of course, with hindsight, we all know it's his last episode, so it feels like his last episode. Would we say the same thing if episode 26 were his last? Or episode 16, when his only problematic behavior was trading an item with Scanlan and casting telekinesis to help Vex shoot the arrow? What if it had been after something like episode 23 or 24, something less charged? Regardless, the fact that this is how his last episode played out certainly led the community, myself obviously included, to believe that he left the show due to his increasingly disruptive behavior. But we also knew there was a lot they weren't saying, and after his statements in early 2016, it seemed like there must be some mitigating circumstances. He had confirmed that he was dealing with substance abuse and suffering from diseases. I don't cover those topics very much in my first video because the only confirmation of them had been in a live stream or a video posted by Orion, which was now no longer available. So I assumed he no longer wanted that information out there, and I wanted to respect his privacy. That may seem ironic to some of you, but I genuinely do care about his privacy in these matters.
Oh my god. They are, Daniel, and I love that, but I'm not going to include it in them. Long names and, but that's the highlight video. Those are the highlight video names. That so works. Because I like to keep the shorts, like descriptions and like wording as short as absolutely possible. And also, I'll be frank with y'all. If you like the shorts, that's dope. I don't really give a shit about the shorts. I just post them because they're like good for algorithm, good for discovery. Hopefully people see them and like come for the stuff I actually care about. But that is a great title for the highlight videos, like the 1 to 5 highlight videos. 6 to 10 is in the works right now. I want to start posting those more regularly, but that's also like partially working with Eden, and also Eden is unpaid. So I've let him work fully at his own pace because he's doing me huge favors. We're investing in like a partnership together. But oh my god, that's so great. Now you need to make a deal with Daniel. Think Daniel. Oh no. You don't send me deep dish pizza. I send all of you individualized pizza. You have to dox yourselves in my chat. I send you all one slice of pizza for Daniel's contribution.
He took down that video, so I didn't share the details that he had disclosed when he previously talked about it in early 2016. However, Orion commented on my first Tiberius video and basically clarified that the reason he left the show wasn't because of his behavior. It was because he had been abusing drugs and alcohol.
Oh my god, wait a minute. What is this? Well said all around, and I appreciate your attention to detail and fairness in your assessment. To clarify, drugs and alcohol fucked up my whole life. I fudged the dice once during a game because I was too drunk that game. I never offended anyone during the games, i.e. Laura, etc. If anything, they were just tired of the same jokes I had been doing well before our games was a show, well before our game was a show and continued to do so. The cast was frustrated because I was using meth and they knew it, but I never sought help until I left the show. My behavior became unbearable to those around me, and I am deeply ashamed and embarrassed by it to this day. I did a lot of irresponsible things, and I have since taken ownership of my actions, which I will be apologizing for the rest of my life. I've been clean for years now, and yes, I absolutely regret those decisions then. I want to say thank you to the fans and supporters that have kept up with me throughout the years. Cheers, Tibbs. And to be fair, when it was really close, you know, when he was like first leaving, he definitely wasn't clean yet. That's crazy. I recognize that Da Vinci outline. I used it in the Wild Shape video. Anyways, man, okay. That is, I mean, it's good to know. OMG, Orion is going to comment on your video. I don't know if I want Orion to comment on my video. I've used him as a thumbnail far too many times. Get all of us a pizza party. As long as it's punny, I'm taking suggestions. Interview with Orion Akaba when I would be ludicrously nervous to interview him. I wouldn't shy away from it, but no, that's not true. I was about to say I would be more nervous to interview him than Brennan Lee Mulligan, but that's just straight up not true. I would probably be more nervous to interview him than Matt. Is that crazy? I don't know. I would take what Orion says with a grain of salt. I mean, that's totally fair. I would also, but I've seen people fuck up their life with alcohol and meth, both separately. And I could believe it. Because he specifies something that I think is, maybe he didn't mean to specify, maybe he did, I don't know. I never offended anyone during the games. To me, that says, like, hey, I am pushing back against the Chubb thing, that, like, that offended someone. I'm pushing back against that. I don't know that I believe him there. Maybe people didn't tell him. Maybe they didn't. He's lying. I don't know. It maybe not be. But my behavior became unbearable to those around me. I think it was a lot of him getting high or him getting drunk and potentially drunk driving to and from the studio. I mean, especially if he's talking about he was like too drunk to like roll during one of the games. I can really see, and even like us talking about like the distraction that he was under. Like if he was like drunk or even tipsy during most of the games, that would contribute a lot to his ability to pay attention. So I can see this all being true with some asterisks that are kind of outside of it. I don't know. You're a Da Vinci boy? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Why would I pay monthly or yearly for Premiere Pro when I can just pay once? Hell yeah, I'm a Da Vinci boy. I also don't use it much anymore because of the longs that I do nowadays, most of them are Eden. So, especially the only fudge dice once part. I mean, fair enough, yeah. And I never offended anyone. Yeah, maybe. It might be a thing that's the only time they caught him, Mr. Dad. You see, they watch his dice like a hot ever. Yeah, I mean, that is true. So, I mean, there's a bunch of this that is like maybe kind of off or maybe a misremembrance of things. Like, he might literally not remember that he fudged other rolls. He also might, and he might just be lying. It's hard to know. It's very, very hard to know.
He said the same in a podcast interview on an episode of The Voice in Your Head from 2021, which is a show and an episode I wasn't aware of when I made my first video in early 2022. And I really do want to thank Orion for commenting. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to do it in such a respectful way. He easily could have just subtweeted about me, especially considering I was essentially digging up some unsavory moments from his public life several years later in a video that sort of went viral. According to his comment and other statements, he has been clean and healthy for years, and his diseases no longer threaten his life. And I'm genuinely glad he is healthy, and I hope he has found some genuine peace. But as I said, the stated reason I made that video was to shed light on why he left Critical Role, which was because of his behavior at the table. And according to Orion, that reason is not accurate. Apparently, it wasn't his metagaming, or his main character syndrome, or, as many folks in the comments speculated, his dice fudging. Instead, it really was for legal liability reasons that he had to part ways with Geek and Sundry. And his is the only public statement we have in this matter, so there's no percentage in questioning that narrative. We could keep speculating as we have done for 8 years, or we can take this little piece of information that we have, assume that it's true, and move forward. Which begs the question. If I got
And I will also say, in retrospect, I probably don't want to talk about the, like, man, how much would you regret being Orion right now? How much would you fucking hate yourself if you were Orion? Because my shit's not going to go viral, like, like why we talk about Tiberius. But there is still a non-zero chance that he sees it, and that would be really, really painful for him to watch. And I don't want to actively cause him pain. I'm very down to talk about it because it is public, all of his actions on the show. But, and I'm not saying like, fuck us, we're terrible people, whatever, but I think moving forward, I'm probably not gonna pontificate on that as much because that would really suck to watch. Yeah, I don't know. If an employee gets caught stealing, it's usually not first time they stole. Yeah, I mean, that's also true. Yeah.
that part of the video wrong and therefore failed to achieve its stated purpose, why didn't I take the video down? Well, first, the video was made in good faith, with the information I had at the time, and it was an effort to onboard new fans onto the situation with Tiberius. It's tough for new critters to find information, because so much of the critter community prefers not to talk about it. But second, the reason I didn't take the video down is because, to be completely honest, shedding light on the events that took place on the show is only part of the reason I made the video. Part 2. The troubling behavior from episode 27. Now that we've gotten through the recap of the episode, let's drill down on the difficult Tiberius moments and what we can learn from each one. Early on, when they're fighting the invisible assassins in Greyskull Keep, Orion expresses pride that he doesn't know what they're fighting, and points out that he's not metagaming, something considered worthy of remark at this point in the campaign.
Which is so funny. So ludicrous.
We've talked about his metagaming plenty over the past few episodes, and it's been argued that his actions in episode 11 are also due to metagaming, although I don't agree, but I've already discussed that. Specifically, most of Orion's metagaming in these last few episodes manifested through the form of knowledge about the monsters, or at least that seems to be the behavior that he was correcting. I'd argue he also tended to act on other information as well, like knowing that something was happening and where. Heck, even as early as episode 1, when Vex and Keyleth aren't getting the information they need out of an NPC, Tiberius walks over unprompted to chime in and roll with his very high persuasion skill. That's also a form of metagaming, but it's one that was a lot more common with the cast early on. However, by episode 24, Matt was pointing out this was a form of metagaming when Marisha did it. And yet, in the next episode, Orion's example was particularly egregious, as Tiberius charged towards the Briarwoods in their room and pretended to use water to harm the vampires, which is a lot of information he wouldn't have had access to. Knowing about the kind of monster is just one form of metagaming, and not the only one we've seen from him across what I think of as Act 3 of the Tiberius era. As they discuss their strategy for how to deal with the Briarwood issue, Orion makes a joke about Tiberius getting an erection. Now, there is a lesson we can learn from this moment, but it might not be what you expect me to say. I don't think there's any subject that can't be joked about by anyone in any context ever, so saying, don't joke about this topic isn't useful. Now, the cast of Critical Role jokes about this topic all the time. I'm also well aware there are plenty of people who play D&D who aren't necessarily good at reading social cues for any number of reasons, so saying something like, read the room isn't useful advice either. I know some folks are going to want a clear-cut definition on when this sort of joke is appropriate and when it isn't, but I don't believe anything in humor is quite that simple. Instead, I'll say this situation would have been far improved if he had seen the reaction and said something like, sorry, that was over the line. And then after the game, he could have approached Laura or Matt or Travis and said something like, I didn't mean to offend anyone. Can you tell me why it bothered you? That way I can do better next time. Nobody wants to offend.
I totally agree. Well, he's about to say no one means to offend anyone. I don't agree with that. I think a lot of, there's a large subset of people who do like offending other people. But I definitely think that Orion wasn't trying to offend anyone there, and I've said it once or twice of like, if you're laughing, it's hard to be offended when you're laughing, and no one laughed. And I do agree with the sentiment of, like, you look around, you don't try to justify it. You just look around, you see no one's laughing, you'd be like, oh, sorry about that one. That one's sorry. Not cool. Rewind. Like, even what I just did is pretty cringe, but it takes it from being over the line and bad to just cringe. And I agree, go and talk to them afterwards. But we've already talked at length about how it doesn't seem like he was talking to anyone off stage. And from his comment, we can assume that even when he was, it was going very poorly. So,
The people they're playing D&D with. I mean, unless you're an asshole, but I'm assuming you aren't. You're a nice person. I can tell that about you. But we all cross lines from time to time. And sometimes all you can do is apologize and show willingness to learn from your mistakes and better yourself.
1000%.
This is also the scene when Tiberius references being an ambassador for Draconia, a title he received when he took the mending wheel to Draconia and showed it to his former teachers and his father. I suspect this happened in a pre-stream game or during the 6-month break the characters took as the player switched editions, but there's also a chance that Orion decided this on his own, linking it to the trip he took to buy a bag of holding in Draconia without talking to anyone about that. As we saw from that scene, it sure seems like Orion seemed to believe he had full agency over whatever happened when he was in Draconia. But he doesn't have that authority. Draconia is part of the world of the game, which means what happens there is up to Matt's discretion. I've played in games where players have a lot more power to determine what happens in between sessions. They can come up with those answers on their own, and then the DM will riff off of those answers during the session itself. But that is not this game. Again, that's just speculation, but since nobody else in the cast seemed to know Tiberius was an ambassador to Draconia, it's an educated guess based on the limited information we have available. Now, it's not really the point. There's more egregious examples ahead, but as we'll discuss later, his mentality around Draconia is something that needed to be addressed, were he to continue with the campaign beyond this episode. Okay, it's time. Let's talk about the errands. Again, read the room isn't useful advice for everyone, but I would say that there are some things we can keep in mind from this situation. One is to be mindful of how much time you're taking up with your projects, especially when nobody else at the table is involved in what you're doing. We'll see this plenty of times on Critical Role where the cast pauses to let 1 or 2 people have a dramatic scene, but it always helps when there are other players involved and it's not just one player with the DM. If it doesn't involve anyone else, then try to be respectful of everyone else's time.
That's so, again, me and Mike saying very similar stuff. I believe I said almost that to a T during the actual session of, like, that bothered me more than a typical shopping episode, because at least with the last shopping episode, everyone was there, everyone was together, they could chime in on it, whereas that, like, wasn't really possible with all of Orion's errands. The other thing is, I had another thing and I totally forgot it. Shit. Is it going to come to me? It's not going to come to me. We'll move on.
In this case, Tiberius' first batch of errands lasts for 12 uninterrupted minutes. Then a few other cast members do some projects, and then Orion jumps in with other stuff he wanted to do. And at 10 errands, he absolutely does the most errands, and
the read the room isn't useful, isn't helpful information. I agree. I play with people, and am friends with people who have active difficulty reading the room. They have low, they are not as socially aware, or it takes them very, very great effort to be socially aware. That is not always, like, a desirable thing that they want to put in during a fun game with their friends. But the thing that they are good at is when something doesn't land, especially when someone flat out tells them, hey, that didn't land. They are good at retracting, reflecting, talking, which is something that Orion never did. And I brought it up with the Travis comment of Travis said, hey, how about you don't get any more, or something like that. That is a moment where any of my friends that are bad at reading social cues would have stepped back and said, oh, I'm sorry. Am I being a dick right now? Like, they're straight up, I think they're a little bit more self-aware of their situation, but they would just step back and be like, oh, fuck, am I being the dick? And we'd all be like, kind of like, hurry it up, man. Like, I think we need to wrap. And they'd be like, oh, shit, okay. Like, I don't want to say that that's happened exactly, but it's happened pretty close to that several times in the past. Travis cutting in should have been pretty straightforward cue. Yeah, that's not like you need to read the room. That is someone is cutting through and explaining to you what the room is feeling.
He bogarts the time at the table during this sequence. The full scene of everyone running errands and doing projects takes 45 minutes, and his errands took about 15 minutes in total.
Oh.
That means 1 player out of 7 took 1/3 of that time doing stuff that no one else was involved in. Now, there isn't like a perfect formula here that needs to be employed in order to maximize happiness at the table. Grog's only errand was to buy a shovel and a pickaxe and to roll for some beard checks. Because he only spent 1 minute on his errands, does that mean everyone else should only spend 1 minute on theirs?
Nah.
Obviously not. And throughout the run of Critical Role, we'll see the party split up to get things done. Some of those scenes will be brief, while others will lead to long sequences, as long as 15 minutes or even 30 minutes sometimes. And even though some of those instances might bother you as an audience member, they clearly don't bother Matt or the cast. Generally, the rest of the cast will just sit patiently and watch these sequences play out. So, why is this one so different? Well, setting aside the context that there was possibly, say even likely, behind-the-scenes tension brewing due to his erratic behavior and substance abuse issues, which hopefully is not a factor at your own tables, I do think we can still learn from this moment. There are a few aspects at play at the table that make the situation more tense and or frustrating for the rest of the cast than it needed to be. One thing that makes a scene like this easier for the other players to sit through is the feeling of respect. If they know that you're going to give the same respect on their turn, they're more willing to give you space to do what you need to do during your scene. But as I mentioned earlier, when he's not in a scene, it was very common to see Orion disengage. Even during this sequence, he interrupts or disrupts some of the other cast members' errands. While Liam describes Vax's errands, he buys some steaks for himself and for Tiberius. Then Orion asks Matt about the price of wooden steaks, and then tells Matt, quote, "Tell him that he bought me 20 more. Tell him," meaning he's asking Matt to tell Liam, that he, Liam, bought me 20 more steaks. That's a very strange way to make the request to get Vax.
Whoa, I did not even pick up on that in the game. That is a really great point. And that can also be like to us talking about like him disengaging, him not paying attention, him not knowing information that the party had already uncovered, had already decided on in these plans is a huge lack of respect. Like absolutely massive. And I have noticed it a couple of times of him, and I ticked it a couple of times on the OAC, of him saying, Matthew, like trying to get Matt's attention while other people are doing stuff with him. Like him trying to like grab Matt's attention with it. It's, I don't want to say gross, but it's a huge lack of respect. Absolute minimum. Yeah, wow. I hadn't thought about it that lens. Yeah.
Vax to buy more wooden steaks for you. Liam is right there. You can communicate that to him as a request, like you did for the earlier request for steaks. Throughout Talison's projects, Orion jumps in twice and says that he can do the Death Ray project instead if Talison wants to do other things. And obviously he means well. He's trying to help with that project so they can make the best use of Percy's time. But Talison heard him the first time. And as Matt says after Orion offers a second time, Talison has already given his answer. Talking over the others and not giving their errands the time to breathe adds to an atmosphere where the other players don't necessarily trust that you will respect their time. So then, when you take quite a bit of time for your own projects, it makes that situation worse and continues to reinforce the feeling that you aren't taking their time into consideration. And to make matters worse, at the top of this entire errands sequence, Matt asked for this to be quick. Throughout Tiberius' errands, the other cast members remind him that this section was meant to be quick.
And this is maybe a good reason. Like, for some reason, I don't know why, the analysis of main character syndrome just hasn't really felt right to me as a descriptor. But I think this captures a lot of the things that I have been attributing to the main character syndrome is just a severe lack of respect for the other players. And that can be attributed to a lot of factors. It can be attributed to, I mean, literally just not respecting them. I think it can very much be attributed to drugs and alcohol. I think it can be attributed to, frankly, a lot of things. But I think that is maybe a really good way to tie a very comprehensive ribbon on a lot of his behavior. Yeah, wow. RESPECT. 5 hours into stream, 11 p.m. Central Time, and there's still nearly 40 people watching. I know. It's so sick. I know I've already said thank you a couple times, but really, this is amazing. Yeah. That was it's to respect by Aretha Franklin. Thank you, SSH. I am respecting our deal right now. Find out what it means to me.
So taking such a long time to do everything, to collect all of the magic, continues to show disrespect toward their time. Another thing that helps is treating the world of the game like a real world. This is something I've argued has been a bit of an issue for all the cast members in this first run of episodes, but by this point in the show, Tiberius is the character who suffers from this the most. This goes hand in hand with learning nothing from the death of the old woman. From my perspective, there's this pervasive feeling that he's not really treating the world of the game like a realistic place. In this episode, we see this in part with his repeated attempts to enter the Cloudtop district, or his proposal to invite Sovereign Uriel to a fancy dinner, because he just isn't registering the consequences of their earlier actions. But honestly, I can think of no better example of that mentality in this episode than when he goes and tries to buy every mirror in Amman. It's an absurd request, even from a logistics perspective. And again, I wonder if his plan was to use telekinesis.
Even
if so,
within
then
a
he would
week.
likely run into the exact same issue he ran into later in the episode when he tried to catch both Vax and Scanlan. Telekinesis only targets one object or creature at a time. Thanks to his circlet, he could maybe concentrate on 2 mirrors at a time for 12 seconds.
I would point out that, and again, maybe I'm giving too much respect to Orion, but I will point out, yes, telekinesis only targets one at a time, but they had already been using telekinesis previous to this as if it did not. Like, on the airship battle, he does the the telekinesis fucking knife throw thing, which is apparently an ability of telekinesis within Pathfinder. So I can be, I think, pretty reasonably generous here and say, like, I think that there's a really good chance that Orion hadn't really internalized that telekinesis can only target one thing at a time. And I will mostly blame the circumstances, very, very partially blame Matt, but also blame Orion himself. He should know his features. I'm a big believer in that. Players should know their features. Matt should also double check if there have been issues, which there have, or especially around such a signature spell for him. And like, I don't know. So it's hard in that specific area. I don't know. Official Warlock, yes sir. Yes sir. I'm Megan. You're my patron. I think at this point it's actually pretty clear that Super Geek Mike is my patron. I think if we're being realistic about the source of my power, it's definitely Super Geek Mike. Which I would say, what is Super Geek Mike? Maybe my favorite packed patron is the genie. But I don't know if Mike is a genie. Maybe a fathomless? He has layers? I don't know. Pact of the cubed chub. Pact of the stream. Yeah. And with everyone becoming level 10. Did you force Pact of the Talisman? That would be the Talisman Pact boon, Daniel. Use the right terminology. I actually do really like Talisman as a Pact boon. I know a lot of people don't like Talisman. They think it's really boring, which is a fair assessment, but I actually think it's kind of fun, even though it's boring.
Seconds. Maybe if he could use sorcerer points to twin the spells, he could handle 4 mirrors at once. So if he did indeed plan to use telekinesis, it seems that he had not run this plan past Matt. And if he tried to pull this trick out in combat with a vampire, he likely would have found out in the moment that he couldn't execute the plan as he intended to. Now maybe his plan didn't involve telekinesis after all. It ultimately doesn't matter. What matters more is the fact that he made these requests that were, frankly, brazen in how he regarded the world of the game as a tool toward his own ends, and not as a realistic place. The same goes for when he tries to cast 2 types of magic on the same item and has to be told repeatedly that this isn't how the magic works, before Matt finally insists that since Tiberius wants to try anyway, he loses 500 gold in this effort before learning that this isn't how magic works. Another issue we see revealed in the sequence is Tiberius' ongoing quest for power. This has played out across the past 6 episodes or so, ever since that time he ran out of sorcerer points in Vasselheim. Before that, it wasn't out of character for him to seek out cool items. We saw that with the trade for Scanlan's item. And we know he has crafted plenty of magic items for the party. Almost everyone in the group is carrying an item from the pre-stream games that was enchanted or enhanced by Tiberius. But his quest to, in Matt's words during the scene, get all the magic, has become disruptive. And at a certain point, it doesn't matter whether the items you're crafting are meant to help the party or not, it's still an issue when it slows games down. And when you become single-minded in your feeling that you need more magic in order to be useful and cool, when you're honestly plenty useful and cool already.
1,000%. And I think this is why when I was talking about it, I'm like, if that is what you feel like you need, we need to sit down and have a conversation, hammer out a fucking system, and it's going to take time, it's going to take gold, but if that's what makes you feel fulfilled, work with me on it. Like, let's make a system. Let's make, like, really consistent times. Let's flesh out your laboratory. Like, Percy doesn't need to have his workshop filled out because Taliesin is, frankly, a reasonable player and a respectful player to everyone else's time. But if this is what you need to fulfill your class fantasy, I'm down to work with you on that as a DM. I'm super, super down. So, like, let's make a system. Let's say, for this rarity of item, it takes X amount of gold and this many hours, and you need this key ingredient. Boom, done. And I've already hyped up Xanathars, but Xanathars didn't exist at this time. But, like, Matt is super comfortable making homebrew systems. He made Percy an entire homebrew subclass. So and a homebrew system with the guns, with the misfires and the breaks and whatever. So I think Orion should have known that Matt would be down to do that. So it really does feel like, honestly, a lack of respect for Matt. Like, a lack of respect for thinking that Matt would do that for him, or thinking that he could get around that system and get more stuff easier if he just didn't take the time to make the system. Either way, definitely a lack of respect, which I am going to keep coming back to because I think it is a great descriptor of the problem. The cost of appealing the DM's decision. Lol, yeah. Tibbs was learning the fuck around and find out meme. He was indeed. When you appeal verdict punishment and get a worse one. Yeah.
He's a high-level sorcerer, level 11 at this point.
Yeah.
And if he just embraced that, then it would honestly be better for everyone. But his fixation over these past few episodes on trying to get every possible magical boon and buff that he can has become distracting and disruptive.
Yeah.
And of course, a lot of this, in fact, a lot of Tiberius' actions from across his entire run, circle the same core trait, one that a lot of us can identify in Tiberius. Main character syndrome. Professor Dungeon Master made a fantastic video about this type of player using Tiberius' behavior as the archetype. If you haven't watched it, I strongly recommend you do so. I don't want to rip off his entire video. He covers a lot more than just main character syndrome, but I want to touch on the behavior we see in this episode, or we just see a lot across his entire run, like the repeated offenses, that mark Orion as someone with main character syndrome in his time on the show. If Tiberius has the tool to solve the situation, he has to be the one to solve it. I defended one instance of this at the end of the Beholder fight in episode 11, but the fact is, it happens constantly, across all 27 episodes. From as early as that moment in episode 1 when he came over to the table to chime in and use his high persuasion skill, to as late as the telekinesis argument at the end of this episode. And this approach has two major effects. The first is that he's more likely to run out of resources more.
I wonder. Wait. Oh wait, no, those are not the cards. Where are the cards? Oh, there we go. Let's talk about that die by Dungeon Craft. And we get back to the analysis. How many subscribers? 123,000. I could probably reach out to them. Maybe, probably not. I don't know that I want to spend more than this video on Tiberius. Maybe
more
we'll
quickly,
see.
Which of course feeds his fear of feeling underpowered and spurs on his quest to get more magic. And the second is that it means the other players don't get a chance to do as many cool things as they could if Tiberius wasn't trying to be the one to solve every problem. So here's a lesson. Share the spotlight. Let other people have a chance to play the game. You don't have to be all things to all situations. That doesn't mean you have to sit on the sidelines all the time either, but it's okay to let other people try, and maybe even fail, to solve problems before you jump in every time with your own solution. On the subject of those failed enchantments, here's another lesson. When your DM tells you how magic works, don't try to force the issue. The DM is responsible for making the world feel cohesive and run by consistent rules. And 3 times in a row, Matt says that enchantments can't be stacked. First, he offers a compromise for the water bottle. It will fill the bottle with holy water once per day, and then the rest of the water, which is drawn from the elemental plane of water, will be...
Such a generous compromise. I would have been way less... And the thing is, like, I've criticized Matt giving, bad results after the fact. I would have told him in the moment, yeah, that's probably not going to work how you think it does. I'll take some time to figure it out, but I'm not going to be as generous as you want me to be. So you can either do something else or, maybe it'll do X, Y, and Z, but I don't know yet. We'll talk about it out of game. I'm not nearly as generous as Matt was. No.
Regular water. Second, he tells Tiberius that enchanting a crossbow bolt to conjure a holy fog cloud wouldn't work because those 2 enchantments can't stack. Then when Tiberius pivots to asking about mixing a sleep spell and a fog cloud spell, Matt says the exact same thing. The enchantments don't stack. And when Tiberius insists he just wants to try really hard, Matt tells him to go ahead and roll, and then regardless of the result, it didn't work. He cost a lot of money in the effort. So stop trying. Now, I don't want to claim that you should never ask follow-up questions or see if there's anything you can do to try to get what you want. If you feel the DM's ruling conflicts with a previous ruling, you can ask about that, but bear in mind that the DM might have a reason for changing it now, and it's still always ultimately their call. And it's especially worth making sure the DM understands exactly what you want if you feel there's a chance they didn't understand you properly. That can happen too. All Dungeon Masters are just human beings. They can make mistakes. That statement about DMs being human beings will age really poorly if anybody ever successfully launches an AI DM, but I've seen AI try to make art with hands, so even if all the Dungeon Masters are robots, I stand by the statement that Dungeon Masters can make mistakes. But if you don't have an argument besides, what if I try really hard? It's time to let it go. Speaking of letting things go, when someone at the table flat out says, let's move on, it's probably time to move on. You are bogarting the time at the table. Honestly, it would have been worth Orion showing this list of tasks to the other cast members and perhaps seeing who could have gotten involved in some of them, or if some of them would have said something like, you don't have to waste your time with that, we don't need to do that, or they aren't going to let our servant into the Cloud Top district, or just wait and send your dad a message once we actually have the evidence, or maybe even, that's not how your spell works, don't waste your money on those mirrors. Tiberius' next errand is to send a messenger to Lord Daxio to ask to convert the prison cells into barracks, and it doesn't seem like anybody else at the table had been consulted on this errand. It's not really his right to decide unilaterally what they're doing with the fundamental structure of their keep. In theory, it's a valid point. If they want to rehabilitate...
No, it's a completely valid point, but then afterwards, people are like... people push back on him almost immediately, and they say, like, hey, like, what do you mean? Blah, 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 like... I don't know. And he goes, that's what I'm doing. I go to the Cloud Top district. And then he gets there and Matt's like, you can't get in. And he's like, then I don't do that. And he's like, he's a huge asshole about it. I think that was one of the worst parts of the episode for me, was when he was talking about these barracks rooms. Because people like start to try and claw him back and he like pushes past them. It's like, that's what I'm doing. And I thought he was a huge dick on that one.
Their reputations, an argument could be made that keeping prisoners doesn't serve that end. But that depends a lot on who they're keeping prisoner, doesn't it? If they dragged Lady Briarwood into that cell instead of a maimed coachman, that would be a very different situation. I mean, it actually would have been worse. It would have gotten them into much worse trouble with Sovereign Uriel, but the point stands. I don't think having the prison is the issue so much as who they're putting in there. Additionally, I'm curious who he meant when he wanted to convert the prison into barracks for troops. Did he mean the army he wanted to call?
Draconian Knights?
I don't think so. I mean, they likely would meet Vox Machina in Whitestone, so I doubt they'd need to stay at the Keep in Amon. That's way out of the way. I think he meant that this would provide lodging for their guards. But I assume the staff resides on the premises already, no? Their cook and butler certainly do. Yeah. And if their guards don't, they probably have their own homes. The point is, the Keep wasn't created by Tiberius, so he shouldn't be making unilateral decisions about it. Also, if he looped someone else in, they certainly could have reminded him that Lord Daxio is in the Cloud Top district, and told him that the entire errand was doomed to fail anyway. Okay, speaking of that army. The last errand Tiberius takes care of is to send a message to his father, asking him to rally an army of Wyvern Riders. This is something a lot of commenters have discussed, either in this episode's comments on YouTube, or on the comments for a lot of my other Tiberius videos. Probably in the comments for this one as well. A lot of people have pointed out that Orion trying to rally an army is essentially a way to cut Percy out of his own storyline. Now, I absolutely agree, but before I explain why, I'm going to play a bit of devil.
Also, I'm gonna check out, where is Draconia? That's Marquette, Istria, Wildmount. Where is Draconia? Did Draconia get cut from the map? Like, do we have no idea where Draconia is? The known realms of Exandria, Wildmount, Clovis, Darktoe, Voila, in Wildmount. Draconia. Vermont Wildwood, the Kryn Dynasty. Where? Don't worry about it. I mean, fair enough. I was honestly curious when he said that Draconia, or that their place would be way out of the way. It got destroyed shortly after Orion left. Very possible. I was curious when he was like, you know, Iman would be way out of the way of Whitestone. I was curious if that was actually the case, because if they were like coming from, I don't know, say like Marquette, there's maybe, you know, an explanation of they would go out of the Bay of Gifts, come all the way up to Iman, stay in their place for a little bit, and then come over to Whitestone. But yeah, ultimately it really doesn't matter.
devil's advocate. First, we do have the benefit of hindsight to know that this was a fantastic arc for Percy's character. I'm not saying we're operating off of information Orion couldn't have had. The cast had already heard Percy recount what happened to his family, and they'd already met the Briarwoods in battle and seen how nasty they could be. But we obviously know that one of the most beloved Critical Role storylines is about to start, and we know that if Tiberius had summoned an army, it would have been a lot less dramatic. And we'll come back to that in a minute. Second, Orion is attempting to make this personal to Tiberius. And in theory, that's a really good skill to be able to employ as a player. I'd much rather a player find reasons for their character to care about the adventure than ever hear another player say the words, "Oh, my character wouldn't go on that mission." And third, Orion is not the only player I've ever seen do this. There are times in your career as a D&D player where you might have the opportunity to rally an army to your side to deal with the enemy forces. Vox Machina does it like 3 or 4 times. In fact, in the early days of the hobby, the ultimate goal was often to obtain a keep and gather an army and become a local noble. Matt Colville published 2 whole books about this playstyle. In theory, this is a perfect
Oh, Strongholds and Followers
gather
is
an
by
army
Matt
and
Colville?
become a local noble. Matt Colville
I've never watched a single Matt Colville video. I know that is high heresy in the D&D online D&D space. Never watched a Matt Colville video, but I have heard of Strongholds and Followers, which I know, and I've referenced maybe some bootleg copies of. Sorry, Matt. But yeah, I do think that, like, if I was Matt and I was like Orion's saying, like, this place is full of vampires and liches, yada yada yada, I would make a vampire army. I would make a thrall army that could essentially butt up against the Wyvern Riders. Like, if he wants to do that, if he wants to feel cool, that's like part of him feeling cool, whatever, is calling in these Wyvern Riders. I mean, already I wouldn't have said yes, but let's imagine that I did. And again, maybe they go on an entire subplot to, like, get these Wyvern Riders. I would still make the main story about Percy. There would be a war going on outside, and one of the generals of the Wyvern Riders would look at Vox Machina and they would say, "We'll take care of the thralls. You go in and kill the enchantress." I don't know, something like that shit. And then they would all hop on their flying carpet. Oh wait, oops, they don't have that. They would all get flown, cast on them, and they would soar across the battle, maybe take some arrows, oh no, and land in the courtyard, bruised, and the courtyard maybe even collapses behind them. Like, maybe the Wyvern Riders say, like, "We'll blow the entrance behind you so that the army can't follow you in. Also so that we can't follow you in." And then you let him have his, like, little cool nobleman moment or whatever, outside with the, you know, the armies and their pitched battle, clang, 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 clang. And then they get to go through the dungeon crawl, and we get to have, like, Percy's big moment. Now, in context of Orion having such little respect for everyone else, I would not have allowed it. If he was a normal player, if this was Travis trying to gather this army from his barbarian dad, I mean, maybe it's kind of fun. I don't know. Maybe it's a fun little subplot. So no spoilers that Trinket is the BBG. No, Kima's the BBG.
In theory, this is a perfectly reasonable strategy for the right arc. I don't think I can really co-sign trying to pull this trick on this arc, considering invading a sovereign nation is literally an act of war, but again, that's why it's good to run these ideas by your other players, to see if they agree with such an extreme measure or not. But if you've been following my last few Tiberius episodes, you probably know what I'm going to say. This maneuver is a perfectly fine strategic decision for this arc, for a different type of game. Again, with the slightest of concessions that this would be the first time the cast would play through an arc fully structured around one specific player's backstory, so maybe Orion didn't know what to expect, most of the cast seemed to know that this was going to be a personal mission for Percy. And their role in this story is to support him, not find the fast...
Well, and they're constantly... I mean, I think that that's really illustrated by everyone else asking Percy, "What do you think?" And Orion isn't even there for that conversation. I think that the point he is making is perfectly illustrated by that.
Most convenient solution to their problems. Throughout these episodes, Tiberius takes a couple of opportunities to highlight the ways that this arc is personal for him. In this episode, he recounts being enfeebled by Delilah, which isn't actually what the other people in the scene were talking about. They were talking about the charm effect from Silas that had afflicted Vax, Assume, and Uriel, but fine, he may have misunderstood. And then he loudly announces that he hates the Briarwoods. Okay, fine. But when most of the cast is saying things like, "We're here for you, Percival," highlighting how much you also hate them does, in a way, act as yet another way for you to hijack this arc and make it about yourself. And that's certainly what calling in an army does as well.
Yeah.
This is Percy's arc, is about him coming home and dealing with his baggage in a way he hasn't yet. There's literally a voice in his ear whispering the word vengeance. And Orion does understand that on some level. He takes a minute in this episode to promise Percy that he will get a chance to use his gun against all the peoples whose names are etched into the barrel. But recruiting an army for this kind of adventure does, effectively, undercut that sentiment drastically by trying to find the most convenient solution. And also, of course, making this something that you solve instead of allowing anybody else a chance to contribute to the events of this D&D game. Now, that doesn't mean that any game that doesn't run this kind of backstory-centric arc is the kind of game where you can automatically get access to an army just because you asked. Tiberius' father still makes an excellent point. An ambassador and a prince cannot declare war on another nation and expect it to be considered binding and legal. That's literally the inciting incident for the first Thor movie. Trying to declare war can get you banished to save face and stop that war. If you're running a more Colville-style game where armies and nations and feudalism are major factors that matter in the world, then trying to recruit an army would still absolutely not be a slam dunk. Again, see the fact that someone published 2 books of rules about how to get that army and get the keeps and stuff. Additionally, a DM can always decide that you can't get an army or can't deploy an army because it would make the arc more boring. Armies run the risk of making these sorts of adventures less dramatic because certain obstacles that are intended to be challenges suddenly become extremely easy. Again, that's not to say that there are no adventures or campaigns where control...
And I mean, I agree with him. That is why I would modify the arc, like straight up. If he really wanted this and all the other players were interested in it, I would just directly modify the arc to create new obstacles that would deal with the army that they've called up. Straight up.
Controlling an army can still be dramatic and not reduce the tension, but that's ultimately just one reason why a DM might not allow you to have access to that army that you so badly want. To quote Laura Bailey when Orion tried to enhance either of his magical rings, "How about we stick to the level we're at?" Alright, we're finally moving on from the errands. Later in the episode, when Tiberius wants to use telekinesis to both catch Vax and Scanlan, and Matt says no, Orion's outburst is not appropriate. D&D is a game. The DM is adjudicating the rules, that's their job. An outburst like this is frankly over the line. It's okay to be emotionally invested in the story, that's a good thing. But don't level your frustrations about not being able to solve every problem at the DM. That's not okay. Especially if what you're doing is literally trying to break the rules of the game. The DM saying no is not the problem in that scenario. When the party camps for the night, Tiberius tries to use his researcher trait and finds out that's not how it works. I talked about this in the last episode. He really should have sat down with Matt away from the table and talked about backstory traits and figured out what made the most sense. He badly mishandled that situation, and this could have been avoided with proper communication. And that is everything. Well, almost everything. There's also... Well, remember that joke? Let's talk about that joke. Interlude 2. Okay, let's talk about the joke. Actually, you know what? I've seen people take my comments about Tiberius and interpret them in bad faith ways, or at least in ways I did not intend to draw the opposite conclusion of what I meant, and I really think that actually sitting down and talking about why jokes do and don't work opens up a lot of potential for people like that to start making worse jokes at their D&D tables, and that is not what I want. So I'm actually going to save this section of the video for just the Patreon version of the video. So if you want to see me talk about why Sam's jokes are generally regarded as not an issue, but Orion's joke was, then check out the Patreon. And if you're annoyed by that, it was ruined by other people. There's specifically a guy who keeps making videos about Orion and keeps citing my video and seems to hate Sam, and I just don't want to give people like that ammunition to talk about this subject more.
Dang it! Oh, am I gonna have to subscribe to SGM's Patreon? Fuck. Oh, I want to know.
So
I want to know so bad.
Check this out on the Patreon.
Give it to me, DM. Don't lock it behind a paywall. Slam on my desk. Time to buy the damn paywall. Oh, I thought it was going to be talking to people like this it's like talking to a brick wall. Damn it. Oh, you tricky bastard. How much is this Patreon? All right, off to the
Part
other
3.
monitor.
Why we talk about Tiberius. When Orion left Critical Role, the online spaces were quickly filled with a lot of speculation, and so the cast asked that people please respect Orion's and the cast's privacy, and essentially drop the subject. And the critter community, especially the moderators of online spaces, have essentially had a zero-tolerance policy for further discussion around Tiberius in the years since. There are pluses and minuses to this approach. Obviously, given some of the behavior he exhibited directly after his departure from the show, it was wise not to give him a platform at that time, and it's not really incumbent on the fandom to extend him an olive branch now when their goal is to instead protect fans from harassment. And since there aren't really any ongoing updates or news or relevant developments to discussing Critical Role, then all that can really happen is rampant speculation and complaints about one player's behavior. That's not especially productive, so I can understand the...
Is it chub time? I think it's chub time. Time to buy the maybe. I don't know which tier would include it. So I might actually check with him which tier includes it. Damn paywall. Talking about comedy and jokes is a minefield. Oh yeah. I mean, I think that comedy has always been a very charged subject, but we are in a sort of time where I think people are always looking to rigorously defend anyone who is, ostensibly on their side and rigorously go after anyone who is not. And I have opinions on comedians and jokes, and I don't like some comedians and some jokes. And I also think that some stuff is overblown about other comedians and other jokes. And I'm going to be vague because, oh my God, it is a minefield. And I'm not stepping on mine. So, yeah. I don't know if Mike would want this on stream because it's behind a paywall. Yeah. You're 1,000%. You know what? I didn't think about that. I was literally thinking, like, I'll message him to figure out which tier would let me watch it. But you're so right. He wouldn't want it on a live stream. It's behind a Patreon. And, like, he put it behind a Patreon to hide it from people. Maybe I'll watch it and I'll be able to. No. Nah, I think it's just left. Maybe I'll watch it and I'll tell you how amazing it was, and you'll have to go buy your own Super Geek Mike subscription. And that'll just be how it is. Or maybe I'll react to it and I'll put it behind my own paywall. That'll be the first video on the Megaphone Man membership. I don't know. I'll talk to SGM about it. I would definitely not do that because I got explicit permission for these two videos. I wouldn't react to his Demystified on stream because I haven't gotten explicit permission. So yeah. I'll talk to him about it. Twitter's had so much drama. CR's Twitter had so much drama. I hate Twitter. I never actually saw any of it because I don't use Twitter. Yeah. He's actually away on vacation. Yes. Yeah, he's gone. I think I saw the same post, I think, like middle of December, maybe early December. Paywall inception. Yeah.
value of limiting discussion. However, this has led to other community members.
1,000% paywall solidarity. I am especially like, look, I've pirated my fair share of things at times, but I'm not going to being straight up with y'all, I have free, bootleg versions of all of the core books. But also, I also bought physical copies of all of them. I bought them, and then it was just easier to, share with friends if I had a digital bootleg of it. But I'm not going to disseminate those in the Discord, right? Like, if you want to find it, you probably can. And I'm definitely not going to disseminate people's shit that they have behind paywalls. I meant paywalling the same thing. Respecting is a given, I think. Oh yeah. Yeah. We could start a whole paywall inception. That's where you'll get the reactception. It's all behind the paywall.
We're not moderators of subreddits or other groups, basically picking up this mindset and carrying it with them. And now we have a situation where sometimes a new fan to Critical Role will try to get information about what happened and who is this other character they've never heard of, who was there in the first episode of Vox Machina, in the live stream but not in the cartoon, and they'll be met with a chorus of fans basically echoing the same refrain. We don't talk about Tiberius. Just imagine I put a clip from We Don't Talk About Bruno here, or maybe I did a parody song about Tiberius, rewrote all the lyrics to be about the things he did on the show. I don't know, whatever, I'm not doing that shit. And you shouldn't do that either, don't do that. Now, that zero discussion ever mindset can make the subject pretty impenetrable to a lot of folks. Unless you happen to find the one page on the subreddit that collects the relevant links and lays out the timeline, it's very hard for new people who are interested in this fandom to learn what happened. But even so, the information is out there, and the solution is actually easy. When someone asks who Tiberius is and what happened to Orion, don't tell them, we don't talk about that, he left and it's over. Send them a link to the subreddit article about it. The link is below. Honestly, it would help new people a lot if critters just made that the established practice. Problem solved. But if the solution was that easy, then why bother talking about this? Why have I continued to, as some critters claim in my comments, violate the explicit request of the fans and community by continuing to talk about this? Well, first, I don't really think that's what the cast meant, that we should never, ever talk about this subject ever again in any context. I could be wrong, maybe they did. But even if that is the case, I do have a reason. Because I have been the Tiberius of a group before. No, thankfully I wasn't suffering from the same behind-the-scenes issues as Orion. I wasn't sick, I wasn't struggling with substance abuse, I was in my right mind. But arguably, isn't that worse, in a way? There was nothing impacting my sense of judgment, I was just being kind of an asshole. And a lot of other people from the comments of my first video have shared the same sentiment, that the video helped them understand how some of their own behavior was disruptive at the table, and it's helped them become a better player. And again, they weren't sick, they weren't dealing with substances, they were just, like me, being kind of an asshole. Now, not all of that behavior is the same, and not all of it happens for the same reasons. For example, I wasn't trying to abuse concentration spells, although I did do that, I just kept forgetting about the rule. But as a counterpoint, I found that I've had a lot more instances of trying to insist to newer players how they should play, far more than
The nice guys always have demons. I have been the Tiberius of a group. I would say, I mean, it's sort of hard for me because I started DMing. So I didn't play in a group for 5 or 6 years. I DM'd for like 5 years before I ever made, well, I made all sorts of characters, but before I ever actually got to use one. Oh, tears. But in the first campaign I ever played in, I was definitely a spotlight hog. The only reason, and it's hard, at other tables, my behavior definitely would have been Tiberius-like, you know? Like it would have been considered more Tiberius, but I was at the table with 3 very quiet dudes. Like, dudes who really didn't like to roleplay, really didn't like, I mean, they liked to roleplay. Like, they liked to be there when roleplay was happening, but they didn't, like, necessarily get super involved with it themselves. So I played a warlock called Jebediah Smith. He was a changeling, and he had a face for every occasion. You can already see where that might lead. So, you know, it was, I definitely was, like, very much the face of the group. But, and I definitely, like, hogged a lot of the spotlight, but, like, it's hard to even say I was the Tiberius because the spotlight didn't get taken when I wasn't taking it. And luckily, by the time I got into a different group, I had learned enough to not be the Tiberius because, honestly, if we want to be real about who the Tiberius was at that table, it was the DM. So I saw a lot of, like, really bad behavior from the DM, and I realized how that could be modeled in my own behavior and in, like, player behavior. So I think luckily I had a bad example to work off of first. Diet Tibbs, never want to be that dude. Yeah, you don't want to be. And I think it's, you know, especially when you're younger, you're first starting, you're inexperienced, it's easier to become that dude, but you can also be that dude when you're older. There's no age gating on that, on being that guy.
than Orion ever did in any of his episodes. So that's why I've been doing this. I found that there's a lot of value in not just laying out what happened, but why. And more specifically, how we can learn from it.
1000%.
There were some major surprises as I went through this journey as well. I discovered on my rewatch that the arguments that Tiberius was metagaming in episode 11 are, from my own perspective, pretty flimsy. I mean, arguably, maybe he didn't want to get hit by the Beholder's layer actions, and maybe the cast hadn't dealt with layer actions yet, so he was metagaming by referencing that, but if you have a player who has flipped through the monster manual because they're also a dungeon master, then I don't think it would be metagaming for them to be aware of the concept of layer actions existing in the world. Reading that book shouldn't disqualify you from being aware that there are dangers that might happen. Unfortunately, as we witnessed in episode 25, we know what it looks like when Orion metagames. It's unmistakable. Speaking of surprises, I had always remembered his outbursts in episode 21, but I was so surprised to return to it and see how quickly he tries to move on and keep having fun with his friends. It really seems like he had learned lessons from the prior incidents, and it's actually really sad to watch that episode now and know that his behavior in the subsequent episodes is actually going to get worse and not better. And I hope that my commentary across the past 27 videos about Orion have been valuable to people, because I really wish someone had done this when I was a player. I caught up with Critical Role pretty early on, maybe right around the time Orion left, either just before or just after. And I was aware that he had a metagaming problem. And then I would hear myself talk on our own actual play show and realize I was that person in our group. But I wish someone had made these videos back then, that someone had taken the time to break down exactly what was wrong with some of this behavior, and why it was disruptive, or distracting, or disrespectful. But I think the biggest realization I had is that so much of Orion's behavior wasn't necessarily toxic for every D&D game. Some of it, for sure, but I've seen a lot of other games over the years since 2015. I've played at tables for a session or two and found they weren't the right fit. I've watched actual play shows or listened to DM advice podcasts and then dipped out pretty quickly because their style just rubbed me the wrong way. And I can say that for some of Orion's behavior, emphasis on some, there was a
Yeah, I mean, if you've watched all of my VODs up to this point, you know that I've said that a lot. That was my original analysis of Orion, was just that he was at the wrong table. I have a deeper analysis now, but that was kind of my initial thesis. And I've played at tables where his behavior would be totally acceptable, a lot of it at least. And yeah, and when he talks like about actual plays, like obviously I've never watched an actual play before this. I was interested, but like the idea of watching it alone just never really drew me in. But also there have been specific actual plays that I've tried to watch and they have really just not gelled with my brain. The Adventure Zone is a very good show. I actually listened to I listened to the McElroy brothers, My Brother and Me. Like, I like the people on it. I just don't like when they play D&D. But one of my best friend loves Adventure Zone. He's like fully current. And I know that they're playing Blades of the Dark right now. And I can't watch it because I don't like watching them play TTRPGs. It sucks. But that's totally fair. Like, sometimes tables just aren't the right fit, and sometimes people need to go to different tables. It's sad, but it's true.
table where some of it would have been welcome. In fact, a lot of that behavior wasn't an issue for 2 years of home games, and arguably for a dozen episodes of the live stream. But they used to play 8-hour games once every month or two, and now they were playing for 3 hours every week. So the game changed. And that's okay. People change. Games change. And while it certainly seems from Orion's statements that he left the show primarily due to his personal issues behind the scenes, it's also undeniable that there was a lot of tension in his final few episodes. And while the mitigating circumstances should not be ignored when discussing Orion's personal journey, I do think that we, as D&D players, can still learn from what happened at the table itself. Of course, not everyone will feel the same way. Some people will still feel that it's gross for me to keep making videos about Orion and dragging up this dirt. And truly, I have seen more Tiberius videos since my first video came out. Although, some of those predate my video, so maybe just my video has screwed up my analytics, I don't know. Honestly, some of those videos, the timing probably has a lot more to do with the Legend of Vox Machina cartoon bringing new eyes to the livestream. But, if my videos have invited more opportunities for viewers to dig up dirt and bug Orion or any of the cast members of Critical Role to figure out what happened, I really do apologize for that. That was never my intention. But for some of these videos, including mine, I think there's a value to discussing this stuff. And I'm also very grateful that these videos have found their audience. Players like myself who didn't realize what we were doing at the table was disruptive. Or to be more accurate, didn't realize why, or didn't know how to stop. That's why I've been making these videos. And if they've made it easier for some people to find a way to play D&D with their friends without friction, then I will consider this year well spent. So this ends my time in the Tiberious trenches. As far as I'm concerned, I'm done talking about Orion on my channel. And I truly hope we've all learned something from these videos. And I want to thank you so much for watching. This video marks the 1-year anniversary of my channel, and I just want to thank my absolutely incredible audience. I'm going to hold a live stream Q&A about this video next week. My birthday is also coming up on the 11th, and I suspect we've got a 300,000 subscriber live stream coming pretty soon. So you can expect to see me go live a few more times in April. But I'm going to do a live stream on Wednesday, April 5th to answer questions about this video specifically. I hope to see you there.
Congrats,
I also promised
everybody.
in my 25,000 subscriber live stream that I would give away some dice. I'm going to give away 25 sets of dice to some folks who comment on this video. I will pick my favorite 25.
Guys, do you think I can still get the dice? Do you think he's given them away yet? That's your birthday. Happy not birthday, Mr. Dad. All right. We survived. Woo! And he never talked about Tiberius ever again. I'm sure Super Geek didn't. I mean, I'm not gonna try to talk about Tiberius ever again. But you know, it might happen. I cannot guarantee that it won't. So with that, it only goes up. Happy birthday to you, Mr. Megaphone Man. You don't know when my birthday is. Fuck you. It is... I'll make an ARG out of my birthday. I'll hide little clues all over the place. Maybe that's a clue. Go forth, my game theorists. Find the clues. No, it only goes up from here. I'm excited. I am excited. We are, I think, just gonna hit the ground running with the God, my brain farted. We're gonna hit the ground running with episode 28 on Monday. And I will say, I'm gonna try to be streaming more hours. I don't know exactly the way the schedule's gonna land or it's gonna work out, but I'm gonna try to be streaming a little bit more. And I might even, I've been really considering at the new year, like being, on the new year, maybe even extending my vacation a little bit and doing just like a week of content in January where I just like stream every single day. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm super, super psyched. Is that the Imperial City? Oh yeah. Yeah, 1000%. You bet your, oh my God, it went away. Yeah, you bet your bollocks that's the Imperial City. I also have, this is my favorite, oh God, it's OBS. No. My favorite background of mine. Oh no, why is it disconnected? Oh, this is my favorite background. This is, so it has Cyrodiil in the middle, represented by the Imperial City, and then it has like Skyrim, High Rock, Somerset Isles, Valenwood, elsewhere. They didn't do enough, I think, for God, I keep wanting to say Westmarch, and that's the fucking D&D style. For Black Marsh, Jesus. And then yeah, it has Morrowind over there. So yeah, I like this one. Feels amazing, man. 1 week of content, potentially. We'll see. I really want to stream more, but I unfortunately have a day job. All right, since this is it for Orion, 07's in chat for the OAC. 07's, it will be missed. I agree. Elder Scrolls, what a fucking nerd. I agree. And with that, 07's for the OAC, calling me a fucking nerd. I think that's it for the stream tonight. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. All of the regulars, couldn't have made it here without you. All of the new folks, I am so excited to have you here and be a part of the... God, it sounds so stupid and cheesy to call it a journey, but be part... Oh, it is good timing. Bug just asked for cuddles. It is good to have you here. Seriously. I said it pretty early on in the streaming, but like, I like making videos. I'm okay about making shorts, but I love live streaming because I love talking to you guys in chat and having more people to talk to, more perspectives, more stories, more ideas is just amazing to me. The Mimic Bridge, the way that we reworked Emberhold, like that is what I am making content for. It is like a feeling like no other. So thank you all for being here. I so appreciate it. And I'm going to read the last chats and then sign off. There are 2 more Comic-Con Q&As. Probably won't watch them. I think I'm out on that. Maybe I'll watch them solo, and maybe I'll have some highlights that I want to talk about, but I don't think for on stream. I think this is a good cap. I guess the real nerd for knowing that it was Elder Scrolls just based off the names. That's true. See y'all next time on Critical Eyes. That's so true. I will see you all next time on Critical Eyes, and maybe new people can get caught up in critical eye patches. I love it. I'll see you all later. Good night.